everything you've put me through.
With that, Charlie left while Brianna stood frozen in her spot. Suddenly, she found Amber by her side.
Come on, let's get out of here.
As they walked out into the hallway, they heard Madison cackling loudly behind them.
Wow, that was epic! I've never respected Charlie more in my life. He really played a number on you, Bree. And Amber, get away from her. She's not your friend anymore.
Brianna didn't respond and continued walking away.
We really broke him, didn't we, Brianna? Turned a perfectly nice guy into a heartless jerk. Now that's a high school project I'll always remember.
Suddenly, Brianna turned around and lunged at her. Madison screamed as she tried to fight Brianna off. A few kids, including Amber, finally managed to pull them apart. God knows I've been wanting to hit you since the day I met you, and that's a memory I will cherish for years. Brianna turned away and ran out, breaking out into sobs. Brianna refused to go to school and just stayed in bed for days, feeling completely miserable. One morning, a maid brought her a letter. It was from Charlie. She anxiously ripped it open, and the check she'd given him for $200,000 fell out. He didn't even use it. He was just teasing me. I really don't get this jerk. He's completely messed me up. She buried her head in her arms and started to cry, but then she stopped and picked up the check. I don't care what Charlie thinks of me. I'm gonna use this to save my show. She jumped out of bed, stuffed the check in her bag, and put on her coat. A few days later, Charlie and Grandma were watching the local news on TV when suddenly Brianna's face appeared on the screen with the headline saying, "Young TV star diagnosed with Crohn's disease." Charlie stared in shock, then his face darkened.
Poor girl. That's terrible news. Charlie, I don't know what happened between you two, but I think we should go see her.
She's lying.
What do you mean?
She's not sick, Grandma. This is all an act to get ratings and views for her show.
What? No, she wouldn't do that. Why do you have to assume the worst about people lately?
Because they are the worst. She told me of her plan to do this herself.
Well, she must have some reason. Brianna isn't like that.
Yes, she is. Why do you need to see the good in everyone, Grandma? Least of all these people. They're awful and shallow, and they think people like us are more worthless than the gum stuck to their shoes.
I made a huge mistake convincing you to attend this school. I thought nothing could ever change you, but I was wrong. I hardly recognize you these days, Charlie.
Grandma walked out before Charlie could say another word. A few days later, Brianna was told someone had come to see her downstairs. She made sure she looked pale and walked weakly into the lounge to find Elijah sitting next to her mom. "What are you doing here? Mom, I told you I feel too sick to have visitors."
Brianna, please sit down. This is important.
Brianna, we both know you haven't been very nice to me, but I've always cared about you. It just crushed me the way that poor scumbag humiliated you.
What do you want, Elijah?
Oh, I don't want anything, but I brought you something that will really teach Charlie the lesson he deserves. That day at the spring dance, one of the kids standing close to you made a video.
Elijah handed her his phone, and Brianna stared at it in shock to see Charlie caught on camera saying,
How does that feel? Being fooled and humiliated. I thought you should experience it. Oh, also one more thing. I won't be returning the $200,000 I borrowed from you. I've spent it already, treating myself to some nice things. I figured it's fair compensation for everything you've put me through.
Brianna, when were you going to tell me about this? If Elijah hadn't shown me this video, I would never have checked your account and known that $200,000 have been withdrawn. How dare he threaten to not return your money?
"Oh God, how can I tell Mom that Charlie returned the money? If she asked me where I spent it, I can't tell her I used it to bribe the doctor."
Brianna, answer me. Has he been making any other threats?
"No, Mom, he hasn't. Please, I'm just too sick to deal with all this. He'll give it back."
Oh, you bet he will. When I sue him, I'll have my lawyer send him a notice today.
"No, I don't want to do that."
Honey, I'm not asking you to be a part of this. You just need to rest. I'll take care of everything. There is no way I'm going to let some good-for-nothing beggar rob us blind.
He's treated you very poorly, Brianna. Don't worry, we'll make him pay.
Brianna got up and left the room, feeling panicked. When Mom accuses Charlie, he'll rat me out. What if the news gets out and everyone discovers that I faked my illness? My reputation will be ruined for good. Oh God, what have I done? The next night, Charlie found a courier at his door, handing him over a legal notice to appear in court the next morning. It was served by Brianna's mother, accusing him of stealing $200,000. He crumpled the paper and threw it aside, holding his head in his hands. Moments later, he got up and looked at himself in the mirror.
I gave her back the money, and she used that to bribe the doctor, but of course she didn't tell her mom, and now she's too scared to tell the truth. So her mom thinks I still have the money and I'm some thief. If I said the truth, Brianna's reputation would be ruined. I won't stand a chance against people like them in court. Why should I suffer anymore because of Brianna? I shouldn't even go. But I will, because I'm in love with her.
The next morning in court, Brianna nervously stole glances at Charlie as she sat next to her mom and Elijah. Charlie just sat there blankly, not turning to her once.
Would the plaintiff's lawyer please read out the charges made against the defendant?
The defendant, Mr. Charlie, is accused of the theft of $200,000 from Miss Brianna. We have submitted video evidence where he admits himself that he has no intention to return money given to him as a loan. The defendant is also accused of bullying and harassing Miss Brianna, causing severe emotional and psychological damage. We have submitted documents of Miss Brianna's recent illness triggered by extreme distress.
Objection, Your Honor. Is there any medical evidence to prove that?
Your Honor, I know it's not my place to speak, but as a mother, I simply cannot stay silent. My only child has fallen extremely sick after being harassed by him. Her school, her work, her health, everything has been affected by his actions. Her doctors will vouch for it. And people like Charlie are predators who prey on the feelings of rich young women to get money out of them. He must be made to pay for it.
Brianna's mom burst into tears as she took her place, while Brianna stared at her in shock. She's a better actress than I am.
Would the defendant like to say something in response to that?
Charlie rose from his seat, slowly.
No, Your Honor.
Did you intend to return the $200,000?
No, Your Honor.
And do you believe your actions have caused Miss Brianna psychological and emotional damage?
Yes, Your Honor.
Young man, do you understand that the charges against you are very serious? If you are unable to return the loaned money as well as damages, you could land for 2 years in prison.
Charlie looked up and hung his head.
I understand, Your Honor.
Very well. Since you have pleaded guilty on all counts, the court gives you a day to arrange $500,000 or face prison.
No, this is enough.
Brianna, what are you doing?
What I should have done before. Your Honor, I want to immediately withdraw this case. There is no case against Charlie. He returned the money, and I spent it on bribing a doctor to say that I'm sick. I did it to increase ratings and views for my stupid show. Everyone stared at Brianna in shock.
How could you lie to me like this?
Because you've made me feel like I'm a failure as an actress, and I just wanted to fix things on my own. I was feeling down, and I wasn't thinking clearly. It was desperate and stupid, and I would have never told you, but this has gone too far.
Young lady, you will be fined for wasting the court's time.
I understand, Your Honor, and I will pay it, and I am so sorry.
Case dismissed.
The judge walked out of the courtroom, and Brianna held up a hand to her mom. We'll talk, but not now. Please, just leave me alone, Mom. Just go. Brianna's mom and Elijah stormed off, and soon it was just Charlie and Brianna in the room. And suddenly, Brianna pushed him really hard.
Oh my God, what is your problem?
You! I swear, Charlie, I don't understand you one bit.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect someone like you to.
If you hate me so much, why were you about to go to freaking jail for me instead of telling the truth?
You answered your question yourself, but I'll give you a few minutes to figure it out. I know you're slow.
What are you saying? You don't hate me? Charlie just looked at her and she started to cry. If you don't hate me, Charlie, then why did you break my heart?
Because I became a monster, Brianna. I just couldn't get over how you girls used me for entertainment. I was just so consumed by anger and revenge. But after I broke up with you, I realized that hurting someone you love is the worst feeling in the world. I just couldn't expose your secrets and make you look bad, and I'm really sorry for how I've treated you.
So am I. I hate the things we've done to each other.
Listen, do you think there's any chance that we can start over? No drama, no games, no lies. Because I really love you, Brianna. I know you're way out of my league. I always knew that. And you could find someone else 10 times richer and handsomer, like you deserve to be with some movie star. But I swear I'll try to be cooler and I won't ever hurt you again. And if you let me out,
How do I get you to stop talking?
I'll even work on that. It's a nervous tick. I'll go to a therapist.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and I'm the only child of a rich couple of tech entrepreneurs. They developed some apps that became super popular overnight, and they became millionaires. Sounds cool, right? Well, it wasn't that great for me. My parents were always working or traveling, so I hardly ever saw them. I was practically raised by my nanny, and my best friend was my chauffeur, Thomas. I really wanted to have friends my age to play with. So when I was 5 and starting school, I was thrilled. I put on my new uniform and cleaned my thick glasses. Oh yeah, I have a huge eyesight problem. I'm almost blind without them. When we arrived, I noticed that everyone in the parking lot was looking at me. Just then, I spotted a girl my age standing close by and saw that she was wearing the exact same shoes as me. I walked up to her excitedly and put my foot next to hers.
Look, we have the same shoes. We could be best friends.
The girl stomped on my foot.
Don't think you'll be popular here just because you came in a fancy car, Four Eyes.
But
I didn't ask, and I don't care. Don't talk to me.
And with that, she flicked her hair and left, and her minions followed. I soon discovered that her name was Cynthia, and she was in my class. She told everyone I was a loser who'd begged to be her best friend, and I instantly became a laughing stock. For the next few years, I just kept my head down and ate my lunch alone in the janitor's closet. In the 2nd grade, I saw a sign-up sheet on the board for dance auditions. I'd been having dance lessons at home since I was a kid, and I loved it. So I immediately put my name down. But just then, I heard Cynthia laughing behind me.
There's no place for you here. Only talented dancers can join the class. The ones who don't wear stupid glasses.
I was so tired of her walking all over me.
I am a talented dancer. You don't get to decide what my place is. With that heavy equipment in front of your eyes? I don't think so. That joke about my glasses is now older than my grandma, and I'm bored. Come up with something better already.
Her eyes went wide in surprise, and I walked off feeling proud of myself. Maybe she'd let me be now, but I was so wrong. On the day of the audition, she got to dance first. She wasn't bad, but I was better. But when she finished dancing, all the judges got up and clapped for her. Immediately, a woman in the jury said, "That was brilliant. We have the person here for the lead role."
Wait, what?
I climbed onto the stage immediately.
Excuse me, ma'am, but she was only the first dancer. You haven't even seen the rest yet.
The woman looked at me with disgust. I can tell simply by looking at someone if they're talented, and you are not. Someone take her away, please. Next. That was so unfair. After the audition, I saw Cynthia hugging that woman and calling her mom. Now it made sense why the judge was so nasty. Well, I couldn't even do the one thing I loved, and Cynthia still kept making my life miserable over the next few years. She spread a rumor that I had a contagious eye disease, and anyone who hung out with me would go blind, and everyone actually believed her. Another time, I'd taken my glasses off during an exam to clean them, and I didn't notice her slipping a cheat sheet on my desk. I nearly got suspended. I spent most of my time denying all these stupid rumors, and it was exhausting. One day in 7th grade, as I was walking down the corridor, Cynthia pushed me and my glasses fell off. I started to crawl, feeling the floor with my hands. As I vaguely spotted the glasses and reached out for them, Cynthia stepped forward and crushed them with her foot. That was it. I attacked her blurry figure, knocking her to the ground. We were wrestling and pulling each other's hair when a teacher intervened, and we both ended up in the principal's office. Cynthia looked totally chilled out, and her mom landed 2 minutes later to defend her. Oh, I know this child. She's a troublemaker. Her mom was on the school board, and the principal seemed to believe her instantly. Where are your parents? Your father said he'd be here right away. Before I could answer, Thomas opened the door. Oh, that's not her father. That's her chauffeur. Clearly, she's not on her parents' priority list. They sent the chauffeur to deal with her. I blinked away my tears furiously and ran off to the empty school auditorium, one of my usual hiding spots. I put on my headphones and started dancing in the dark. It was the only thing that kept me sane. When I finished, I heard someone clapping. As I looked towards the audience, I saw a boy sitting in the dark. It was Clayton. Clayton was popular and hot, and every girl in school wanted to date him, including Cynthia. And that was reason enough for me to stay away from him. What do you want? I was just watching you dance. You're really good. Please, just stay away from me. I stepped down from the stage, and as I was walking past him, he gently took my arm. Wait a second, okay? I just want to talk. I stopped, my heart beating a little faster. He removed my glasses. You're really pretty. As he pulled me closer, I shut my eyes, waiting for my very first kiss. But before anything happened, he started to laugh and ran away with my glasses. Hey, wait! I started panting and sweating. Everything was dark and blurry. I heard laughs coming from every corner. Loser. Four-eyed dork. I covered my ears and started to cry. Suddenly, Thomas opened the door and shouted, Natalie, where are you? Oh, here comes the superhero to the rescue. Or should we say, super chauffeur? Cynthia and her tribe skipped out laughing as Thomas took my hand and then drove me home. I didn't go to school for a few days and stayed in bed, but the more I thought about it, the angrier I felt. I was alone, and my parents weren't going to come bail me out. I had to stand up for myself. It was the only way to deal with these bullies. But when I went back to school, suddenly everyone and everything had changed. Cynthia ran towards me and hugged me like a best friend. Hi, Nat. We were so worried about you. Yes, where have you been? We missed you. Even Clayton was there smiling at me. What on earth was happening? What are you up to? Don't touch me. And then I heard a voice behind me. It was my mom. Natalie, what are you doing? What am I doing? What are you doing here? Nat, how come you never told us that your mother is the founder of the most successful fashion app in the world? She just gave us a ton of discount coupons for the most awesome brands. And why did I need to tell you that? I don't even use it. You're hilarious, Nat. That's why we're best friends. No, we're not. You're a psycho. Natalie, you're being so rude. I didn't teach you those manners. You're right. You didn't teach me any manners. You didn't teach me anything. So go back to making your apps, Mom, and take these psychos with you. Well, maybe having a famous mom would finally help get Cynthia off my back, but that was wishful thinking. Because from that day on, I not only had to deal with her at school, but also in my own home. Since Cynthia had convinced my mother that we were best friends, Mom had a brilliant idea of inviting her home every day and to come with me in the limo. Cynthia and her minions were really enjoying the limo ride, touching every button. Knock it off, you're going to break something. Poor Four Eyes. Her mom likes me more than she likes her. Ugh, I wanted to punch her stupid face. This went on for weeks, but one day, just when I was at the edge of losing my mind, something unexpected happened. As I was coming out of class, I saw Cynthia and her mom arguing. You need to train for nationals, Cynthia. You seem really distracted. Don't worry, Mom. I'm practicing at the studio every day. I know how important the competition is. Okay, just checking. You have to win every competition to get a university scholarship. Your stupid father has left me with no money, and you have to go to Juilliard. It's important for my reputation. I know, Mom. I realized Cynthia had been lying to her mom about going for practice because she was always at my place. Now was my chance to get rid of her once and for all. That afternoon, when Cynthia was at my place as usual, I stole her cell phone, took her mom's number, and called her, acting as a secretary from the dance studio. Hi, I wanted to tell you that your daughter had an accident at the studio and you're her emergency contact. Can you please come over immediately? Oh my God, is she okay? Yes, she's fine, but she's asking for you. I'm sending you the address. I'll be right there. Okay, that was a bit dramatic, I know. When I heard a car screech to a halt outside my house, I went running out. Cynthia's mom was shocked to see me. You? What is this? Some kind of prank? Oh, no, please believe me. You have to come see Cynthia. As her mom looked at me suspiciously, I led her to my bedroom where Cynthia and her minions were reading magazines lying on my bed. Gosh, I think I'll just run away and become a teen model. Or marry some rich billionaire. I don't want to dance and go to stupid college. Mom is really annoying. No wonder Dad left her. You ungrateful brat. Mom, I was just kidding. Shut up. You're coming with me right now. You're grounded for life. She took Cynthia by the ear, like a 5-year-old rascal caught doing something bad by her mommy. It was heaven, and I'd been recording the whole thing on my phone. It was an Oscar-worthy film I could watch on repeat, and then I shared it with the whole school. By the next day, Cynthia was the laughing stock, and that was the end of her popularity. But when I got home that day, Mom was waiting for me with her phone in her hand. You made this and circulated it everywhere? How could you do this to that nice girl? You're a terrible person. I'm glad at least this made you pay some attention to me, Mom. Did you know Cynthia has bullied me from the day I started school? Do you know she's knocked me down, broken my glasses, spread rumors about me, and humiliated me in front of everyone? You wouldn't know because you were never here. Her mom always came to defend her, but mine never showed up for me. I'm sorry, Natalie. I didn't know. I was so busy all these years to build a great future for you. This app, this company, this money, it's all yours. Well, you know what, Mom? I always thought I was angry at you for never having any time for me. But now I think what's been bothering me all along is that I'll grow up to run your company one day and I'll become someone like you. And I don't want to be like you. I don't want to ignore the people who love me the most for some company or money. Oh, I didn't know you hated me this much. Mom, I don't hate you. I hate the fact that I might turn out to be a mother like you. Please, forgive me. Please, give me a chance. I wasn't ready to forgive her right away, and I didn't talk to her for months. But it seemed like my words had really moved her, and she kept trying to make up for all the lost time. And eventually, I decided to give her a chance again. And, well, Cynthia, she never bothered me again. She was now a prisoner of her mother, who didn't take her eyes off her and forced her to dance every single day. Hi, I'm Tina from New Jersey. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a super rich mom who owned a giant cosmetic company. Dad left Mom when I was 2 because he couldn't cope with her overambitious nature. But to be honest, Mom wasn't so hard to live with, and that was because she was hardly around. Mostly, I saw Mom when she came back from an overseas trip with a gazillion toys for me. I guess that was her way of making up for the absence, but I wasn't complaining. I'd spend hours talking to my toys and pretending they were my best friends. But as I grew up, I started noticing how absent my mom was from my life. She'd miss important events at school all the time. When I was in 5th grade, I was chosen to play Rapunzel in a school play thanks to my silky long hair, and Mom swore she wouldn't miss it. But by the time she reached school, the play was over. I'm sorry, honey, I got stuck with something important. I know, Mom. I can never be as important to you as your work. Sweetheart, I'm doing this for you. One day, this company will be yours, but I don't want to work for your stupid company. I want to become an actress. My drama teacher says I'm a natural. I'll talk to your teacher about putting such silly ideas into your head. Acting is for losers who've got nothing better to do. But Mom held up her hand, and I knew there was no use arguing anymore. But the acting bug in me never died. I joined the school's drama club and participated in all kinds of plays. Of course, Mom had no clue about it. Once when I was in the 10th grade, I was at the mall when I saw a girl staring at me weirdly. Then she followed me to the coffee shop too. I thought something was fishy, so I cornered her when I got the chance. What's your problem? If you want my autograph, just say so. Why would I want your autograph? 'Cause I'm the future Drew Barrymore. You see these billboards? My face will be all over them in a few years. I don't want you to have any regrets later on. I thought you're the girl my brother's dating, but I guess I was wrong. Oh, so this girl thought I was someone else. Suddenly, the acting bug in me started squirming. Actually, I am Jackie's girlfriend, but my brother's name is Fred. Of course, but I call him Jackie. You know, when we first met, it was raining and he offered me his jacket. And since then, I've called him Jackie. The girl totally bought my lie and even took me to lunch to know more about how her brother and I met. I had an awesome time talking about my imaginary boyfriend and how much we were in love with each other. The next day, I was in the school cafeteria with my best friend Daisy when I saw the same girl walking towards me, looking crazy mad. I had no clue she was in my school. You big fat liar. I thought I'd seen you somewhere before, but that was in a play last month. How dare you pretend to be my brother's girlfriend? No need to get so worked up. You assumed I was her, and I just played along. By the way, don't you think my acting skills are next level? The girl stomped off angrily without taking my autograph. Yet again, Daisy looked at me with a confused expression, so I told her everything. Suddenly, she fell to my feet. How could I be so blind? The answer to all my problems has been right in front of me. Girl, what's gotten into you? I'm the one who's supposed to be melodramatic. Daisy told me she wanted to dump her boyfriend Zach since she'd fallen in love with her new neighbor. Since Zach went to another high school, we'd never met. But weren't you telling me last week how you were deeply, madly, and hopelessly in love with him? That was last week. It's been 168 hours since. You just have to make it look like he's been cheating on me so I can easily dump him. Okay, but what do I get in return? The opportunity to practice your acting skills? Future Scarlett Johansson. You know how to push the right buttons, girl, don't you? Zach was supposed to take Daisy out on a date at a fancy restaurant that weekend. Moments after they were seated, I barged in with a massive curly wig and the ugliest glasses. The love of my life
the apple of my eyes. You said you loved my thick curly hair. Then what are you doing with this witch with a boring ponytail?
Who are you? Do we know each other?
Oh, don't be so cruel, my coochie-coo. I know I've put on 25 ounces, but I promised to put in the extra hours at the gym.
Stop it. Daisy, believe me, I've never met this girl before. She's lying.
If you want to dump me, just say so. I'm willing to die for you, my precious, but don't call me a liar. I know your favorite color is blue. You love dumplings. You still watch Popeye. And you fart when you sneeze. Am I lying, Daisy?
Daisy simply shook her head. That doesn't prove anything.
Actually, it does. I can't believe you've been cheating on me with this thing. I'm done with you.
With that, Daisy marched off before Zach could make sense of what had just happened. I quietly snuck out too. The next day at school, Daisy and I couldn't stop laughing about the whole thing. Thankfully, Zach didn't try to contact her again, and she got busy dating her new neighbor. At home, things were going from bad to worse between Mom and me. She wanted me to focus on studies, but my heart was in theater. I wanted to join an acting school in New York, but she just wouldn't let me. One morning after a heated argument with Mom, I was rushing to my class when I bumped into something rock solid. What the rock? You got buttons for eyes? I looked up and saw Zach.
What are you doing here?
I transferred to the school. It was getting hard to stay away from my girlfriend.
Let go, you moron. I am not your girlfriend.
But wasn't I your coochie-coo just a few days ago?
Listen, mister, I was just trying to help my friend get rid of you.
Actually, you did me a favor too. I knew Daisy was going around with another guy while we were dating.
What? And you still dated her? Are you a nutcase?
Well, I was about to confront her that day, but you made things easier. You put up a nice act, by the way.
He gave me a lopsided smile, and for some reason, it made my heart flutter. He knew it was me.
Zach was actually pretty cute.
Then suddenly, he was touching my long, silky hair.
Your hair is gorgeous. It's a shame you hid it behind that ugly wig that day.
I mumbled an awkward thank you and literally ran to my class. The next few days, I had a feeling Zach was intentionally bumping into me. I saw him near the lockers, during lunch, at football practice, in the auditorium. Heck, he even agreed to play the role of a rock in a play I was participating in. One day, I was coming out of the library when I spotted him standing outside, whistling to himself. Are you stalking me?
I could say the same. You were the one falling all over me a few days back.
I angrily walked towards him to give him a piece of my mind, but I slipped on something and landed straight into his arms.
Did you just fall for me? Again?
Before I could respond, he helped me get back on my feet and then gently pulled off the scrunchie I was wearing.
Your hair looks better this way. Free.
Then he simply turned around and left, leaving me stunned. You'll burn a hole in his shirt if you keep staring like that. Whoa! You scared me, Daisy. You like Zach, don't you? What? Nonsense. He's not my type. I would have never dumped him if he looked at me the way he was looking at you. A few days later, we had to go to another school to perform our play, and I got my period on the bus. As I was getting off, Zach pulled me aside and wrapped his jacket around my waist. I rushed to the washroom and changed, and when I came outside, I found him waiting for me. He stayed close to me throughout the day, and I could feel his eyes on me every now and then. I was slowly falling for Zach, and when I told Daisy about it, she squealed with delight. I knew it! I know he feels the same about you. Why don't you ask him out? Mom has a party planned this weekend, so maybe next week? That weekend, Mom threw a grand party for her business associates. I hated being part of these boring parties, but I had to, for Mom's sake. I was sulking in a corner when I heard a familiar voice.
Hey, this party just got 100 times better.
Zach, what are you doing here?
I'm here with my mom. What about you?
This is my house. My mom's the hostess. I spent the evening chatting with Zach, and we had an amazing time. Zach was smart and witty, and at one point, I was about to ask him out when I noticed Mom gesturing to me to meet her outside.
Tina, my sweetheart, you're looking gorgeous today.
Cut the drama, Mom. Get to the point. Okay, that boy you're talking to, his mom owns a supermarket chain, and they're one of the biggest potential buyers of our cosmetic products. If you date him, it'll be great for our business. I almost told her that I was going to, but then I had an idea. But I don't even like him. Please, Tina, think about the business. I want to see our products on their supermarket shelves. Okay, but then you'll allow me to apply to that acting school. When Mom reluctantly agreed, my heart did a double hooray. I was gonna ask Zach out anyway, and now I'd also be able to follow my passion. Zach and I started dating, and the next few days were pure bliss. He was even better than I'd expected. I was falling hard for him, and he seemed to like me too. Then on my birthday, Zach planned a surprise party for me and invited the entire school. We were having a blast when suddenly Zach grabbed a mic.
Tina, I have another surprise for you. Here, come take this.
Everyone cheered as I went to him and took the envelope he was holding. But my face turned white when I saw the papers it contained. It was the contract that said his mom's company will be my mom's company's buyer. What's this?
We all know what an amazing actress you are, so you can drop the act now.
Zach, I don't understand.
Okay, let me explain. Friends, Tina was dating me so she could use me to get my mom to promote her mom's business. I just made her wish come true.
That's not true.
You know what? I've had enough of your lies. I'm breaking up with you, Tina. Think of this as a parting gift.
Zach left the party, leaving me completely humiliated. I wiped angry tears and rushed back home.
Honey, how was the party?
What's wrong? Zach broke up with me. But don't worry, he gave me this as a parting gift, so you can do your happy dance. I shoved the envelope into Mom's hands. She opened it and looked shocked.
Don't worry, I'll talk to him.
You'll do no such thing. I'm leaving for New York right away. The acting school accepted my application. That wasn't true, but I wanted to get away from the city as fast as I could. I spent the next few months in New York doing random acting gigs until I actually joined the school of my dreams. In a few years, my hard work paid off and I became a popular actress. Then one day, I got a call from Mom's doctor who told me her health was deteriorating fast. I immediately rushed back home and found Mom in bed, looking so frail that it shook me. Mom, why didn't you tell me you weren't well?
I didn't want to distract you. I always thought you were wasting your time in acting, but you proved me wrong.
How's the business going?
I don't know.
What?
I know it sounds hard to believe, but I haven't gone to the office for months. The doctor told me to take a break, and I'm listening to him this time.
That's because you've exhausted yourself so much that you can't handle the stress anymore.
Maybe, but I'm tired, Tina. I spent my life running after money, and I didn't value the priceless gift life had given me, you.
I hugged Mom, and it felt amazing. The next day, I went to her office and found out Mom's business had been falling apart for months. But there was one company still buying her products that kept her from completely going bankrupt. Zach's. I decided to meet him and thank him personally. When I went to his office, my heart skipped a beat seeing how handsome he looked.
Tina, I was waiting for you. You look just the same.
He looked at me for what seemed like an eternity, and I felt my cheeks grow red. I wanted to thank you for helping Mom's business. You didn't have to do that.
That was the least I could do after being such an idiot all those years ago. Actually, I heard the conversation between you and your mom at the party where she asked you to date me.
Oh, so that's how you knew. But I was already falling for you by then.
I know. Daisy told me about it later on. She was mad at me for not reaching out to you, but I was so ashamed of what I'd done. I'm sorry, Tina. I was just so heartbroken that the only girl I'd truly loved had been...
There's a saying in our little town. A thread woven wrong can ruin the whole tapestry. Funny, right? A saying about mistakes in a place where everything feels like it's held together by loose stitches. My life? Just one long, fraying thread. I'm Nadia. You've probably never heard of me. No one has. I'm the girl who blends into the walls, the one you forget is in the room. Teachers don't call on me. Classmates don't talk to me. Even my own parents barely notice when I come and go. I didn't always feel invisible. Once, I had someone, my best friend, Sophia. She understood me like no one else. Every afternoon, we'd dream of escaping this little town, imagining a big city life, a shared apartment with a balcony, nights at the ballet, and endless chocolate until we couldn't eat another bite. But then her family moved away, and just like that, she was gone. No more laughter, no more secrets under the oak tree. She left, and the silence felt louder than ever. And my parents? They're not bad people, just exhausted by bills and worries.
Dad grumbles about rising prices and factory closures, while Mom stares at the bills, hoping they'll vanish. So here I am, alone, invisible, and wondering if this is all life will ever be for me.
You're too quiet, Nadia.
You just need to make your own destiny.
But how? How do you shine in a world where every chance feels like a thread slipping through your fingers, and the loom of fate is woven by someone else entirely? If I could change one thing, just one thing, I'd want to matter, to be seen, to be someone. The night it began was unremarkable. Just another argument echoing through our paper-thin walls. I was upstairs trying to tune it out when I heard it again, the creak from the attic. For weeks I'd noticed it, faint whispers of wood shifting, or maybe something more. Once, I even thought I saw glimmers of light under the attic door, shadows that vanished when I blinked. I always ignored it, too scared to look. But that night, curiosity outweighed fear. It felt like something was calling me, pulling me toward the attic with a promise I couldn't ignore. With some faded letters and brittle cloth, but there was something off about it. The threads shimmered, like they were alive. As I reached toward the threads, tiny sparks of light burst from the loom, floating through the air like fireflies. They danced around me, filling the attic with a golden glow. Then, as if it carried on the air itself, I heard a faint whisper.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
I wasn't scared. The voice wasn't menacing, and neither was the loom. If anything, I felt drawn to it. The threads seemed to hum softly, almost as if they were... I wasn't sure what I was doing, but when I finished, I felt it, like the world shifted, just a little. The next day, just like I did before, the golden light flashed again, as it had the first time. The next morning at school, something strange happened. A pair of classmates I barely knew waved and spoke to me.
Hey, Nadia.
I love how you did your hair.
Thank you. It couldn't be a coincidence this time. The loom? It was real. And it was powerful. Once you start weaving, it's hard to stop. I mean, why would you? I tried another pattern, this time for my mom. She'd been passed over for promotions for years. But within the week...
You're not going to believe it. I got offered a better job with better pay. I never thought this would happen for us.
It's a miracle!
Suddenly, there were fewer fights at home. I even wove something small for myself. A perfect score on my math test. Not because I didn't know the material, but because I wanted to see if I could. And it worked. No matter what I wish I had, it always worked.
Would you want to come to my birthday party, Nadia?
You have to come. It wouldn't be the same without you.
I wasn't invisible anymore. The world was finally bending in my favor, one thread at a time. And the loom? It seemed almost eager, like it wanted me to keep weaving.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
But the thing about weaving destinies, life wasn't just good. It was perfect. Or so it seemed.
Nadia, can you sit with us at lunch today?
We really want to hear about your morning classes.
Sure, why not? I love you guys. Or the loom that I didn't have? After that strange moment with my friends, I couldn't stop thinking about Sophia. Maybe, just maybe, the loom could bring her back to me. That night, I climbed back up to the attic. The loom glowed softly, as if it had been waiting for me.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a new destiny.
I didn't hesitate this time. Yes, I know. I want Sophia to move back.
Do I know you? She didn't remember me. Not even a little. It was as if every moment we'd shared, every laugh, every dream, had been erased. I didn't know where else to turn. The loom had always worked before, but now Sophia didn't even know me. It was like I'd wished her into a life where I didn't exist. I thought about telling my parents everything. Mom? Dad? Can we talk for a minute?
What is it, honey?
I feel like I've messed something up. I need to talk to someone.
What do you think about getting that grand chandelier from the artisan in town? Imagine how it'll dazzle everyone when they walk in.
It's about the loom upstairs. I think it's changing things, and I don't know what to do.
Let's get the chandelier. I've also been looking into buying a villa by the lake. We can go there in the summers. Would you like that, Nadia? You can bring your friends.
Oh, yeah, that would be great.
Then it's done. I'll talk to the realtor tomorrow. What did you want to talk about, Nadia?
Nothing. As I listened to my parents excitedly talk about all the new things we could buy, I glanced around and thought about everything the loom had given me, given us. Sure, it still hurt that Sophia didn't remember me, but maybe those memories were meant to stay in the past. I had a new life now. New money, new friends.
Through worse. I'm Mateo, professional book dropper.
Nadia, aspiring flower crusher. Nice to meet you. There was something about him, something different. We started talking, and it felt so easy, so natural, like we'd known each other forever. As we talked, I started to learn more about Mateo. He was new to the city too, chasing a dream of opening his own book. The time I spent with Mateo, the more I realized how much we had in common. He had a way of listening, really listening, that made me feel seen in a way I had never felt before, in a way I hadn't realized I had been missing. I felt like I'd met the perfect guy. And then, one day, he even surprised me by visiting me at work.
So, this is where you disappear to every day? Surrounded by old things?
You say that like it's a bad thing. Some of these old things have more stories in them than we do.
I don't know. I think I've got a few good stories in me.
Oh yeah? Like what?
Like the time I walked into a museum and forced the lovely curator into giving me a private tour.
This was dangerous. Being around him like this, so easy, so natural, it made it impossible to ignore what I really wanted, to be with him. This was woven over 400 years ago. Every thread was placed by hand. The amount of hard work it took to make this, it takes my breath away every time.
Wow, can you imagine that kind of patience?
And I wasn't trying to take something that wasn't mine. Mateo and I were supposed to be together. I just needed things to change a little.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a destiny.
I just want her to leave. That's all. That was it. No harm, no pain, just a shift in fate. The next morning, I wondered if the loom had worked. Would there be some sign? Some shift in the air? Mateo?
Hey, Nadia.
You okay?
Isabella's leaving.
Leaving?
She got a job offer across the country. We talked about it last night. I guess it just made sense to break up.
This is what I wanted. A quiet, mutual parting. No fights, no heartbreak. Just fate gently pulling them apart. And you're okay with it?
Yeah, I think I am. Hey, do you want to take a walk?
I'd love to. It wasn't long before Mateo and I got together. Our connection... But happiness has a way of making you forget the past. And sometimes, the past finds a way of reminding you it's still there.
Nadia? What's this?
Get away from that.
What is it? It looks ancient. Does it still work?
Mateo, please, don't touch it. Please.
You don't understand.
Nadia, what is this?
It's a loom. A magical one. I've used it many times in my life.
Used it? For what?
To change things.
Know if I can believe that.
For the first time in years, I was alone again. No golden threads to guide me, no loom to shape the future. Just me, watching my life unravel thread by thread. And this time, I wasn't sure if even the loom could fix it, or if I even deserved to try. I wanted to take it back, all of it. I wanted to erase the moment I ever touched the loom, to undo every weave, every selfish decision, every golden thread I had forced into place. If I could just go back to before I ever wished for Mateo, before I ever sent Isabella away. Maybe then he'd still be here. I couldn't let it end like this. I wouldn't. If the loom had unraveled my life, maybe I could unravel what I did.
Weave wisely. Each thread carries a destiny.
I don't want to weave anymore. I want to unweave. Tell me how to take it all back.
Begin where you ended. Unravel what was stitched.
I was confused at first, but then I began. I started with putting back the threads I had taken apart from the spell that sent Isabella away. The loom began to hum, and swirls of light glowed all around me. Every thread I pulled felt like a piece of my heart breaking. I undid all the patterns. Sophia moving back, getting valedictorian, my parents' wealth, my classmates becoming my friends. I saw the life I'd built, the one I'd clung to, fall apart, moment by moment. But I kept going until... Fate.
I'm so sorry. My books don't like staying in one place. Are you okay?
Yes. Hi, I'm Rue from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My mom was a renowned doctor and loved me to bits, but when I was 6, I fell from a tree and hit my head. And even though I recovered fine, Mom went crazy. She never let me out of her sight after that. When I started school, she hugged me and cried like a baby at the gate, and she'd even drop by during recess to check on me. Blood? Oh my God, what happened? She picked me up and started running to the hospital.
Mom, put me down. It's just ketchup.
And suddenly, we both went crashing into the food counter. By the time I was in 8th grade, I was super popular and a star player on the basketball team. Once during my match, I fell and bruised my knee, and Mom leapt out of the audience, screaming hysterically. It was so embarrassing. And then, she forced the principal to grant me 1 month's leave to recover. Ugh! I spent the next week in bed watching MSA videos about crazy moms like mine. But a few days later, it was my friend's birthday party, and I felt well enough to sneak out. But just as I was about to kiss this cute guy there, Mom barged in and smashed the music system. That music's loud enough to hurt my baby's ears. Mom, are you crazy? How did you even find me? Apparently, she had a tracker installed in my phone to always know my location. On the way home, we had a huge argument. If you ever do something like that again, I'm gonna leave for good, and I'll throw away my phone, Mom. You won't be able to find me. And surprisingly, that worked. She kinda backed off, and I was relieved to be back at school soon. Guys, I'm back! I was hoping for an awesome welcome, but to my surprise, no one bothered to say hi. And just as I was about to sit, someone pulled my seat and I fell on my butt. You can't sit there. It's Sally's seat. Wait, what? This is my seat. And who's frickin' Sally anyway?
Me. I'm Sally. And you are?
I turned around to see a tall blonde girl offering me a hand. I'm Rue, and I think you're new because I've never... Oh, Rue, the one with the crazy mom. It's nice to finally meet you. I just joined this month, and it's okay. You can take this seat. She smiled and went to another seat, and all the kids followed her. What the heck? A new girl had taken my place while I was gone for just a month? After that, I noticed how everyone was just too pleased by her, even the teachers. Oh, Miss Olsen, did you get a new haircut? It looks so nice on you. Thanks, Sally. You're the only one to notice. You aren't just smart, you're kind too. And she helped the other kids with their homework too. Guys, I got this. You can copy from my assignment as long as you change some things. Sally, you're the best. Well, I doubted that. She was just too good to be true, and just happened to appear out of thin air and take my popularity. But I wasn't gonna lose to her. A basketball match was coming up and I was gonna show her who the real champ was. But on the day of the match, I could see Sally cheering for me with everyone else. In fact, she was cheering the loudest. Woohoo! It's nice to have the champion back. Go Rue! Just then, I slipped on the basketball court and fell flat on my butt with a sprained ankle. OMG, someone help me pick her up. She's hurt. Sally made me lean on her and took me to the nurse's room. She stayed with me the whole time the nurse attended to me. And I was beginning to think I'd misjudged her. She really was quite nice. Later when I reached home, Mom came running and hugged me tight. Oh my God, are you okay? Let's go to the hospital right now. Ugh, Mom, I'm fine. It's just a small sprain. That's enough. You're not gonna play that stupid game anymore. Mom grabbed my shoes to throw them away, and that's when I noticed grease all under my shoe. Oh my God, someone did it on purpose to make me slip, and I knew in my bones it could be none other than Sally. But since I had no proof, I decided to play nice for a while and keep an eye on her. A few days later, there was a big selection quiz for the Nationals team, and I saw Sally mixing something in the free juices for all the contestants. Minutes later, the kids were clutching their tummies and running in and out of the bathroom. Ah, that evil witch! Of course she was selected for the finals, but I knew what she had done and decided to confront her. I followed her to the girls' washroom and pushed her to the wall. I'm not fooled by you, Sally. I know what you did there. I saw you mixing something. Oh, Rue, what's wrong with you? Why are you hitting me? And saying that, she slapped her own face really hard and started crying loudly. What? Suddenly, some girls came out of the washroom cubicles and pushed me aside. Gosh, Rue, look at her face. You slapped her so hard. It's all red. We're gonna tell the principal that you're bullying Sally. No, don't do that. I don't want to cause trouble. We should give Rue a chance to fix this. If she says sorry to me, I'll let it go this time. What the freaking frogs? Me? Say sorry to her? Ugh, no way. I pushed her harder this time and stormed out of there. But now I knew she was a cunning fox, and I had to play smarter than her. Soon, the elections for the new school president were announced, and I was super excited to participate. But guess who else was running for president? Sally! She already had loads of kids working for her campaign and making her posters. One day while I was in the library working on mine, I heard some noises. I went ahead to check, and I was shocked to see Sally bullying a kid. What do you mean you didn't complete my assignment? I need it back within an hour, or I'll kick your butt, you moron. She took his glasses off and threw them on the ground and crushed them. The guy looked terrified as Sally walked away. Just then, I had a mind-blowing plan. I quickly went in and picked up the guy from the floor. Hey, you don't have to be scared of her, okay? I'll help you get rid of her But you'll have to help me too. You just have to speak the truth in front of everyone, and I'll make sure she never lays a finger on you again. Deal? The guy looked at me with teary eyes and nodded. A few days later, we had an event where each candidate had to speak up in front of the entire school, and I was all set to see my plan in action. Minutes before Sally was about to come on stage, I was so happy to see the guy she'd bullied standing there already. Sally's whole act was about to be exposed. Yippee!
I need to tell you all something. One of the candidates here is a chameleon who pretends to be your friend, but in reality, she's a bully.
And saying that, he pointed at me. What in the father frickin' world?
That's her, Rue. She even smashed my glasses the other day and put my head inside the toilet. She's a bully.
What? Have you lost your mind? What are you talking about? It was Sally, can't you remember? She smashed your glasses.
Who's Sally? And please, don't kill me. Please, someone save me from her.
Saying that, he ran and hid behind the other kids, and all of them went bonkers on me. Rue, we already knew you could be a bully, and now you're blaming Sally for this? Everyone knows Sally would never do something this horrible. Yeah, we saw what happened in the washroom the other day. You're the bad person here, and you don't deserve to be the president. And they all started throwing paper balls at me. I ran out of there to save my butt, but I was so gonna kill Sally now. After the event was over, I followed Sally and saw her kissing that jerk who betrayed me in front of everyone. That's how she turned him on her side. She was such a devil. I heard them laughing and talking about how they'd humiliated me in front of everyone. I couldn't take it anymore. I went ahead and kicked him in the butt. You're such a world-class jerk. You lied in front of everyone for a wicked lizard like her. Watch your mouth, Rue, or I'll tear off your tongue. Whoa, look at that. Finally, your true colors are coming out, Sally. But guess what? I've known from day one that you're a witch, and soon I'll prove it to everyone. You recorded us? Oh, yes, I did. You know, I'm tired of pretending to be nice to you. I wish you had slipped and hit your head that day, but you just got away with a little sprain. But today, I'm gonna kill you, squid face. Saying that, she charged at me like a mad bull, and we broke into a wild fight. Within minutes, the cheating jerk came in and held me by my hands. Let go of me, you idiot, or I'll put your face in the toilet seat for real this time. I tried to fight them both, but they locked me inside a small janitor's room. No one's going to come here till tomorrow, Rue, and I'm gonna be the next student president by then. And your little phone? I'm gonna destroy it. Both of them left, and I tried to break open the door, but nothing worked. When I'd almost given up, I suddenly heard a loud thud on the door, and it flew open. Mom! Oh God, I can't believe you found me. I hugged her tight.
Are you okay, sweetie? What happened to you?
Wait, Mom, how did you find me here?
Oh, honey, after you said you were gonna throw away your phone the next time you run, I may have put a tracker device in all of your shoes.
Mom! Okay, sorry, but see, it helped. I was able to help you today after you didn't come home for so long. She was unbelievable. I immediately ran out to find Sally and saw she was making a bonfire in the school backyard, and she had my phone in her hand. I went in and hit her from behind, and the guy ran away, seeing Mom with me. What are you doing? Let go of me, you witch! I'm gonna kill you this time. Oh, you can try, but you're not getting away with anything now. This time, I tied her and made sure she didn't run away until we called the principal and her parents. Oh, we are really sorry, but she has a histrionic personality disorder. Because of that, she wants to be noticed and praised all the time. We kept it out of her records when she joined this school.
Oh, God. I didn't know I was taking such a dangerous kid. But you've been really brave, Rue. I'm gonna announce you as the next student president tomorrow.
No, I'm the best one. I'm the best. She's nothing. Saying that, she broke the ties and leapt towards me. I'm gonna burn this entire school with you in it, loser. Thankfully, the principal had called security and they took her away. After everything was over, I turned to Mom thinking she'd go all crazy again, but she hugged me.
Oh, honey, are you okay? I was so scared.
I'm fine, Mom. Thanks for saving my life today.
I love you, but no more tracking devices, please.
Hi, I'm Abina, and I live in an orphanage in Ghana. And before you start feeling sorry for me and blah blah blah, relax, man. Everyone is super chill here. The coffee is bomb, and I have a little brother who worships me. So I guess that's why I've never wanted to get adopted. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Ever since I could remember, rich, stupid foreigners would come every month to take one of us home with them. But I knew they were just using us to brag about how they'd done such a noble deed by adopting a poor orphan. So whenever those snobs would drop by with their camera phones and designer clothes, I'd convince my brother Kofi to help me mess with them.
Come see our room. We just got new blankets.
Sweetie, I'm taking a selfie with
Our new blankets smell like lavender.
Ah! Is that
Pee? Silly me. I forgot. We have a bedwetting problem. A bedwetting problem.
The woman ended up bursting into tears from the awful smell. So traumatic. But one day, the warden had had enough of my behavior. You're 14 years old now, and Kofi's 8. It's important for your development to have parents. So the next time a visitor arrives, you better behave yourself. I was about to refuse, but I wanted Kofi to be happy and healthy, so I gave in. Except when a couple finally decided to take us home, I immediately disliked them. Apparently, they were both philanthropists who loved doing charity work. They were just too sweet, and I had a bad feeling about these people. Just like that, they whisked us from our beloved home to some mansion in America. Who wants to see their new room? Do you want to see your big boy bed, my cutie wooty widow mouse? Ew, gross. We hate mice, and don't talk to Kofi like he's a baby. Of course, dear. I'll try again. Yo, dudes. Who wants to see their billion-dollar golden baller sleeping place? You hear me, bro? There's gotta be a cliff I can jump off of. At least I had a giant bed with a mattress from heaven. But the next day, things took an awful turn. I discovered that Kofi and I were all over the news, and the paparazzi were right outside our window. Were my new parents famous? How come you didn't tell us you guys were celebrity philanthropists? I don't want to live in the public eye, and I've got an 8-year-old brother. I don't want his picture everywhere online.
Oh, come on. Being a celebrity is fun.
You never have to wait in line. You get free stuff. Give it a chance, Abena. It's Abena. I've told you 3 times. You know what? Just call me Abby, since I'm an American now. Mom looked hurt when I said that, and from that day on, things went downhill. Mom and I fought about everything imaginable. Like, she'd get mad because I hated being interviewed by reporters, or because I hated the itchy $1,000 clothes she bought me, or the fact that she kept feeding Kofi fancy food that he wasn't used to, even though I told her to just give us something more simple. By the time school started, I was exhausted from all the media attention, and I didn't want a bunch of kids coming up to me since I was the famous Ghanaian orphan that they were fascinated with. So I decided to ditch class and hang out in the school garden. Then suddenly, I heard a voice near me.
Hey, are you okay?
I looked over to see a boy my age with neon hair dressed in rags. Even the clothes I wore at the orphanage were nicer than his. No? I don't know. My parents are annoying. Your biceps are gorgeous. Never mind. The guy just laughed, and suddenly, I found myself pouring my heart to a total stranger about everything that had happened. I found out his name was Carter, and we went to the same school. He apparently skipped classes regularly so he'd have enough energy to work nighttime shifts, and it was all because his parents barely had enough money to buy food. I felt bad for Carter, but I was kind of relieved to finally meet someone here who wasn't rich. He ended up walking me home, but when we arrived, Mom greeted us at the door, and she immediately asked Carter to leave. Abby, I know that boy. He lives in a trailer outside our neighborhood. I want you to stay away from him. He's a criminal. You'll be in danger, and people will think my daughter's mixed up with a crook. Because your publicity image is all you care about, right? You don't actually care about my safety. Well, guess what? You're not my real mom, which means I don't have to listen to you. Mom grounded me after I said that, but I didn't let that stop me. Carter and I started hanging out all the time. Sometimes we'd ditch class together, and sometimes he'd sneak in through my window so we could watch MSA videos together on my TV.
I'm so glad you watched these on YouTube instead of TikTok. Promise me you'll never watch MSA on TikTok and fry your brain, please?
I didn't believe Mom about the criminal nonsense until one day I noticed Carter take off his baseball cap to reveal a clump of shiny jewelry. Please tell me he didn't steal all that?
Abby, you know I have a family to support. Yeah, I feel bad for stealing, but a job washing dishes can only pay so much.
Look, I get it, but you don't have to become a thief. No wonder Mom thinks you're a delinquent. Maybe I'll ask her to give you some money. She and my dad love bragging about how they give to charity. Then suddenly, Carter got this really serious look on his face, and then he told me something disturbing. My parents were known for being frauds. Kofi and I hadn't been the first kids they'd taken home. Apparently, they'd foster them for a year or two, use them to get publicity, and then they'd send them somewhere else. That makes no sense. They took me home and signed the papers.
Are you sure? Because they've never adopted an actual kid before. Look, I don't know the logistics. I just don't want you getting hurt. I know it's only been a short time, but I've grown to care about you, Abby.
I was about to confront Mom and Dad when I got home, but when I arrived, I was hit with awful news. Kofi was in the hospital due to food poisoning, and he was really sick. This is all your fault. I told you a million times not to feed my brother fancy food like caviar because he's not used to it. Now he's sick, and it's all because you two were too stuck up to give him something like rice and beans.
Abby, it's not fair to blame us for something like this. The food poisoning could have been from anything.
Plus, he'll be fine. Why are you making such a big deal about food poisoning? It's not about the freaking food poisoning. It's about you two being selfish, irresponsible jerks that don't care about us. Mom and Dad apologized and reassured me, but I didn't listen. I knew now that Carter was right. My brother and I weren't safe with these people. So as soon as Kofi was better, I crafted a plan to run away from home. Carter said Kofi and I could stay with his family in the meantime, while he would help find new parents who weren't horribly selfish. So one night at 1 a.m., I turned off the location services on my phone and helped Kofi sneak out the window. I don't want to run away. These people are nice and they take good care of us. They seem nice, Kofi, but they don't really care about us. We'll be living in another foster home in another year. Trust me. Says who? Your new boyfriend Carter, who you've known for like 5 minutes and who also happens to be a thief? I know you're not actually this dumb. It's not like he wants to be a thief. He has a family to support, and I still would trust a thief over any adoptive parents who could hurt us. Carter picked us up in his car a few minutes later, but Kofi wasn't speaking to me. I felt bad, but I was doing the right thing by protecting us, right? Besides, Carter's parents were happy to let us stay with them for the time being. Yeah, they lived in a one-bedroom trailer, and Kofi and I had to sleep on a floor mattress, but it was still so much better than staying with parents who didn't care about us. The next morning, Carter told me that he had disguises in case the cops came looking for us. No, I want to go back home. You can't do this to us. You can't take us away from Mom and Dad just because you heard some rumor to live in a one-bedroom trailer with your boyfriend. It's not like I have a choice. I'm doing this for you and your safety. Mom and Dad are frauds. Why? Because they like bragging to the media about how they adopted us? Big deal. They still care about us, and they're still giving us a great life. You're just trying to find excuses to run away because of what happened 6 years ago. Right then, Carter asked me what my brother was talking about, but I wanted to change the subject. I didn't tell Carter about how my parents had gone missing at work one day, and no one had ever been able to find them. And that's why we'd been at the freaking orphanage in the first place. You'll do anything to avoid being hurt again. You'd even rather live with your criminal boyfriend and believe a ridiculous rumor than let another family take care of us. I knew Kofi was right, and maybe staying with Carter wasn't the best option, especially because as days passed, I learned that he wasn't just poor, and he didn't just steal to support his family. I was drifting off to sleep one night when I heard laughing outside, and I opened the door to find him sitting with a bunch of guys and unwrapping towels filled with money. No, do not tell me you're in a gang.
Well, we all have families to feed, and now that you and Kofi are staying with us, I want to make sure I can support you guys. I don't want all of us to have to live in a one-bedroom trailer. Here, babe, I stole $50,000 just for you and your brother.
Carter, I can't accept this. You can't keep stealing. It's wrong, and I don't think we should be together either. I appreciate what you're doing for me, but I think it's best if Kofi and I leave.
No, please, don't leave me. You're the only thing that makes me happy. Nobody at school wants to be friends with me because I'm a poor loser, and no one in the neighborhood wants to associate with me because I'm a thief.
Before Carter could finish his sentence, I heard police cars, and that's when Mom and Dad came running over and crying. I guess they did care about us after all, and Kofi seemed overjoyed to see them. I started to warm up and apologize to my parents for running away. Then suddenly, a policeman handcuffed Carter and said he was taking him to juvie for 3 years.
It's thanks to you two that we've been able to do an investigation and track down how much money this guy's stolen.
And he dated my daughter and put both her and her brother at risk. My heart suddenly stopped as I saw Carter's parents beg and cry and apologize. I knew it was wrong what Carter had done, but did he really need to to be away from his family for 3 years? I tried not to think about it as Mom and Dad drove us home and said we could do whatever we wanted. Watch movies, order in, go to Disneyland. They were good people, and I had been wrong all along. Instead, I'd put my brother in danger and got a boy taken away from his starving family. All because I was too traumatized to trust anyone to adopt me. I felt practically ill with guilt. The next day, I finally went to school for the first time without ditching class, and everyone was interested in being my friend since I'd been all over the news and I'd dated a known delinquent.
So what's it like dating a real thief? Have you dated thieves before in Ghana? Is it true all of them have rock hard abs?
I don't know. Why would I know that? By the time I got home, I felt like I was literally gonna die of guilt. And then things got even crazier. Mom and Dad called Kofi and I into their study because our old warden had called.
She wanted to check in and see how things were going. We told her we loved fostering you two, and the truth is, we want to adopt you.
What do you mean? I thought you already adopted us. Oh, no. Usually, we foster children for a few years and then we find them a home. Your warden sent you off with us because you'd have better living conditions. But we love you two so much that we want to keep you. So Carter had been right about the whole fostering thing, but he'd been wrong about them trying to hurt us. He'd just been looking out for Kofi and me. He was a good guy. I couldn't let him sit in juvie for 3 years. You guys can adopt us, but on one condition. You have to help out Carter's family. They don't have any money or food. That's the only reason why Carter formed a gang and became a crook in the first place. Yeah, he committed some bad crimes and I won't date him anymore, but he's a good person and shouldn't have to stay in juvie for 3 years. To my surprise, my parents actually agreed, and the 4 of us went together to talk to the police about Carter's situation. My new mom even insisted on buying his family a new house. Thanks, Mom. That means a lot. Did you just call me Mom? Well, you did agree to adopt me, and I've kind of been a jerk to you. We hugged at that moment, and it made me feel warm inside, but there was one more person I needed to talk to. I'm really sorry I got you into this mess. You might still have to go to a disciplinary school, but you won't have to stay here for 3 years.
Don't apologize. That's what you get for forming a frickin' gang. Thanks for looking out for me, Abby. I know we need to break up, but I'm glad we're still friends.
Actually, my real name is Abina. Why don't you call me that from now on? And yeah, of course we're friends. I've never had anyone look out for me the way you did.
So, will I see you again soon, Abina?
You sure will. The couple held each other's hands nervously as they walked into the hospital nursery. The nurse pointed out their baby, and the woman screamed. No, this can't be. Oh God, she looks like a monkey's butt. I'm gonna be sick. Can somebody adopt her, please? Ma'am, that's not your child. This one is. The woman instantly stopped crying and picked up the baby, and the couple stared at her in delight. Ooh, of course this one's mine. She's beautiful. And that beautiful baby was me. Hi, I'm Jessie from LA. Please like and subscribe. I was born to parents who'd been pageant kids and teen models, and the first life lesson I learned was that it's really important to be beautiful.
Ugh, our baby has such gorgeous hair. Did you see the poor neighbor's kid? I bet she's got pigeons living in that nest on her head. And her brother? Ew! That kid has so many freckles. We should keep Jessie away from him.
What if he's contagious? Growing up, I'd always have people telling me how pretty I was, and nothing seemed to make my parents happier. When I was in 6th grade, Mom decided we'd pay her family in Italy a visit.
I can't wait to finally show Jessie to my stupid sister.
She'll be so jealous when she sees her olive skin and her beautiful hair. But when I got there and I met my cousins, I saw they all had skin and hair like mine. Still, Mom shoved me in Aunt's face and said, "Look how pretty my daughter is. Of course, we know where she gets that from." Yeah, she's all right. But luckily, her face can be improved with makeup. Mom was furious. She picked up her plate of pasta and rubbed it in Aunt's face. That just improved yours, and my baby doesn't need any makeup. But the minute we landed home, Mom's first stop was to buy me makeup. I refused to wear it to school, but in 8th grade, my parents enrolled me in the family business, beauty pageants, and there was no stopping Mom there. Mom, I don't need all this makeup.
Don't be an idiot. Everyone needs it.
If we need it, I guess it means we're not that pretty after all.
If being annoying could win us a pageant, you'd definitely come in first place.
I don't even want to be here. As Mom stormed off, suddenly someone spoke. Do you really hate it? I turned to see a beautiful model who actually looked like she belonged here. I really do. It's just not my thing. Well, try to have fun. I think you could win. She winked at me and left. She seemed really nice, but I never saw her again because it was my last ever pageant. I was walking over to the host when I tripped, crashed straight into her, and knocked her right off the stage. Needless to say, I lost. My parents tried to force me into modeling next, but I just didn't get it.
Can you pout a little, but not like a goldfish? And look bored, but like you're having fun? And can you smile, but only with your eyes? Oh my god, this girl is a moron.
After getting fired from a dozen modeling jobs, I thought my parents would finally leave me alone. But I was so wrong. The night before I started high school, they sat me down for an important conversation.
Jessie, since we're getting older, we're not doing much modeling anymore, and we're running out of money.
And since you're the world's worst model, you've left us with no other choice. What are you talking about?
We have a plan. I recently made a friend at the gym, and he's filthy rich. His son John is going to be at your school. He has a girlfriend, but you can get rid of her. You'll look pretty, get the guy, marry him right out of school, and he'll support all of us.
What? So I don't get to go to college? Oh, honey, I don't think you're smart enough. But also, we just don't have the money. If you want to go, this is what you have to do. I just knew there was no point arguing. So the next morning, I walked downstairs in my prettiest dress and bright red lipstick. But when I got to school, I wiped it off and changed into jeans. I'd study hard and get a scholarship for college. I wasn't following my parents' awful plan. I spotted John pretty quickly, though. He was a grade older than me and really into basketball. And his cheerleader girlfriend, who I called Clownface because she wore too much makeup. But soon enough, my parents were nagging me about my progress, and I had to get a selfie with him. I kept trying to catch him alone, but Clownface never left his side. So one day, I just followed him into the boys' bathroom.
Whoa, what are you doing here?
Oops, is this the boys' bathroom? I can be dumb sometimes, but can I just say, I'm such a big fan of your game. Could I have a selfie with you? He agreed, and my mission was accomplished. But as we stepped out of the bathroom together, someone pulled me by my hair. What were you doing in there with my boyfriend, Witch? Ow, nothing. Get off me, clown face. What did you just call me? She pounced on me and pinned me to the ground. I pushed her off and she was about to attack again, when suddenly a girl stepped in. Hey, leave the new kid alone. If you think my idiot brother is cheating on you, why don't you kick his butt?
Eat glass, Kate.
John led angry clown face away and the girl helped me up. She was beautiful and not wearing a touch of makeup. She looked kind of familiar too. I could have handled that, but thank you. You're John's sister? Yeah, I'm Kate. Wait, have we met somewhere before? And that's when it hit me. She was that model. Did you do pageants a few years ago? Oh, yes. I remember you now. Gosh, we were pageant girls. How embarrassing. After that day, we started hanging out together all the time. Kate was struggling with math, so I went over to her house one day to tutor her, and she seemed to catch on really quickly. Wow, Jessie, you're really good at this. Yeah, I actually love math, but tell that to my parents and they'd laugh. They just think I'm a pretty face. Well, you are pretty, but not just that. Why was I blushing? Just then, Kate jumped up and switched on some music. No way! That's my favorite band. Dance with me then. She pulled my arm to help me up, and the next thing I knew, we were dancing together. We twirled and giggled, and it was the most fun I had ever had. And then suddenly, she leaned in and kissed me. Whoa. Oh, I thought there was a vibe. No, I didn't expect that. I'm sorry. I thought we were on the same page. She started moving away, but I took her hand. And then I said the dumbest thing ever. My parents expect me to marry a boy, a rich boy. Well, your parents aren't here, are they? I pulled her closer till her face was inches from mine. I think you're really beautiful. I'm really good at math too. I lied. I grinned and then I kissed her. Kate and I started dating and it was amazing. We kept a low profile in school, but we met afterwards every day. One night I got in really late, and as I sneaked in, I found my parents waiting for me in the lounge. We know what's going on, Jessie. What are you talking about? You come home late every day. You're texting all the time. I know you're dating my friend's kid. We're so proud of you, honey. Oh, yeah, of course. Your friend's kid. That's who I'm dating. It's going great. Honey, you have to tell me how you got rid of John's girlfriend. Oh, she was just so much uglier than me. She didn't stand a chance. That's my girl. You can have whatever you want for dessert. I was just having the time of my life. But it was all starting to get so complicated soon. A few days later when I got home, my parents told me that we were going out for dinner to John and Kate's house. Oh my God, no! I frantically called Kate, but she just wouldn't pick up her phone. I left her a text saying, coming over with my parents. They think John is my boyfriend. I'm so sorry. I hoped she'd see it before I got there. Her parents welcomed us warmly, and just as I stepped inside, John walked into the hall, and I ran to him and hugged him. Please, act like my boyfriend. I'll explain everything. Babe, hi, I missed you. Even though we met in school a few hours ago. Oh, young love, so precious. The parents smiled at us and walked off, and I pushed John away. What was that? So, here's the thing. I'm gay, and I haven't told my parents yet, and they think I'm dating you. It's just something I said to make them happy. I'm gonna tell them the truth soon, but please play along tonight. Ugh, fine. But I love my girlfriend, so don't fall for me or anything. I just told you I'm gay, you moron. Kate walked in just as we were sitting down for dinner, and she winked at me, so I knew she'd read my text. Whew. But as I acted lovey-dovey with John, I could tell it was bothering her. And when he and I snuggled close to each other on the couch after dinner, she looked mad. After a few minutes, she just stormed off. Didn't she know it was just an act? She wouldn't even reply to my texts later that night. Ugh, I just had to go see her then. I sneaked back to her house and found her window open, so I quietly climbed in. But the second I landed, I bumped into someone who let out a horrible scream. Ah! Someone switched on a light, and I saw frickin' Clownface and John glaring at me. Oh my God, I can explain. What are you doing in my boyfriend's room, you witch? I told you not to fall for me, Jessie. What? Just then the door burst open and Kate walked in. I heard a scream. Jessie? Why are you in John's room? My question exactly. Everybody shut up! I'm in love with Kate. I'm here for her. I got the wrong window. Everyone looked shocked, and I just took Kate's hand and led her to her room. Why haven't you been replying to me? I don't know, Jessie. I know you were acting, but when I saw you with John, I just got jealous. That's what your parents want, right? They want you to date a boy. What if you want that too? I really don't want your brother. And I think I just said I'm in love with you for the first time. In front of those idiots. Kate's face lit up. Yeah, you did say that. I'm in love with you too, Jessie. And we kissed, and it was a perfect moment. My parents were all praises for John after that dinner, and they were already dreaming about my wedding and how he'd take care of us. I had to end this act and tell them the truth, and an opportunity turned up soon. John's parents had invited us all to his big basketball game, and Kate and I decided to tell everyone afterwards, as my parents wished John luck before the game. Suddenly, Clownface came over and pushed them aside. Good luck, my little smooch monster. Break your legs. And she kissed him smack on the lips. My parents nearly fainted. Jessie, do something. I thought you got rid of her. Rid of me? As if. I'm marrying John one day, and we're having so many babies together. As the two walked off, Mom turned to me, horrified. You broke up? How could you let him go? Mom, we were never dating. Never dating? But we saw you two together. Who have you been dating then? That would be me. Kate stepped forward and took my hand. I wish I could have made it less shocking for my parents, but this was happening now. Mom, Dad, Kate's my girlfriend. You're dating a girl? I did not spend my whole life making you presentable so you could date a girl. This is humiliating. How will you go to college now, huh? If you stopped treating me like a dumb Barbie doll, you'd know I'm smart enough to get a scholarship. We'll talk about this at home. There's nothing to talk about. And to make my point, I kissed Kate. Mom got so mad, she walked out of there. I was waiting for Dad to scream next, but he leaned in and whispered,
Jesse, I'm okay with this. She's gotta be as rich as John, right?
"Of course, Kate was loaded." I didn't care, but it was good enough for Dad. And he eventually convinced my mom that having a rich daughter was more important than having a straight one.
She started crying, like a little girl. "Don't leave me," she said. I rolled my eyes. If she believed what I said, that's her problem. But then again, I wasn't really surprised. Girls are always like this. They believe me every time. I left her house, then headed back to mine. There, I saw my parents fighting. Again. Mom was holding up her phone and showing Dad a picture. It was Dad, with a very hot girl. "Who is she?" my mom yelled. She wanted to know the details every time Dad so much as breathed near another woman. "Give a man some space to breathe," my dad yelled back. I defended him. I was always by his side. He was the coolest and smartest man ever. "Well, for God's sake, Mom! You're being dramatic for no reason. He's not cheating. Just get over it." Mom looked at me, coldly, and then said that I was just like Dad. With that, she walked out. "Thanks for the compliment," I called out after her. Then Dad turned to me and said, "Now that she's gone, son, I have a very important task for you. I'm going to meet a very important man." He said that this person was one of the most important businessmen in the state, that he wanted to convince him to become his business partner. Now, this man has a very lonely child who he loves a lot, and your mission is to make her fall madly and deeply in love with you. You have to make her convince her dad to sign the deal. I grinned. "Piece of cake, Dad. Consider the deal sealed." The next evening, we went to a restaurant. My dad had created the most romantic atmosphere. He really wanted this. My parents met her parents cheerfully, and I tried to flirt with her. But damn, she was ugly. Her mom, though, she was gorgeous. To make matters worse, Dad kept elbowing me and winking at me to approach the girl. He even told her mom we'd make a great couple. Ugh, there was no way I was doing it. She also kept batting her eyelashes at me. I was really creeped out. Just then, Josh, a close friend, walked into the restaurant with his parents. As soon as he spotted my date for the night, he really couldn't stop grinning. This was so bad for my reputation. "Hey," he said, walking over to our table. "Introduce me to your lovely new girlfriend." "Gross, Josh. She's not my girlfriend. She's, my sister." Her stupid smile disappeared in a second, and she looked like she was about to burst into tears. I excused myself to go to the bathroom, but instead, I just slipped out of the back exit. What did they expect setting me up with someone like that? I called up one of my girls, and we met to party. When I got home, my parents were in the middle of a fight. "I saw the way you were looking at her." She was yelling at him, but just then, Dad saw me and turned his anger on me. He was furious and said that I embarrassed him. "If you really want to make the deal, why don't you go out with her? Why set me up with her?" I yelled at him. "It's just one stupid deal." And she was too ugly. My mom was stunned as she figured out what we were talking about. "Oh, so this is how it goes." Dad told her to shut up, and things really escalated between the two of them. Mom kept saying that Dad was a monster, and Dad kept telling her to shut up. Then Dad said, "Get out of my house! Both of you! Leave! Now!" At first, I thought he wasn't serious, but in a few days, we moved into a small apartment. I knew that I pissed off Dad, but I was sure he would take us back. At least, he'd take me back. I didn't really care about Mom, but days turned to months, and we heard nothing from him. Mom didn't talk to me either. She said she was ashamed of me. "I'm just letting you stay because I feel sorry for you. You're an embarrassment," Mom said. Well, yeah? Who cares? I did the only thing that made me happy. Going out with girls. I called my friends over. We had a wild party. Mom got really mad and kicked everyone out. One day, Dad called and said he misses me and wanted me back. "I have so many important tasks for you," Dad said. I was thrilled, but he said he didn't want my mom. "I'm tired of that ugly woman," he said. I know, right? I grabbed my stuff and left to live with him. There, I saw something that thrilled me. He had a new maid. She was around my age. She was gorgeous. Her name was Stella. I was sure Stella would fall for me in no time. So I flashed her my most charming look. "Hey, how are you doing?" I asked. She looked at me and then looked away, like she'd seen a car crash or something. For a moment, I didn't know what happened. Had she just ignored me? She probably doesn't speak English, I thought. But then she said something to the housekeeper in fluent English. I gasped. Was she ill then? Terminally ill? But the way she worked, I knew she wasn't. Then what is it? I couldn't stop wondering. Meanwhile, when I wasn't completely distracted by the gorgeous Stella, Dad kept giving me all these missions to make wealthy men's daughters fall for me. I did it every time, and I gained my dad's trust again. But I just couldn't stop thinking about Stella. I saw her everywhere. Every brown-haired woman reminded me of her. She even popped up in my dreams. I kept trying to talk to her, but all she did was look at me like I was an idiot. One day, Dad called me into his room. He looked deadly serious, as he told me he had a crucial task for me. There's this man from New York, and he's willing to make $1 billion investment in our company, he said. That was great news. Why did Dad look so worried? He said that the trouble was this man's daughter. She was really nosy and always trying to influence her dad's decisions about the company to favor her boyfriends. Her dad listens to everything she says. I knew my job without him having to say anything else. Don't worry, Dad, I said. I won't embarrass you again. The girl I was supposed to flirt with was pretty and all, but man, she was insane. She was super jealous. The most jealous girl I've ever been with. She was so crazy. She would come to my house without telling me, and when I asked why she didn't call before coming, she would say, I just wanted to surprise you, babe. I missed you, and I needed to touch you. Well, that was a lie. She came over to make sure I wasn't cheating on her. She didn't know that she was dealing with an expert. One night, she came over unexpectedly. I was with another girl. She caught me and started screaming like a banshee. We're so over! She yelled over and over again. Whatever, just leave, I said. I was so tired of her drama. But then she looked at me with her big eyes and said, aren't we going to make up? Damn, we love each other. Ugh, I didn't want to deal with this crackpot right now. Just then, Stella came in with some soda. My super crazy girlfriend took one look at her, and she freaking blew up. She just went insane. She grabbed the can and threw it at Stella, saying, what the actual hell are you doing here? You disgusting gold digger! Stella looked shocked as my girlfriend kept saying she was planning to steal me from her. I jumped to my feet and yelled at my girlfriend to stop and told her that Stella has nothing to do with this. But my girlfriend wouldn't stop yelling and pushing Stella away. Suddenly, Stella looked super pissed and she pushed her back. My girlfriend fell to the floor. Damn! Stella was so hot. I loved a girl who could fight. Get out of my house right now, I said to my girlfriend. She looked so shocked. She got to her feet and threatened me, saying that her dad wouldn't be happy about this. And she left. I approached Stella and gently told her that I was sorry for my crazy girlfriend's behavior. Then I made an offer I knew she couldn't resist. Would you like to spend the night hanging out with us? She looked at me and rolled her eyes. No, she said. Damn. She wanted me all alone for herself. I turned to the other girl and said, you heard her. She doesn't like sharing. Get out. But Stella said, God, no! Again, what was wrong with this girl? She tried to walk away, but I grabbed her hand. Are you into girls? I hope she was. At least, that would make me feel better. But she looked at me like I was a dumb kid and said no. I asked her if she had a boyfriend, but she said no. With that, she pulled her hand away and left. I stood in shock as she coldly walked away from me. This was the first time I'd been rejected, and I had to admit it. It broke my heart. I was devastated and lost. I went up to my room and slept early, thinking about my beautiful, cold-hearted Stella. In the morning, Dad burst into my room, screaming and threatening me. I knew you were stupid, but I never thought you'd be such a royal idiot, he yelled. I told him that my ex was a pain, and that I just couldn't deal with her. Is that why you got her pregnant? My dad suddenly started to laugh. What? He was thrilled and said he was kidding about me being dumb. You're the smartest kid in the world. They're signing the deal right after you two get engaged. I was so confused for a minute. I couldn't understand what he was saying. He saw my confusion and figured I was too sleepy. Then he explained how my girlfriend had told her dad that I proposed to her. She said that since she was pregnant, she'd say yes. Both our dads were thrilled. When I tried to tell my dad she was lying, he wouldn't believe me. I called her, and she laughed. You're mine now. For a few weeks, she made my life hell as she dragged me around to shop for our engagement. On the day that they threw us an engagement party, she said, Are you ready to be my slave for life? Suddenly, I flipped and started screaming at her. I told everyone that she wasn't pregnant, and especially not by me. I have no plan of marrying this nightmare, I yelled at Dad. Everyone stared at me in horror. Her dad had me and my dad kicked out as she burst into tears, crying about how I could say such terrible things. "You're the one having an affair with your maid," she sobbed. I tried to deny it, but no one believed me. Dad didn't speak to me the whole day. The next day, I couldn't find Stella anywhere. When I asked my dad about her, he calmly said, "I fired her." I was furious. How could he do that? "I'm not your freaking employee. You don't own me," I yelled. I told him that I've had enough of him, and I was leaving. I went to my mom's. To my surprise, I found her with another woman. "Meet my girlfriend, Anna. She lives here now," Mom said. I asked her what the hell was wrong with her, and she said that Dad had made her hate all men. As much as Mom loved Anna, she was a real pain in my butt. She didn't like me, at all. Apparently, Mom had told her what I used to do with girls, and she thought I was a jerk. And man, was she crazy. "You're the scum of the earth," she said to me every time she saw me. She would go into my room when I wasn't around and leave notes on the desk, mirror, walls, every frickin' where, saying that I was a cheater, a player, a rat. This one time, she said she had a surprise for me. I thought she was finally warming up to me. She gave me a jacket that had the words, "I am a rat," printed on it. Mom thought it was hilarious. A few weeks later, one of my girls came over. I was so psyched because I really needed to stop thinking about Stella. As I was getting ready in my room, my mom's girlfriend told my girl that I needed to change my clothes every 2 hours because I sometimes soil my pants. I had just stepped out when I heard her say it. The girl looked at my new clothes, and with a very disgusted look, she left. "Mind your own freaking business!" I yelled at Anna, but Mom jumped in to side with her. "Shut up! Don't talk to my girlfriend that way. This is my house, and here we respect women," she yelled. I was so incredibly pissed. I wanted to leave, but I had no place to go, so I decided to try to reason with my mom's girlfriend. "I'm really not as heartless as you think I am," I said, with the biggest puppy dog eyes I could manage. I told her she didn't know what it was like to grow up with parents who were always fighting. "And you think I can't love? Oh, I've loved. I've loved and lost." I said my heart was broken, and all these girls were just soothing balm for my aching heart. I kid you not. I saw some tears in her eyes. She said she would do anything to help me find Stella. So she suggested I go to the police. "They'll help you find her. I have a friend in the police. I'll talk to him," she said. I went to the police station and asked about Stella's address. The guy helped me, and in no time, I was outside her shabby little apartment. Her crazy father opened the door. He immediately figured out that I was some rich guy. He took one look at me and said, "Wrong address. Leave." "I know Stella," I said, just as he was about to slam the door in my face. He was surprised and looked at me again, more carefully. Behind him, I was able to see Stella with a lot of kids. She was trying to calm them down while she chased after them. She was feeding one and scolding another. Apparently, they were her siblings. "Stella!" Her dad screamed and demanded she come over. She came to the door, and immediately, her dad went inside. But I could see him trying to eavesdrop from behind the door. I took her hand and said, "I am so sorry, Stella, for everything. I love you. Will you be my girlfriend?" She pulled her hand away and shut the door in my face. I heard her dad yelling, "You crazy brat! Are you out of your mind? He's rich! Marry him!" He opened the door again. Stella looked at me and said, "I can't be with someone like you, no matter how rich you are. I want a guy who will love and appreciate me and stand by my side no matter what." Then she closed the door. Again, I couldn't believe it. For the first time, I cried. I headed back home. I knew my heart would never be the same again. But while I was walking along the street, I saw a very beautiful girl. She had black hair, gorgeous legs, and when she spoke into her phone, I could hear her lovely accent. Man, she was hot. I wiped my tears away and gave her my charming look. She smiled back. I headed straight over to her and offered her my hand.
Hi, I'm Nadia from New Jersey, and My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends, your sister, brother, and mom to subscribe now. I was born to filthy rich parents and a sister who was 5 years older than me, Angela, and I discovered early on in my life that they just weren't very nice people. Like once when I was 5, we were all walking out of a shopping mall when suddenly a lady holding grocery bags tripped over something and fell face forward. I ran to see if she was okay, but my parents and Angela burst out laughing.
Why are you guys laughing?
Because it was so funny the way she fell.
No, it wasn't.
You must have missed her face. She looked so dumb as she went flying.
And they started laughing again. I felt so mad as I helped the lady gather her stuff, and she quickly walked away looking embarrassed. My family could be such a bunch of jerks. They weren't even nice to people related to them. When I was in the 2nd grade, Mom's poor sister came by one day and asked her for help. I can't even make rent this month.
If I lend you money once, you'll just keep asking for more. Why don't you get off your lazy butt and go get a job?
I work 2 shifts at the supermarket.
I mean a real job. I'm sorry, sis, but we really don't have extra to spare. We just put a lot of money into our vacation home in Italy.
My aunt had a daughter my age, and I signaled her to follow me quietly. I took her to my room and gave her all the money I'd saved in my piggy bank. She hugged me tight and said she hadn't had anything to eat properly in 2 days. So I snuck down to the kitchen and filled her backpack with food, and she was so happy. But Mom found out, and they were banned from ever coming by again. And I was grounded. For what? Being nice? Angela wasn't much better than Mom and Dad. She was spoiled and rude, but she never got grounded. I just stayed out of their way as much as I could because she could be really mean, especially when I didn't follow her crazy orders, like sorting out her 900 pairs of shoes or cleaning her insanely messy room. All my parents cared about was making money, so they hardly paid attention to me and Angela growing up. But I was pretty popular in school. I was that go-to girl whenever anyone needed help with their homework, or if they didn't have lunch money. They'd come to me, and I really liked that. One day in 10th grade, I was walking down the hallway when I saw a bunch of girls from class surrounding a new girl, and they seemed to be mocking her. Hey, what's going on here? Are you guys bullying the new girl? Oh, we're not bullying. You know we just like to have fun with the newbies. It doesn't look like she's having fun. So how about you guys back off? I thought we had a deal. I help you with your math homework and you don't bug anyone. The girls walked away and I helped the new girl pick up her bag and things lying around on the floor. Thanks a lot for that. They were making fun of my Hello Kitty bag. Like, what's wrong with that? Nothing wrong at all. The new girl's name was Shirley. She wasn't in my class, but we started hanging out at lunch every day and we really clicked. I had plenty of friends at school, but no best friend, and I really felt Shirley could be the one. One day when we were sitting together, a few kids from my class joined us, and I could sense Shirley looked uncomfortable. So, what's your deal, Shirley? Haven't you made friends with your classmates? Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's your problem? No problem, just asking. Jeez, your face is as red as your hair. You look like you're about to burst. Oh yeah? Well, maybe I am. Shirley suddenly grabbed a plate of pasta and rubbed it all over the boy's shirt. He jumped up looking really pissed off and left the table, and the rest followed him. Hey, come on, Shirley. He was just joking. Yeah, so was I. Look what I posted on Instagram this morning. Shirley was a strange girl who didn't get on well with anyone except me, but I enjoyed her company and she made me laugh a lot since she always had the best jokes to share. One day, I'd invited her over and Angela walked into the lounge and looked at Shirley with disgust. Gosh, my eyes are hurting looking at 2 redheads. Nadia, do you have to bring your lame friends to the house? Well, you bring your loud friends around all the time, so buzz off, Angela. Shirley didn't say a word, but once Angela left, she asked to see our garden. I thought it was strange, but I took her outside anyway, and her eyes scanned the yard. Suddenly, she started running towards something and sprang forward. When she got up, I saw that she was holding a rat in her hands. Shirley, what are you doing? I think it's time we teach your sister a lesson. No, I'm used to her being that way. She's always mean to me. Not anymore. Shirley sneaked the rat into Angela's room, and moments later, we saw her running out like her pants were on fire. Rat! Shirley and I quickly became best friends, and we'd do everything together. We had a school dance coming up, and we went shopping and picked out some lovely dresses. I was really excited to wear the royal blue one I'd bought, but when I reached the dance, I saw that Shirley was wearing the exact same one. Hey, you look good, but didn't you pick out a green one? Yeah, but when I got back home, I didn't like it as much and returned it. You don't mind that I got the same one, right? Of course not. But when I got home, Angela was waiting in my room with her phone in her hand. I just saw your pictures on Instagram. Why are you and Shirley twinning? She bought the same dress as me. No big deal. This girl just gives me the creeps, Nadia. I'm telling you, she's not normal. She's a little different, but there's nothing wrong with her. Who buys the same dress as their friend and wears it to the same party? And she's here all the time, and when she leaves, she keeps calling you. That's just crazy. It doesn't bother me, and I don't even know why you care. I just ignored Angela. She'd never liked me since we were kids, and of course she was gonna pick faults with my best friend. My 16th birthday came around soon, and my parents announced that they were throwing me a huge birthday party. I knew they were only doing it to show off to their friends, but I didn't care. I invited loads of kids from school, and we were having a really good time when suddenly Shirley climbed onto the stage where the band was playing. Nadia, you've been the bestest friend to me, and I wish that all your dreams come true. And I hope that I'm with you every step of the way. Happy birthday, my dearest friend. I was touched by how much she cared for me. But just then, Shirley stumbled and fell off the stage. I ran to help her up, and she said she felt really dizzy. She asked me to take her home, and I called the car around immediately. When I got to her house, I was surprised to see that her house was huge, way bigger than mine. I realized just then that she'd never invited me, and she hardly ever spoke about her family. It turned out neither of her parents were home, and she begged me to stay. Please, don't go. I really don't feel well, and I don't want to be alone. Seeing her so sick, I just couldn't leave her. So I called my parents and told them to send everyone home because I had to stay with Shirley. The next day when I woke up in her room, I nearly fell off the bed in fright. Shirley was sitting by my side, watching me with a smile. Oh my gosh, you scared me. Were you watching me sleep? I was just waiting for you to wake up, silly. Here, I made you coffee, and breakfast is waiting for you downstairs. Oh, and you can wear my clothes. I've laid them out for you. It looked like her chef had cooked up a feast for a party, but it was just the two of us. Her parents still weren't home. As I was heading out, Shirley hugged me warmly. I'm so glad you stayed. I feel so much better now. Yeah, I'm glad too. Shirley had her driver drop me home, and 5 minutes after I'd left, she sent me a text saying that I was the most caring friend ever. I felt sorry for her. It seemed like her parents were even more neglectful than mine. The year flew by, and soon we were graduating high school and going to different universities. Shirley was really quiet during the graduation ceremony. After it was over, we walked out of school and carved our names on a tall oak tree outside the gates. Promise you'll call and text me every day? Every day? I'm gonna miss you so much. Me too. We hugged and she held me so tight, I thought she wasn't gonna let go. Soon after I joined university, Angela started working in Mom and Dad's insurance company, and they moved to Europe to set up another branch there. It was just me and Angela now, which wasn't that different from before. I started interning at their company during my free time. One day I was walking out of the office kitchen with my coffee when a guy bumped straight into me, and it fell all over his shirt. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
No, it's my fault. I wasn't paying attention.
He took his shirt off right there to wash it in the sink, and boy was he ripped. When he turned to me again, I tried really hard not to stare at his abs. He introduced himself as Ryan, one of the general managers in the company. He seemed to have no idea that I was the boss's daughter, and I didn't mention it. We kept bumping into each other at the office every now and then, until one day he asked me out on a lunch date.
So, how come you didn't tell me you were the boss's daughter?
Oh, so you knew all along?
No, but I asked around about you right after the first time we met.
Well, I didn't want to scare you away. Ryan was sweet and funny, and I had a really great time with him. As we walked out of the restaurant, he gently helped this old woman with her heavy bags to get onto the bus, and my heart totally melted. We started seeing each other often, and once we took a selfie at the park that I posted on Instagram. Shirley immediately sent a heart reaction to my post and said she missed me and would come to see me soon. But later that evening when I got home, I found her sitting outside on our porch. She was crying non-stop, refusing to tell me what was wrong. I took her inside and made her a cup of tea, and she calmed down. Okay, are you ready to tell me what happened now? I had a fight with my parents, and I don't want to talk about it. I just don't want to go back there right now. I hugged her and told her she could stay for the night. Just as the two of us had settled into bed to watch a movie, Angela walked in and stopped short when she saw Shirley. You again? When are you gonna leave my sister alone, weirdo? Angela, can you not be a jerk for once? Angela stormed off, and just then my phone rang. Hi, I was just thinking about you. I couldn't stop smiling when I heard Ryan's voice. We'd just started talking when suddenly, Shirley started choking on popcorn. I quickly hung up and ran to the kitchen to get her some water. Oh, thank you. I don't know how that happened. Who was that on the phone? It's this guy I met recently. You know, the one I posted a selfie with? Oh, you have a boyfriend now? Yeah, I think you could call it that. And suddenly, Shirley looked mad. And you didn't think I deserved to know about this? Best friends are supposed to tell each other everything. And this is why you haven't been calling me like you promised, right? I'm sorry, Shirley, but I have other things to do in my life. Not everything can revolve around you. Shirley started crying again, and I felt bad. Please, don't cry. It's not like you care. With that, she just ran out the door. I didn't stop her because she needed some space to clear her head. After some hours, I called her to check if she was okay, and she didn't answer. But the next day at work, I received a bouquet of flowers from her with a card saying that she was sorry. Her behavior was getting really weird. And one day when Ryan and I were having lunch at our favorite restaurant, she popped out of nowhere like a rabbit. Hey, Shirley, what are you doing here? Oh, I was just passing by and I saw you guys. I'm Shirley, Nadia's best friend.
Oh, yes, she told me about you.
But she's hardly told me anything about you, and I'm dying to know more. Tell you what, I'll buy you guys lunch today. Ryan and I were lost for words as she just joined us. Shirley went on and on about how close we were in high school, and then Ryan said,
I haven't known Nadia for that long, but yeah, she's amazing. I think I'm in love with her already.
I blushed as he spoke and took his hand. I think I'm in love with you too. When we looked up at Shirley, her face seemed to be twisted in rage. What? You just met the guy. How can he love you so fast? I think he's a psychopath. Shirley, tell me you're joking. No, just look at him. He's too good to be true, which means he's totally fake. I'm only trying to look out for you, Nadia.
What the heck?
I don't need you to do that, Shirley. In fact, I think you should leave. Shirley looked at us like a crazy person and then left. But a few days later, I received a call from the police station that Ryan had been arrested for attacking a woman. When I got there, Ryan said the police had picked him up from his place because Shirley had complained that he'd attacked her in a park. I got him out on bail, and then I told Shirley to meet me. Shirley, are you insane? Why are you doing this to me? Ryan attacked me. You're gonna take his word over mine? Yes, I will. You have a problem, and I need you to stay away from me and my life. After that, Shirley dropped the charges on Ryan and started sending me cards and flowers to my house, telling me how sorry she was. One day, she even came by my house at midnight and started screaming and crying outside, begging me to talk to her. But she went running when Angela got up and chased her away.
I told you this girl was crazy, Nadia.
I know, and I don't know how to stop it. I broke down and started crying, and for the first time ever, my sister comforted me.
It's okay. I won't let anything happen to you. Promise.
Angela took me to the police station that very night to get a restraining order against Shirley, and I blocked her from all of my social media accounts. After that, I never heard from her again, which was a huge relief. Soon after, I graduated university, and Ryan and I got married. Angela was my maid of honor, but my parents didn't even bother showing up, and I really didn't care. A year later, we had a beautiful baby girl, Rose. She had red hair like mine and Ryan's beautiful blue eyes. My life was going good until one day, while I was pushing Rose in a stroller in a store, Shirley appeared in front of me. Hi! My heart started pounding because a part of me was scared of her, but I tried to calm myself down. Hello, how have you been? I got myself into therapy, and since then, I've been great. Is this your baby? Oh, it's your hair. I mean, our hair. Yeah, I'm in a hurry. We'll catch up soon. I quickly went up to the counter to pay, and just then, a couple of girls behind me started screeching as they looked at their phones. OMG, a new episode is up on My Story Animated. I was waiting for it all day. It's my favorite channel on YouTube. As I looked away from them and turned back to my stroller, I froze. My baby was gone. Just then, I spotted Shirley outside, running away with Rose. I screamed and went after her, but she got into her car and started reversing. I managed to catch up and opened the back door and jumped in. What are you doing, you crazy witch? You never should have left me, Nadia. I was your best friend, and I would have done anything for you. Best friends don't hurt each other. Stop, right now. Shirley drove the car faster, and I secretly dialed a call to Angela. Thankfully, she answered, and I kept it on speakerphone so she could hear everything. Where are you taking us, Shirley? We're going to our high school, so we can show little Rose where we first met. And when we got to the school, she took my baby and walked to the tree where we'd carved our names. You see, this is where your mom and I made a promise to stay friends forever. And then she broke that promise. I couldn't bear to see Rose in her arms, and I leapt forward and attacked her. She let go of Rose, and as the two of us fought, we suddenly heard police sirens. The officers quickly arrested Shirley, while I held Rose tightly to my chest. Just then, Angela arrived on the scene too, and she threw her arms around us. Oh my God, I was so scared. I just knew you'd pick up my call and would know exactly what to do. You were always right about Shirley. You've been trying to look out for me since then, and I ignored you. I don't blame you, Nadia. I wasn't the best sister growing up, but you're an amazing sister and aunt now. I'm just glad you're both fine. Rosie, are you okay? Rose pulled a strand of Angela's hair and said, "Ooh, gaga," and we both started to laugh. Hi, I'm Joy from Chicago. Please like and subscribe. My parents always loved to call me a unique child. When I was little, I was always making toy buildings out of random stuff. Seashells, bottles, cereal boxes, anything I could get my hands on. I was also kinda shy and found it more fun to help out with chores at home than play with other kids. One day, Mom was teaching me how to make pancakes when she suddenly stopped and stared at me. Sweetie, what's the matter? Am I going too fast for you? No, Mommy, everything's fine. But you keep blinking a lot, like there's something wrong. I hadn't even realized it, so Mom took me to a doctor, and I got diagnosed with an excessive blinking condition. It was nothing serious, but in school, kids started making fun of me for it, and I'd mostly just stay away from them and sit alone. One day in 3rd grade, I was making a presentation and this stupid boy kept interrupting. Miss Brown, why does Joy blink so much? Just keep quiet and listen to Joy's presentation, please. But how can I listen when Joy's eyes are doing all the talking? The whole class burst out laughing. Just then, this kid Martin walked over to the annoying boy's table. Hey, don't talk about Joy like that. Oh yeah? Who are you, her boyfriend? Martin jumped on him and the two started wrestling like crazy. They both ended up in detention for a week. So after school, I snuck into the detention room and sat next to Martin. Hey, thanks for sticking up for me. I hate when people tease you. You're like the awesomest, smartest girl in our class. I joined Martin for detention every day, and after that, we hung out all the time. It turned out he even lived in my neighborhood. I'd always been a loner, but for the first time, I had a best friend, and it was amazing. Having Martin in my life made me less shy, and I changed a lot. We stayed super close through the years, but when we reached high school, Martin gave me some news one day. My dad's business really took off, and we're moving to another neighborhood. I'm also going to a private school. Wow, that's super cool, but I'll really miss you. Hey, why don't you apply for a scholarship? Then we can still be at the same school. My parents were happy for me to try to get into a better school, so I applied for the scholarship, and I got in. Little did I know that it was the worst decision ever. On the first day of 9th grade, I almost fell over when I saw Martin there. He was dressed head to toe in designer clothes and was wearing a gold watch? Who are you, and what did you do to my friend? And how much gel is in your hair, dude? This is just how the cool kids dress nowadays. You didn't know that? No. Should I? Yeah, you should. You need a makeover, girl. I just laughed and punched his arm. Later at lunch, a bunch of rich kids walked by our table. Hey, Martin. I've seen you around my neighborhood. Want to come to my party this Friday? Sure. Can I bring Joy with me? She'll have to buy new shoes first. I bet the one she's wearing right now came from a garbage dump. Hello, I'm right here, and I love these shoes. Joy, she's joking. Calm down. The girl walked away with her minions, and I felt so annoyed at Martin. How could he think that comment was a joke? Apparently, There were lots of kids at school who lived in Martin's neighborhood, and it seemed like he was becoming friends with them overnight. That next Monday, I didn't see Martin until lunchtime, with his arm around a really pretty girl. Hey, saved a seat for you at our usual table. Actually, I have a girlfriend now, so I'm gonna go sit with her. Oh, okay. Well, have fun. I went to sit by myself and watched Martin from afar. He looked happy, but he just wasn't acting like himself. As weeks went by, Martin got super handsome and muscular and really popular. I missed my friend, but I gave him his space. But one day, I caught Martin and his friends surrounding a younger kid, and Martin was reading his diary out loud. Stephanie Twain, the love of my life since 5th grade. I ran forward and snatched the diary from him. What are you doing? What? I'm just here to entertain people. Reading idiots' diaries is my opening act. Martin, why are you acting like this? Just because you're rich now doesn't mean you have to be a jerk. You know what? I think you're just jealous because I have other friends now and I'm not a nerdy loser like you.
Look at me. I'm Joy and all I do is study in the library because I have no life.
Then Martin started blinking really fast and shaking his head. Are you making fun of me? Before I could stop myself, I slapped Martin hard across the face and ran away from there. The whole rest of the day, I had to fight from crying. What a jerk! But when I got home, I forgot my troubles when I found Mom sitting in the kitchen, looking really worried. What's wrong, Mom? Joy, your dad and I are in serious debt. If we don't find a way to get some money soon, we could lose the house. Lose the house? Are we gonna end up homeless? No, I shouldn't have said anything. We'll be fine. Don't worry about it, honey. But I did worry about it. I watched MSA videos on YouTube to take my mind off of things, but I didn't get much sleep that night. Weeks went by and things kept changing. I just focused on my studies and saw Martin from a distance, turning into a completely different person. Then one day, a new guy named Cameron arrived at school. He looked like Harry Styles, and based on his Lamborghini, he was clearly rich. All the girls were drooling over him, but I just rolled my eyes and walked away. He was probably just another snooty brat. But I was surprised when Cameron came and sat next to me in my robotics class. He seemed super impressed with the robot hand I was building. I've been working on it for almost a year. Are you like a genius? You can tell me the truth. You don't have to be modest. I laughed and ended up sitting with Cameron for lunch, and he never once made fun of my blinking or even asked about it. We were having a great time until Martin walked over. Dude, what's a guy like you doing with someone like Joy? I'll introduce you to my friends. They're more your type. Martin, why are you such a... Sure, I'll come and say hi right now. Cameron leaned over to me and whispered, trust me, you just sit back and enjoy the show. I wondered what he was up to as he walked over to Martin's friends. And when Martin introduced his girlfriend, Cameron suddenly took her hand and kissed it. I'm heading to a yacht party tonight. I'll offer you $500 to be my date. His girlfriend instantly pushed Martin away and put her arm through Cameron's.
You got yourself a deal, cutie.
Wait, what the heck? I thought you really liked me. Cameron pulled away from Martin's girlfriend. Your friends really are something. I just wanted to show you that. And I don't like hanging out with fake people. Don't ever come near me or Joy again, okay? Cameron walked back to me, and I saw Martin's face had turned really red as he stormed off furiously. I hoped he'd had some sense knocked into him. Later that week, I got some amazing news. My teachers wanted to enter my robot hand into a huge science fair with a big cash prize. If I won, I could help my parents out. Your hard work is finally gonna pay off, Joy. I wish I were as talented. Wait, what if you enter the science fair with me? You can help me with the finishing touches. Are you serious? You're the coolest girl ever. Cameron and I worked hard on it all month. The night of the fair, I reached the venue before Cameron, who was bringing the project, but hours passed and he just didn't show up. I called and texted frantically, but he wouldn't answer his phone. I was called to the stage empty-handed. The judges couldn't wait any longer. I was disqualified. But just as I was leaving the venue, Cameron showed up. Oh my God, where were you? How could you let me down like that? Joy, I'm so sorry. When I left the school with the project, all my tires were flat 10 minutes later. I couldn't even call you because my phone wasn't in my bag. I don't know who stole it or slashed my tires, but I can make a guess. Martin? I was burning with rage. The next day when I saw Martin in school, I walked up to him and grabbed his collar. You heartless jerk! You did that to Cameron, didn't you?
Hey, back off. And yeah, I did. But why are you so worked up? So your lover boy had to wait on the road for a while. Big deal.
It's not just about him. Martin, I missed the science fair because of what you did. You know I've been working on that project for a year. Doesn't that mean anything to you? For a second, he looked taken aback, but then he just shrugged.
How was I supposed to know all that? Anyway, I did you a favor. You've been a nerdy loser since I met you. It's time you found a new hobby, Blinky.
I sprung forward and pushed Martin to the ground. I'm just through with you. I used to think you'd be the last person to ever hurt me, but I don't even recognize you now. You're just a big jerk bully. I turned around and fled from there. At that moment, I hated him so much. A few days later, I was studying at the library for exams and realized it was really late. As I walked out of the building, I heard laughter coming from the back alley. I went over to see what was going on and nearly fell backwards. Martin and his friends were spray painting the principal's brand new car. Are you crazy? What are you doing?
Ugh, what are you doing here, Joy?
Martin, just please stop this. You could get in so much trouble.
As if you care. Just keep walking and pretend you never saw this.
I had no choice but to leave, but seeing him this way was so frustrating. The next day when I went to school, all everyone was talking about was how the principal's car was wrecked, and he was raging mad. But in the third period, I was shocked when I was called to the principal's office.
I saw on the CCTV footage that you were on the premises last night when my car was destroyed.
But sir, I had nothing to do with it, I swear.
Oh, I know that, but I think you saw who did it.
I just stared back at him and then spoke. It was really dark. I wouldn't be able to tell you who it was for sure.
Joy, you're here at this school on a scholarship. If I don't have a name by Monday, you'll lose it for next year. I suggest you be smart and think about your future.
I walked out of the principal's office in shock. Just then, Cameron caught up with me.
Joy, what's going on? Why were you called to the principal's office?
I told him everything that had happened.
You can't just throw away your scholarship like that. You have to turn Martin in.
How can you even suggest that? He used to be my best friend, and I'm not a snitch.
He's not your best friend anymore. He's a jerk, and he deserves this. If he was a nice guy once, he's changed, Joy.
But I didn't change. I just can't do this, Cameron. I won't do this. I'll go to another school. It won't be as great as this one, but I'll be okay. Tears stung my eyes. I thought about the colleges and opportunities I'd never have now, but I was doing the right thing. That Monday, I went to the principal's office with a heavy heart, ready to lose my scholarship, but he told me the most shocking news. Martin had come to his office and confessed to destroying his car. So what's gonna happen to him now?
He's already expelled, of course.
I couldn't believe it. Why did he suddenly confess? And he even took the fall for his friends. I found the other two brats who were with him that night snickering in the hallway, and I asked them,
"We don't know why that loser did it. We'd all gotten away with it. It wasn't his idea. He just does whatever we tell him to, always trying so hard to be one of us."
I've known Martin for years, and trust me, he's 10 times better than all of you. I shoved them aside and left. I was totally off the hook, but Martin was gone for good. My head was spinning, but when I got home that day, I found my parents in the living room with huge smiles.
Joy, we have the most wonderful news. We're not in debt anymore.
Are you kidding? That's amazing. But how? Some anonymous donor paid off all the money we owe for the house. We have no idea who did it. It was probably Cameron. He's an amazing friend. I just know it was him. I rushed to my phone to call Cameron and thank him, but suddenly, I realized Cameron didn't know my landlord or anything about my house. There was only one person outside my family who did. The next morning, I took a bus to Martin's new place and knocked on his door. Hey, I have a weird question. Did you pay off our mortgage?
Yeah, I did. But hey, don't worry about it. Our moms ran into each other and your mom told my mom everything. I told my parents I'd help them out at work every weekend if they paid your loan.
Martin, I don't understand. I thought you hated me now.
Why would I hate you? Cameron told me what you did for me. After how horrible I've been, you were gonna give up your scholarship and ruin your future for me. I guess I'm not really surprised, because that's just who you are. The best friend one could ask for. I couldn't let you do that though. I got expelled because I deserved it, and I'm really sorry.
about everything. I was so touched to see Martin's teary eyes. Hey, don't make me cry, bro. It's okay, and thank you for apologizing. I'm just glad to see my old friend back. Me too. And for the record, Cameron's a really good guy. You have my blessing to be with him.
Yeah, I didn't ask for your blessing, but thanks anyway.
Hi there, my name is Penny. I'm 13 years old, and over summer break, my whole life changed. All because I found a way to get anything I wanted off of Amazon for free. Alright, I think I should start by mentioning that I've always been poor. Like, sometimes my mom and I are homeless kind of poor. And I'm pretty sure it's part of why I've always been super unpopular at school. Anyways, we were recently kicked out of our last spot and moved in with my aunt, which is great for me because at her house, I always get my own room with a TV and a computer in it and everything. Well, one day, I was on my computer surfing around on YouTube when I came across an interesting video. The title said, "How to Get Everything for Free from Amazon." I didn't really think it would work, but I was interested. I clicked in and began watching. "If you're watching this video, you must be ready for your whole life to change," the guy started. I was hooked. "This video is brought to you by a bug in Amazon's system." The guy continued with a sly wink. As he went on, I followed along, making sure to copy each step exactly. The whole process didn't take long at all, and before I knew it, I was at the last step. Enter. Nothing seemed to happen. Just as I figured. I sighed. It must have been some weird hoax. I'm not going to lie. I was a little bit bummed. I had tried not to get my hopes up, but I mean, after living a whole life of having nothing, the thought of being able to get anything I wanted delivered to me, for free, on demand, was like a dream. While I was already on Amazon, I figured I might as well order some new school supplies. School was just around the corner and I would be going into the 8th grade. Like every other year, I wouldn't be able to afford the new cool clothes that all the popular kids would have. But my mom always saved up just enough so that I could buy some brand new school supplies. She felt it was important, and it was special for me. "Education is your golden ticket to creating a better life for yourself, Penny Pie," she would always say. Now, don't get me wrong. I loved learning, but I hated going to school. I was always mocked for wearing the same clothes or looking like I hadn't showered, which, to be fair, I often hadn't after a night of sleeping in mom's car or something. Anyways, I browsed around Amazon, putting things in my shopping cart, careful to stay on my budget of $15, which for us is a lot. Once I had found everything I needed, I went to pay. But where there should have been a price, there was only the word free in all caps. No way, I whispered to myself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Had it really worked? My heart was racing a little bit with some newfound excitement. Carefully, as I might mess something up if I moved too fast, I dragged the mouse to where it said, "Confirm order." Click. Off my order went, and up came a notice saying that my package would be delivered in 2 days. Only 2 days? I looked at the top corner of the screen and noticed that I somehow had Amazon Prime. I checked on my subscription, and it said my Prime membership had just been activated for $0 per month. The code must have automatically given me free membership. Suddenly, my mind was filled with all of the possibilities, but I didn't want to get too far ahead of myself or get my hopes up just to be let down. So I decided to place another order for a slightly bigger purchase, and I knew exactly what I wanted. It was a super trendy backpack that I knew all the cool kids would have this year. I had seen it while browsing for supplies, but it was $50, so I didn't even bother clicking on it. Until now. I found the exact backpack I wanted, and I picked my favorite color, which made the price jump up to $57. It felt weird not to care. I went to pay, and there again was the word free where the price should have been. Click. Order confirmed. 2-day delivery. Woohoo! I was ecstatic. I wanted to go bonkers, ordering everything my heart desired. But I figured it would be best to wait and make sure the orders actually arrived first. Sure enough, 2 days later, while my mom and aunt were out job hunting for my mom, there was a knock on the front door. I opened it up to see 2 packages by my feet and an Amazon Prime truck driving off. I could hardly contain my excitement. I quickly grabbed both packages, slammed the door shut, and raced off to my room. I wanted so badly to just tear them open right then and there, but this moment was too sweet. I looked the packages over and ran my fingers over my name. My name on a package sent to my house. Well, my house for now at least. But still, it was something that I couldn't recall ever experiencing before. After taking it all in, I slowly unsealed the first package and pulled out each item. First, it was the pencils and school supplies. There it was, the smell of fresh plastic and the subtle squeak of newness in my hands. I opened the next package and slid the backpack out. For a moment, I was just frozen, staring at the thing that symbolizes so many things I had always wanted. I hugged the backpack and cried. At first, I cried for all of the things I had never gotten, for the pain I had felt for being made fun of and isolated. And then The tears turned into tears of happiness, and I began to laugh just thinking about how different life would be from here on out. And then, in a craze of emotion, the real shopping spree began. I bought new clothes and jackets, cool accessories and makeup, hair extensions and fake nails, all the latest gadgets and tablets. Whatever I wanted. I would go to school this year as a whole new person. Nobody would even recognize me. I suddenly had a new confidence about me that I had never known before. On the first day of school, sure enough, nobody recognized me at all. Not even my best friend Claire. She couldn't believe it when I told her it was me. We walked together in the hall and everyone stared, even the cool kids. At lunch that day, one of the most popular girls in school, Jade, even sat down next to us. "Hey, new girl," she said. "Cool backpack. I have the same one, but in Jade, which is my name. What's yours?" I laughed and said, "Jade." "It's me, Penny." As she looked at me with recognition, I started to feel self-conscious. "Penny? No way," she said, her whole demeanor changing. "I seriously didn't even recognize you. What happened?" She said it in a way that I knew very well. It made me feel small. I wanted to curl up and hide, but then I remembered the reflection I had seen in the mirror. I held my chin up high as I replied, "Things have changed for me, Jade. It's a shame that I can't say the same for you." Both Jade and Claire's jaws dropped. This gave me even more confidence. "Anyways, I have a new connection. I can basically have anything I want, just like that," I said as I snapped my fingers. No biggie. This got both of their attention, but Jade was now taking over the conversation, asking all sorts of questions. I just acted cool, calm, and mysterious, and answered with super short responses to keep her guessing. She called a couple of her other cool friends over to the table and filled them in. When they all started to chime in, asking questions too, I hooked arms with Claire and said, "This is a little annoying, don't you think? Let's go." As we walked away from the most popular girls in school, who were all staring in awe after us, we laughed as we turned the corner. Just like that, we were the girls the popular girls wanted to talk to. Once we were completely alone, I explained everything to Claire. And after school that day, she came to my house so we could order a bunch of cool new stuff for her. Soon enough, we were both the most stylish and trendy girls in the whole school. And I started to love going. Every day, the popular kids all wanted to hang out with us. Just to keep them happy, I even bought some things for them. And you should have seen how happy and grateful they were. They were practically bowing down to me as their queen. Within weeks, I was receiving between 20 to 30 packages a day. On some days, the other kids would even line up in gym class as Claire and I would sit on the bleachers, passing out gifts like a modern-day Lady Santa Claus. Of course, while school life was getting better and better, things were becoming more and more difficult back home. As my mom and aunt became more suspicious, I had to lie and tell them that all the packages were for a job I had found on Amazon. I told them that companies were paying me to test out all sorts of products in exchange for my raving reviews. I almost felt worse when they believed it, but I couldn't stop now. I was the happiest I had ever been. That is, until one day, when along with around 35 packages, I received a letter from Amazon. It was laid out for me on the kitchen table when I got home from school. I guess my mom had gotten it first, but it was still sealed. She trusted me too much. I was nervous as I opened it. Amazon had never sent me a letter before. I read in horror as the letter explained that I had been the biggest spender that month. They were wanting to know how I had been receiving all of those shipments, stating that they were unable to track any of the receipts. In a panic, I tore the letter up into tiny little pieces and buried them deep in the bottom of the trash can. My whole body felt like it was in knots, but I tried to shake it off and tried to get it out of my head. There was no time for worrying about that now. Not when I was the most popular girl in school and had the life of my dreams. But I couldn't just ignore it completely. Amazon was obviously onto me, and I was worried that my free-for-all shopping spree could soon come to a halt. So that evening, I started buying some of the big-ticket items. I wanted to make sure I had all of the best and most expensive things that I knew I may never be able to afford again. I ordered laptops, expensive watches, beautiful porcelain chandeliers, and even spendy decorations for my room. I even bought all sorts of nice things for my aunt's house and nice jewelry for my mom. I had been too nervous to shop for them before, but knowing that this may be my last chance, I went wild and would just tell them that they were also given to me for reviews. To no real surprise, within just 2 days, I logged in to find that I no longer had all free access. I didn't even have Amazon Prime anymore. And just a day after that, I got another letter in the mail. This time, Amazon told me that they had found the bug in their system and fixed the issue, and that they would be in touch soon. I honestly didn't think about it too much. I was just happy that I had gotten all the really expensive stuff before it was too late. Well, let's just say that my happiness about that pretty quickly turned into a total freakout because now I was getting tons of letters from Amazon every day. Between 20 to 30, as a matter of fact. They were all receipts for every single purchase I had made, along with the occasional letter threatening a lawsuit if I didn't reimburse them by the end of the month. Now that I was no longer receiving packages and only letters, I had to come up with another lie for my mom and aunt, who were becoming more and more suspicious. I told them they were just thank you letters from people I had written reviews for, or more people asking for my endorsements. I also told them I had decided to quit my job and asked if they could just throw the letters away if they saw them. But one day, I caught my mom starting to open one of the letters when I got home from school. I caught her just in time and she apologized for almost invading my privacy. "I'm just worried about you, Penny Pie," she said. "Something just seems off with you lately." I told her that everything was okay and that I was sorry for making her feel worried. And I meant it. "You don't have to worry anymore, Mom," I said. I told them to stop sending me stuff and that I quit for good. So we shouldn't get any more letters or packages anyways. Of course, this wasn't anywhere close to true. I had an unimaginable amount of money to still make in a very short period of time before they would stop sending those letters. But I had to deal with one thing at a time. I knew I would really be toast if my mom ever found out. So I made that a priority and started skipping my last class every day, just to get the mail before my mom or aunt could. In the meantime, I was selling everything I could on Facebook Market and Craigslist, anywhere I could think of. I even explained what was happening to Claire and all of my new friends and how I was in serious trouble. I asked if they could give back the stuff I had bought for them so I could make back that money. Of course, Claire did this without any hesitation and even helped me sell some of it, but everyone else just laughed at me. Jade even called me pathetic in front of everyone. "I knew you were an imposter," she said, and then she started to chant, "Penny is a loser!" And all of the other cool kids, who I thought were now my friends, joined along. But at that moment, I was too worried about getting the money back to even care. At this point, Claire and I had scrounged up a whopping $1,000, which was practically a nickel compared to what I had spent. And to make matters even worse, when I got home that day, after skipping class to get the mail, my mom was on the phone with the principal. Now I was in real trouble. Surely he would be informing her of all of my recent absences. I had to think quick. She hadn't heard me come in the house, so I snuck upstairs and quietly shut my bedroom door. I had nowhere else to turn. So I hopped on my computer, I wrote in the search bar, "How to make money fast." The first video I saw was one that said, "How to make money fast with a Craigslist scam." I was totally desperate and freaking out.
Hello, my name is Simona and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him.
Please don't go, Mom. I love you.
Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away, and Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you.
Thanks, Mom. We just want you to be happy.
Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class. Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling. You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I am so sorry, Simona. No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own. Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa. How could you let this happen? She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry.
I had a big concert today and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that. She just got injured. Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, and just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Luisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake.
What are you doing here, alone? Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious.
Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless. What have you girls done? It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Luisa. I'm so tired of your behavior, Luisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family.
Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Luisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Luisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so.
Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school.
Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom?
Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out.
She's our mom. Don't you love her?
Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more.
When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually, it's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get. Yes, you're very good looking. Modeling would suit you.
I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight. I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner. Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with. He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real. Hey, what's wrong? Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me? There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect. Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news. Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids. But Mom, she won't fit in at my school. No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you. The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat. What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it. The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet. What did you call us? Put me down. When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go. What is wrong with the people in your school? This is not one of your fancy schools. And all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition. That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class. Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned. Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you? Why? What's wrong with me? Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg. You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa. I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see. I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up. Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me. I smiled widely as Louisa turned red, and just then Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way. Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother. Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school, and during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her, but I didn't run to her rescue. Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister? Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it. Yeah, but she's still your sister. Jared always had a way to make me think twice, so I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying. Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag. Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom. I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls. It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk. I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already. Well, it's never too late to change. Later that day, when my stepmom and Mom came to pick us up, Louisa apologized to both of them too. And then, Esmeralda told us some thrilling news. She was pregnant. Oh my God, what? I'm gonna be a big sister again. That baby's lucky to have you, Simona. And you, Louisa, will be the best big sisters ever.
「 big sisters ever. 」 「 big sisters ever. 」 « 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 big sisters e
I was in my room catching up on MSA when my parents had their 100th argument of the day.
You bought a neck cream for $1,000? Yeah, so? You know how delicate the skin around the neck is? Staying in this stupid village stresses me out. I have wrinkles now. I'm officially unlovable. I still love you. Like that matters.
Outer beauty is just a lie, Mother. It's what's inside that counts. If you really want to be loved, you need to fix your personality. And while you're at it, please fix your posture too, or you'll have a hunchback soon.
Mom stared at me before bursting into tears and running away. Okay, maybe it was a bit harsh, but hey, that was me trying to help Mom become lovable. It was a good deed. Hi, I'm Julia, and I'm about to tell you how my parents ruined my life. But before I do, please hit like and subscribe. I knew very early on that I wasn't an ordinary kid. By 3, I could use a knife and a fork to cut apples to perfection. By 10, I could recite Shakespeare word for word. By 13, I could bake pastries that could give a French baker a run for his money. I've always wondered how I turned out to be so amazing. Maybe my great-great-grandma or grandpa was an extremely responsible, talented, sophisticated person, and I got my unique genes from there, because my parents were a total mess. Dad owned a vineyard, and every year he would struggle to create a new wine variety, and every year he'd fail. Mom was a self-involved ex-beauty queen who kept complaining about how she gave up everything for her marriage. Now, her only talent was blowing up money we didn't even have on makeup and skincare. Like this one time when I was 16, Mom bought some anti-aging cream off the internet that gave her a bad reaction, and Dad had to pay a lot for her skin treatment. My face looks like a swollen monkey's butt. This is all your fault. If only you were rich and I could afford plastic surgery. If only you were smart enough to read the label, darling. Did you just call me dumb? If you keep screeching like a banshee, Mom, we'll have to get you new vocal cords too. But before I could finish, she picked up a tray next to her bed and flung it at Dad. Dad ducked, the tray hit the TV screen on the wall, and he ended up paying more to the hospital. Even though Dad was pissed, he went home early and arranged a surprise welcome home party for Mom. But she decided to surprise him instead by packing her bags and leaving for good. And divorce papers soon followed.
How could she leave me like that? I've done nothing but love her.
Please compose yourself, Dad, and let's not cry over spilled milk.
What?
You'll get over it. I'm not some stone-hearted witch, trust me. I missed my mom too, but I wasn't gonna bawl my eyes out like a silly baby with no self-control. One of those in the house is enough. Dad threw himself into work after that, while I focused on school and picked up baking full-time. By 18, I got a job at a small cafe, and life went back to normal. Then one evening, Dad told me excitedly that he'd finally found an investor, Mr. Sharman, for his new wine batch, and he had invited us over for dinner to talk further. That evening, we were welcomed warmly by Mr. Sharman. He was showing us around his mansion, when suddenly, my world kind of stopped. This really gorgeous guy walked in, sadly with the prettiest girl on his arm. Apparently, he was Mr. Sharman's nephew and financial manager, Darren, and it was hard to keep my eyes off of him. At one point, he was feeding her grapes when one fell down. He bent to pick it up, and I saw the girl staring at me, staring at his butt. I got so flustered that I stepped back and knocked over a huge bowl of punch, getting plenty all over myself. So humiliating. As I cleaned myself up and walked out of the bathroom, I crashed into Darren in the hallway.
Wow, are you always this clumsy? Or do I have this effect on you?
I am not clumsy. I am the very picture of grace, and you have no effect on me.
My date said you were staring at my butt when the accident happened.
That's a false accusation, a blatant lie. Why would I be staring at your rear end?
It's okay. I don't blame you. I work out a lot.
Yes, it shows, and your behind is perfectly sculpted like a Georgia peach. But what does that have to do with me? Your girlfriend sounds like an insecure lady just making up nonsense.
I doubt that you would make her insecure. She's a model and you, well, you look and talk like you're Mary Poppins' daughter. No offense.
With that, he grinned and just walked off. I loved Mary Poppins, but it didn't feel like a compliment coming from him. I joined Dad and Mr. Sharman, but minutes later, someone tapped on my shoulder, and I nearly passed out when I saw Mom?
Surprise! What is happening?
Mom told us how she'd met Mr. Sharman on a cruise and they'd fallen in love. They'd been dating for a few months and she only recently moved back to the city. I went to the house and saw that your dad was still poor as a street rat, so I thought of investing in his business and helping him out. Am I not the best ex-wife ever? This is certainly unexpected, but calling yourself the best ex-wife is an exaggeration, Mother. My father and I have something called self-respect, and we'd like to keep it, so please excuse us. I grabbed Dad's hand and we left. We were still reeling from the shock of meeting Mom, but the next evening she showed up at our door begging us to hear her out. I wanted to turn her away, but Dad gave her a chance. I know I left you too abruptly and hurt you, and I'm really sorry. But despite everything, you're still my family. I have a chance to make things right by getting your father the break he deserves, and I'd love to reconnect with my only daughter too. I wanted to be less cynical and believe this was an unselfish act, but I wasn't convinced. Dad, however, was staring at her with stars in his eyes, and he agreed to take Mr. Sharman's investment. After she left, I turned to Dad. I know you want to succeed, but is this really a good idea? Trust me, I know it is. Also, I think your mother's still in love with me, and I have another shot. What? Dad, no, she's happy with her rich boyfriend. We'll see. Good Lord, was this gonna end up with Dad as a weeping disaster again, and I'd be picking up the pieces again? But I couldn't do anything to stop it. Soon, Dad and Mr. Sharman were meeting regularly and getting to know each other before making the deal, while Mom wanted me to hang out with her so we could bond, which meant I had to see a lot more of Darren every time I went over to their house, or when Mom took me to some fancy party. And to my dismay, he even started visiting the coffee shop I was working at every time with a new girl. Can't you find another cafe as your saliva-exchanging rendezvous spot? Your mom told me you're the baker here, and I thought I was doing you a favor by bringing you business. But I get it. Seeing me with all those girls makes you jealous. Do you wish you were one of them, Julia? You can be, you know. I've got 20 minutes before my date turns up. As if I'd ever want to date an insufferable Neanderthal who thinks he's God's gift to women. One kiss from me, and you think I'm God's gift to women too. I'm curious, have you ever kissed anyone? I mean a boy, not your cat or your grandma. Of course I have. I have a very steady boyfriend of 2 years, and I'm wildly in love with him. Wow, does he also talk like he has a stick up his butt? I'm dying to meet him now. Let's have a double date tomorrow. How about a movie and dinner? I'll text you the details. Just then, his date of the day turned up, and I walked off. I had to find myself a boyfriend by tomorrow. I asked one of the newest interns at the cafe to be my date and showed up at the movie theater the next evening. After I'd introduced my boyfriend happily, we took our seats and the movie started. But Darren and his date kept giggling and whispering like teenagers. Sorry to disturb you guys, but my boyfriend Billy, actually it's Bobby, Billy, Bobby, tomato, tomato. Anyway, Barry and I are trying to watch the movie and would appreciate it if you guys could keep it down. Darren simply smirked and looked away, but minutes later he started making out with his date. You're still noisy. You're still annoying. Cut it out. Bite me. I grabbed Darren's soda and spilled it on his head. He got angry and knocked down my tub of popcorn, and we got into a huge argument. Soon enough, we were thrown out by security. Wow, this was a terrible date. I'm so sorry. Let's part ways with these two and grab some burgers? Sure, if you can tell me my name. You're so funny. Baby. It's Bobby. My date stormed off angrily, and I caught one look at Darren's smug face and fled the scene. But the next morning, as I was walking to school, a car slowed down by me, and I saw it was Darren. Hop in. I'll drop you. No, thank you. I do not need you to rub last night in my face. You're clearly troubled if you can't manage to have a real boyfriend, but I don't have time for that right now. I need to talk to you about your mom. That caught my attention, and reluctantly, I got in. I've been working with my uncle for years, but ever since he started dating your mom, things have been a mess. The business is running in losses, and the accounts are all over the place. I can't help thinking she's stealing from my uncle. How are you so sure? Call it a hunch. She has really expensive taste, and she's not really rich, so just because she doesn't have your kind of money, you think she's a thief? Have you ever thought that maybe your accounts are a mess because you're too distracted with your girlfriends and you're bad at your job? Julia, this conversation is over. Stop the car. He did, and I got off. I was so annoyed at Darren for accusing Mom, but but I couldn't shake off the nagging feeling that he might be right. Mom had always valued money more than relationships. Could it be true? I didn't have to wait too long for an answer, because late that night, I woke up from my sleep when I heard a car pull up in my driveway. I looked outside and spotted Mom and Dad talking in the garden. I went out the back door and crawled behind a bush close to them. Darling, I was a fool to let you go, but now everything will be perfect. Once we have the money, we can leave this place and go anywhere. But what if we get caught? My boyfriend's an idiot. I've been stealing money from him for months now, and he has no idea. By the time he realizes it's me, we'll be long gone. And baby, don't you want Julia to have a better life? Dad nodded, and then they kissed. Mom left, and as soon as Dad walked in, I cornered him. Hello, Dad.
Oh my God, Julia, you scared me.
You can't cheat Darren's uncle. He's willing to invest in your business, and you're just gonna take off with his money? Why are you ruining this amazing business opportunity?
Because your mother and I love each other, and that matters more than anything else. Once we have the money, we can start over and be together anywhere we want.
It's still illegal and criminal. This isn't who you are, Dad. And what makes you so sure she won't leave you again?
Because she's changed, and I know things will be different this time. She really loves me.
The only two things Mom loves are money and herself.
I have a big day tomorrow, Julia, and I would like you to stay out of it.
I tried talking to Dad again the next day, but he just blew me off. So I went to Darren's place and told him everything. We needed proof, and I started with searching Mom's room. I was going through her stuff when I found a bunch of fake passports and IDs at the back of the drawer. I shoved everything into my pocket and was leaving when my foot got caught in the carpet and I fell flat on my face. Just then, Mom walked in.
Julia, what are you doing in my room?
I came to see you, and I was just admiring this carpet. The thread count is amazing. The embroidery is exquisite. So elegant. Your taste is so chic, and you passed it all to me. I am so thankful to you for making me the lady I am today. I kissed Mom's hands, hugged her tight, and ran out. Right outside the room, I caught Darren snickering and pulled him into an empty room.
Admiring the carpet? How'd you come up with that?
Quick thinking, and I found something. But before I give anything against my mom, promise me that Dad will not face any criminal charges. I know he's at fault too, and I'm asking a lot here, but he's just an innocent man who is blindly in love with the wrong woman, and he's the only family I have left. Darren touched my cheek gently, and suddenly I felt hot tears rolling down my face.
I get it, Julia. My dad left when I was really young, and it's not easy dealing with something like that. I promise you, I'll keep your dad safe.
You really mean it? Darren nodded and pulled me into a hug, and it felt amazing. He dropped me home, and that night, I slept with Darren in mind. The next morning, Darren called me up and told me that he was chasing some lead and would meet his uncle at a golf event to tell him everything. I wanted to talk to Dad one last time before Darren exposed Mom, but he wasn't around. That's when I noticed an invite to the same golf event on Dad's table. I quickly took a cab and reached the venue. The place was huge, and I was running out of time. And that's when I spotted an old lady climbing onto a golf cart. Excuse me, ma'am. I'm really sorry for what I'm about to do, but it's an emergency. With that, I shoved the lady aside, slid inside the cart, and zoomed off, despite her screams and protests. Please ignore my driving skills here. I'm actually a very safe driver. You can ask my friends. They say I drive like a grandma, and that's a compliment. Anyway, after crushing a bunch of feet and getting chased by a mad golfer, I finally spotted Dad and Mom in a corner talking to Mr. Sharman. Dad pulled out some papers, and Mr. Sharman was about to sign them when I got out of the cart, lunged at him, snatched the pen, and threw it away. Julia, what are you doing? Sorry, where are my manners? I apologize for the outburst, Mr. Sharman, but your girlfriend, and unfortunately, my mother, has been stealing from you. And now she wants you to sign over money for Dad's business so she can steal that too and leave forever. What is this rubbish? Darling, don't believe her. She's lying.
Oh, no, she's not.
I turned around and saw Darren walk in with all the evidence we'd collected and some papers. He told everyone how Mom was actually a con woman who'd been running around conning millionaires the last couple of years, and her latest target was Mr. Sharman.
I always had my doubts about you, but I had no proof. But then, you booked this one-way flight leaving for Ibiza tonight, and I chased that transaction to find out about the secret account where you've been stashing away my uncle's money. Wait, you were gonna leave for Ibiza without me? You just bought one ticket? Julia was right. You were gonna take the money and just leave me.
I tried to warn you, Dad, but why did you come back, Mom? You could have conned anyone. Why Dad? Suddenly, Mom looked like a raging madwoman. Because he was such an easy target. Your dad needed money, and I wanted an exit from this miserable relationship with his old hag Charmin. So I decided to use him to get the money and leave the country. I would have been successful if you hadn't butt in, Julia. Seriously, why do you hate me so much? I don't hate you, Mom. I feel sorry for you because you're doomed to stay alone. Have fun in jail. Mom got arrested that day, and I never saw her again. Darren convinced Mr. Sharman to not press charges against Dad, and it took some pleading, but thankfully he agreed. Dad and I were on our way out when suddenly I heard Darren calling my name. Dad left to wait in the car as Darren caught up with me.
I just wanted to say thank you. That can't have been easy for you, watching your mom being taken away.
Honestly, it wasn't that hard, and thank you for not sending Dad to jail.
Actually, I wanted to tell you that I like you, Julia. I kinda have from the first moment we met. Do you think you could go out for a movie and dinner with me as my date?
So I can be another trophy in your Playboy Hall of Fame? I politely decline.
Will you listen for a minute? All those girls you saw me with are blind dates my mom set up. She's dying for me to find a girl I can settle down with. I clearly don't like her choices because I've had eyes for you only.
Oh, well, that's flattering. But you'll have to woo me and treat me like a lady and work your way to my heart. Darren's still trying his best to impress me. And I'm almost in love with him. Okay, fine, I am in love with him. We're getting engaged soon, and all of you are invited to the party. Hey everyone, I'm Nia. Please like and subscribe. Most stories around here start off with unhappy families. Growing up, I always felt like I'd lucked out with mine. We weren't very rich, but we were always comfortable. Mom and Dad completely doted on me. And even after being together since high school, they were still crazy about each other, which they didn't hide. Even though I sometimes found them embarrassing, I secretly loved how in love they were. The only thing they ever disagreed on was me playing soccer. I'd always been sporty, and when Dad enrolled me in the local girls football club at 10, the wires in my brain connected the second I kicked the ball.
2 extra hours of training every day till the big match, okay?
You're pushing her too hard, honey. She needs to focus on school right now.
She's born to be a football star.
Once in 7th grade, I was walking back home from practice when I spotted 2 older boys roughing up a skinny boy my age.
Well, hello, Mr. Lame. Looks like you're a poet. What's that around your neck? A woman's necklace?
Please, give it back. It's my mom's.
As they kept teasing him, I charged towards them, kicking one bully hard in the knees and headbutting the other. Don't you morons know there's some lines you just don't cross? Then I grabbed the skinny boy's things, took his hand, and made a run for it. The bullies came after us, but we hid behind a garbage dump as they ran past. Hey, you're okay now?
Oh, yes, thank you. It's just that you remind me of my goat octopus who used to headbutt everyone and died from a concussion.
I remind you of a dead goat named Octopus?
Yeah, your eyes are just like hers, even your voice.
How about you just say thank you and stop talking? That was the day Zeke and I became friends. In fact, he'd just moved with his single dad into the house next to ours. He couldn't kick a ball to save his life, but he was sweet and smart, and he seemed to really enjoy doing all my homework. And because we were super close, I started getting teased about him in high school.
He, likes you. It's all in the signs, babe. His eyes sparkle when he looks at you. His voice gets deeper when he says your name, and he always notices small things about you. And have you seen how his feet are always pointing at you when he's talking to you?
Where else would they be pointed? You're being ridiculous. But those comments got under my skin, because after that, I kept seeing the stupid signs. Was I imagining them now, or had I missed them all along? I had a really big match soon, and before it started, I was sitting on the side bench and fidgeting with my hands when Zeke sat down next to me.
Nia, you've got nothing to be nervous about. You're gonna win. We'll go out to celebrate afterwards. And there's, also something I need to tell you.
What is it?
It can wait a few more hours. Just came to wish you luck.
He gave me this strange look as he left, and my heart fluttered. Jeez, what was that? But all thoughts vanished as soon as the match started. It was an intense one, with our team having a slight lead. But as I was hovering near the goalie, an opponent kicked the ball hard and sent it flying at my face. I was knocked back, and my head hit the metal goalpost. Then everything went black. When I opened my eyes next, I found myself alone in a hospital hospital room. I couldn't recall why I was there. Feeling panicked, I tried running out, but my legs felt like jelly, and I found myself falling face forward, straight into someone's strong arms. I looked up into the warm brown eyes of a tall, really cute guy who instantly pulled me into a tight hug.
Nia, oh my god, I can't believe you're finally awake.
Nia? How do you know my... Oh my god, Zeke? Is that you? Why do you look so different?
I just upgraded my wardrobe a bit.
A bit? You look like the lead singer of a boy band. Also, how are you suddenly taller?
Nia, you might want to sit down for this.
And what he told me next knocked the wind out of me. 3 years? I've been in a coma for 3 years? I didn't even know how to begin processing this. And when I asked him to call my parents, Zeke went pale.
I don't know if I should tell you this, although it's kind of important. Okay, I should, but don't get upset, because you might.
Spit it out.
I don't want to send you back into a coma.
I swear to God, I will twist your arm so hard.
Okay, your parents got divorced and your dad has a girlfriend who seems to be a total witch.
What? I'd lost 3 years. My parents were divorced. My dad had a witch girlfriend, and my geeky best friend had become hot. After the doctors had run all their tests, I was told I'd need physiotherapy, but I was ready to be discharged. Soon after, Mom and Dad both arrived at the hospital, and we had a teary reunion. Mom said she'd take me home with her and answer all my questions about their divorce. As we went down to the hospital entrance, suddenly 4 men in black suits surrounded us, but no one else looked surprised.
I think I'll leave this first. I wouldn't want the crowd outside to overwhelm Nia.
Did I miss something here?
You know how you said earlier I look like a lead singer of a boy band? Well, actually, I am. I'll tell you all about it later, okay?
And the minute the hospital door opened, the crowd broke out into frenzied screams. I looked on in complete shock at Zeke smiling and waving while his bodyguards escorted him to a car, and then he was gone. Holy mother of what? On the way home, Mom explained that a year ago, Zeke had joined some neighborhood kids to form a band. They'd won a talent competition with a song Zeke had written, which shot them to instant fame.
His fans are usually camping outside the hospital because they know he visits often.
His fans? Man, I was not getting over this anytime soon. It also turned out that he no longer lived in the house next door. And then, Mom finally explained everything that happened with Dad.
After you went into a coma, I started getting really angry at your dad. I knew it wasn't his fault, but I kept blaming him because he'd always pushed you to play soccer. We were fighting all the time and growing distant. Then one day I received pictures in the mail of him and a woman from work looking like a couple, and that was the last straw. He denied having an affair, but I had proof, and soon after the divorce, he started dating that same woman. Maybe it wasn't fair to blame him for your accident, but he betrayed our marriage.
My heart broke at how my perfect family had been torn apart, but somehow I was having trouble believing that Dad would cheat on Mom. Adjusting to my new life was quite tough over the next few days. I had to get used to Dad not being around, and he couldn't even visit immediately because his girlfriend Rachel had a family emergency out of town. I couldn't play soccer till I was done with physiotherapy, and I was 3 years behind everyone in high school, which also meant that Zeke and I were no longer in the same class, and it was almost impossible to even have a conversation with his bodyguards lurking in the background, or his fangirls all over him. Just a week later, Mom suddenly had to go overseas on a business trip and was worried about leaving me alone, and I suggested I could stay with Dad.
I can't leave you with him and that woman.
Mom, I haven't had any time with him since I woke up, and I miss him. Mom reluctantly agreed to arrange things with Dad, and the next day, she dropped me off at his mansion. Apparently, his company had skyrocketed to success while I was in a coma. Dad greeted me with a bear hug, and just then, I saw Rachel walk in. She was pretty, but like a witch.
Oh, I finally get to meet Nina.
It's Nia, sweetheart.
Close enough, my. You look just like your mother, don't you?
Definitely didn't sound like a compliment.
I'll get Nora settled in, babe. Why don't you order something nice for dinner?
Yeah, of course.
Not so fast. You forgot to hug me when I came home earlier, honey buns.
Oh, sorry about that, sugar booger.
Ew, I was about to vomit. As soon as Dad left the room, Rachel turned back to me with a cold smile.
Oh, darling, isn't it just divine how fate brings people together? Here I am, the new beacon of light in your dear father's life. And there you are, the previous light. But let's not dwell on the past. We must look to the future. And sweetheart, the future is Rachel.
Previous light? I'm his only daughter.
Yes, but till last week you were a vegetable. And people move on. One must keep up with the times, mustn't one? Oh, and speaking of time, I imagine you'll be wanting to spend a considerable amount of yours at boarding school, summer camps, perhaps even a nice long exchange program. Oh, the places you'll go.
I'm not going anywhere. And why are you talking like that?
I don't think you're listening to me, my little chickadee. While you were sleeping, a new world order was established. There's room for only one queen bee in this hive, and you're looking at her. Oh, but don't worry. I'm sure we'll find a lovely little worker bee role for you.
Good job, Aunt Rachel. You've been practicing that speech all morning, and you nailed it.
A boy my age walked in behind us, and he was drop-dead gorgeous. Rachel just made a face and introduced him as her nephew, Brian, who was staying with her for some modeling gigs in town. As the two of us talked, I felt rather relieved that Brian was around. He seemed cool and fun, and easy on the eyes, too. Later that evening, we decided to play Twister, and we couldn't stop laughing as we got tangled up. Left foot yellow. As Brian reached over awkwardly, his elbow bumped into a table, and the huge vase on it wobbled. We both jumped up to catch it, and Brian ended up wrapping his arms around me instead of the vase before we collapsed on the floor. Just then, the door opened, and we found Zeke looking down at us.
Am I interrupting something?
Oh, no, nothing. What are you doing here?
I dropped by at your place and your mom was just leaving for the airport. She told me you were here, and I thought you could use some company.
Well, luckily for her, I'm staying with my aunt here for the next few weeks, too. Wait a minute, you're that boy band singer, right? I'm shooting a shampoo commercial with you tomorrow.
Ah, right. You're the model. Small world.
As Brian excused himself, I told Zeke about how weird Rachel was. I just don't know what Dad sees in her. Also, I'm finding it hard to accept that Dad cheated on Mom. I want to find out more about how exactly Rachel ended up in Dad's life.
Yeah, she's shady. Don't worry, if there's some dirt, we'll dig it up.
We? I doubt a celebrity like you has the time.
I'll always make time for you, Nia.
I remembered what Mom had said about him visiting me in the hospital often, and my heart skipped a beat.
I'd be careful of Rachel during your stay, and maybe you should stay away from that Brian dude, too. I mean, he is her nephew.
He seems nothing like her, though. Wait, you're not jealous, are you?
No, why? I mean, that would... Of course not.
How does a famous pop star have so much free time?
It's called time management. I can give you some tips.
Won't you have paparazzi or fans following you here?
Oh, no. I have a foolproof plan. I went wearing a mask to this small cafe no one visits, then changed my outfit there and my car too. Then sometime later, I ditched my car for a scooter my bodyguard was waiting with. And we zoomed on our way through some quiet back alleys, and here I am. Can we rewind the movie to the start? Hey, Nia, I thought you'd like to go watch a movie, so I booked the whole cinema for us. We'll go through the back entrance. No one will know I was there.
That sounds amazing, dude. Can't wait.
I meant me and Nia, us. There isn't space for you.
It's a whole cinema. Of course there is. You look a bit cranky. Here, have a cookie. Dude, did you follow us here?
Of course not. It's my favorite place. I practically live here. Nia, you've got to try their slushie.
Can't you see we've already ordered them? Oh God, brain freeze, brain freeze! I've got thighs of steel. You can't beat me.
Watch me, buddy. I can do this all day while singing.
Do I need to be here for this? They seemed to be fighting for my attention, but I was beginning to feel rather ignored. And worse, whenever I tried to spend any time alone with Dad and talk to him about what happened between him and Mom, Rachel made sure I couldn't.
Sorry, honey. A bee slipped into Rachel's dress and the poor thing's traumatized. We'll go to the mall another time. Sorry, honey. Rachel didn't receive an important package and she's very upset. Rain check on the breakfast plan?
Soon, I was cleared by the physiotherapist for some light soccer practice, and Dad was so happy that he wanted to accompany me to the club. Of course, Rachel had to tag along. Just as I was exiting the girls' locker room, I found Rachel outside pinching her nose.
Ew, you'd think the girls' locker room would smell a little better. Ugh. Anyway, I just came by to say good luck. Break your arms and legs.
I just rolled my eyes and kept walking.
Oh, also, your dad and I are getting married soon.
My heart dropped to my stomach. You're making that up. Dad wouldn't just ask you to marry him without telling me about it first.
Yes, he would, Nancy. Just like he got divorced while you were sleeping. Now, don't you want your dad to be happy? sweetie. He certainly wasn't with your mom.
You don't know the first thing about my parents' relationship.
Oh, trust me, I know more than you think. And if you're harboring any secret desire to go all parent trap on them, don't think for a second it'll work. It's so over between them. So over.
She walked away smirking, and I was trembling with rage. I had to go join the game right after, but my focus was totally shot, and I was terrible on the field. I left the game midway and marched over angrily to Dad. Are you two getting married?
What?
She said you're gonna get married soon.
Nia, sweetie, I said your dad and I are going to Maryland soon. I was only asking if you wanted to come along.
What? Gosh, you're such a creep and a liar. But Rachel burst into tears, and Dad looked rather displeased with me as he consoled her. She was evil and manipulative, and I had no idea how to make Dad see that. But then one evening, Zeke called me up to give me some news. Apparently, he'd hired a private investigator to look into her, and he was still working on it, but he'd found out that Rachel had grown up in the same hometown as my parents. Their town was small, but neither of them ever said anything about knowing Rachel from before. They're even the same age, and there was one high school there.
Maybe we need to look for a yearbook.
The next evening, Dad and Brian were both working late, and Rachel had her Pilates class, so Zeke and I started snooping around her room, hoping to find something from her past. We'd looked all over and found nothing, when suddenly we heard the front door open. It's Rachel. She wasn't supposed to be back so soon. Suddenly, Zeke grabbed my hand and dragged me into the bathroom, then pulled me into the shower and drew the curtain. Don't you think she'll come straight to shower after an exercise class?
Oh my God.
We held our breath as we heard her walk into the room, mumbling something to herself, then straight into the bathroom.
Ugh, who does that woman think she is? Telling me I can't attend class because I was late? Oh, she's crossed the wrong blonde. Maybe her gym will be infested by rats soon. Or maybe it'll catch fire. The fun is in the mystery.
She cackled like a maniac, let out a loud, stinky fart, and left. We waited a few more minutes, and then thankfully, we heard her car pull out of the driveway. Just then, I noticed Zeke was still clutching my arm.
That was super close. Why are you looking at me like that?
Sometimes, I still can't get over how much you've changed. How come I never knew you had all this talent?
Well, I never let you read any of the stuff I wrote, and I always liked singing, but not in front of anyone. I guess after your accident, when more time went by and you didn't wake up, I felt depressed and alone. Joining a band really helped me.
Helped you get tons of fangirls. That cheerleader in school who's always clinging to your arm is very pretty.
She really is. Yeah, here I am, hiding in a bathtub of a weird woman with you.
Suddenly, he leaned closer, and I could feel my heart beating faster. But then, he just reached over and pulled the shower curtain open and stepped out. What was I thinking?
Maybe we should check the attic.
As we were rummaging boxes, we suddenly stopped short when we heard someone coming up the stairs. Oh God, she's back? What are we gonna say we're doing here?
I have an idea.
And just as the door burst open, Zeke pulled me in for a kiss.
Am I interrupting something here?
Oh, it's just you. Yeah, duh, clearly. Can you please go away?
Nia, are you okay? You look flustered. He didn't force himself on you, did he?
Are you serious right now, dude?
I'm talking to her, Nia.
Before I could say anything, Zeke pushed Brian. Brian pushed him back, and the two started fighting like crazy.
Ow! Stop! My face is my job! My face is my job!
Don't touch mine either. I have a concert tomorrow.
Deal.
And then the two went crazy again. I tried to stop them, but they suddenly went crashing into a pile of boxes, and some things fell out that caught my eye. There were pictures of Mom and Dad sitting next to me in the hospital. Who took these? And when? And there were more pictures of Mom and Dad from before. All of them with Mom's face crossed out. Oh my God! Can you two cut it out and shut up for a minute? As they both calmed down and looked at the pictures, I filled Brian in on what we were actually doing here. We found Rachel's yearbook as well, and Mom's face was crossed out there too, but I couldn't find Rachel.
No, look, that's her!
It was a plump, brown-haired girl with glasses and acne who looked nothing like the Rachel I knew.
She lost a ton of weight and got a lot of work done on her face. Obviously, I'm not allowed to ever bring that up. And I've always known she's crazy, but I didn't know she's some weirdo stalker.
I don't know what all of this means exactly, but we're gonna find out. And later that evening, while she was cuddled on the couch with Dad watching a movie, the three of us confronted her.
What are you doing?
What are all these pictures?
You'll have to ask Rachel. Also, did you know she used to attend high school with you?
What?
As Dad looked at Rachel, she suddenly lost it and wiped everything off the table.
Of course you wouldn't remember me. You wouldn't even look at someone like me in high school. I've loved you since we were kids. But you were always so obsessed with Nia's stupid mother. I've kept tabs on your life since you left town. And I heard your kid had been in an accident and your marriage was on the rocks. I hired a private investigator to find out more. I just wanted to be near you, darling, to comfort you. I still loved you so much. So I joined your company and we instantly got close.
I was going through an awful time, and I appreciated having a friend. But that's all it was back then. I never understood who would Photoshop pictures of us holding hands and send them to my wife. That was you?
Why does that change anything? You guys were already at the edge of the cliff. I just gave you to the last push. And see, you've been so much happier since then. Honey buns.
I want you to leave right now. Go to a hotel or wherever and I'll send you all your stuff. You can't stay here another minute.
Rachel looked at him in shock, then screamed and lunged forward to attack him. But Brian and Zeke dragged her away. Dad collapsed on the sofa in shock.
I can't believe this.
Me neither. She broke up you and Mom. Dad lifted his head slowly.
Not really, Nia. I can't believe Rachel sent those pictures to your mother. But the truth is, we were already broken. Your mom couldn't stop blaming me, and I should have been patient and comforted her, but instead I lashed out too. And she just wouldn't believe that I didn't cheat, so things had to end.
Maybe we can fix everything now.
Don't get your hopes up, love. Yes, we can start to forgive each other, but it may never be what it used to be. I still love your mom, and we both will always love you.
Things slowly started to mend between my parents after they talked things over, but I wasn't sure if the old spark would return. But I was glad they could be friends. And a month later, when I was back at my first friendly soccer match, it warmed my heart to see them both in the stands, along with an unexpected visitor. What are you doing here? I thought you were still on tour.
I canceled some shows. I couldn't miss this. So is Brian here?
No. I mean, we're still friends, but I didn't think he'd come right after he asked me out, and I turned him down. I could literally see Zeke's eyes light up.
Aw, poor guy.
You're not fooling anyone. I gotta go. The match is about to start.
How about this time you finish it and let me take you somewhere to tell you that I like you, and have ever since the day we first met.
I'm picking the restaurant. Hi, I'm Clarissa, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe. My twin sister Bella and I look identical in every way, right down to the dimple on our left cheeks, and I hate it. Anyone who thinks it's cool to be identical twins is stupid. Mom and Dad thought it was super cute to dress us up in matching outfits all the time, but growing up, it started getting so annoying. No one could tell us apart, not even our parents, so they just called us the twins or the girls. It's like I had no identity of my own. I was just part of a pair. Yeah, we got a lot of buy one, get one free jokes too. Also, it was everyone's favorite game to try and spot any differences. I think this one's shorter. Her nose is bigger, right? Her ears stick out more. Also, if I pinch your cheek, will your twin feel it? If I punch your face, will your mother feel it? You're basically a part of her. We were in the same class in school, and we did all the same extracurricular activities, and there was always so much pressure not to be the worst twin, because everyone made that instant comparison.
Clarissa got an A on her maths test. Why do you have a C, Bella?
Bella beat you in that race by a mile, Clarissa. Aren't your legs just as long? Why was it so hard to understand that we didn't have matching abilities to go with our matching faces? But by 4th grade, our personalities started changing. I was academically stronger, but Bella was more athletic. We'd both been attending dance classes since we were kids, but I eventually dropped out because she was clearly better. I started slipping into the quiet nerd mold, while she was more outgoing and loud, so she always got more attention. Like on our 10th birthday, Bella got her way, and the whole party was Hannah Montana themed. All my Harry Potter requests were ignored. Mom had baked our birthday cake, and it read, "Happy birthday to our beautiful beauty, Bella and Cla." Mom, what happened to my name?
Bella told me she wanted this text on the cake, honey, and there just wasn't enough space left.
Our classmates were gathered around Bella as they danced away to her playlist. I spotted a new kid sitting in a corner and playing some game. Hey, you think this party sucks as much as I do? Yeah, kinda. Sorry. Wanna play? I was having a really good time, till Bella and her friend started a crazy water fight and attacked us too. And they ruined the boys' gaming console. He left the party crying and never talked to me again. Yeah, Bella always found a way to ruin things for me. Then one day in 7th grade, we found Mom waiting for us at home with an envelope each.
OMG, no way. You signed me up for the tween beauty pageant? Oh, thanks, Mom.
A flyer for the middle school mathletes? Well, what do you think? One for my beauty and one for my brainiac.
It's perfect.
It's fine, I guess. From then on, my sister got more and more popular, and I became more invisible. By the time we were in high school, Bella's pageant trophies were on full display all over the house, while my mathlete trophies collected dust in my room. My parents clearly loved to show her off more. Well, at least my mathlete's teammate Eugene thought I was really cool. The way you gave that answer right before the buzzer went off, ugh, what an adrenaline rush. You're so smart.
You're too nice, Eugene.
And you're like a 45-degree angle. You know, 'cause 45 degrees is an acute angle. You're a cutie? Yeah. Good one. So I was thinking, maybe you'd like to have my phone number? I was only half listening because just then, the football team captain Mika walked into the cafeteria. Man, he was some descendant of Hercules. Just sheer perfection. I'd never have the guts to say hi to him, and he'd never notice me. Clarissa?
Yes, sure. I'll take your phone number.
So you'll call me then?
If the need ever arises, then definitely yes.
Thanks, buddy. I gotta go to class now.
Then one day, things took a bit of a turn when Bella came down with the flu.
Oh, my head hurts, and I have a fever. I can't perform at the mall pageant today. Oh, no, my poor baby. Go lie down, and Clarissa will bring you some tea.
She can make her own tea, and I'm busy.
She's unwell, and you're not doing anything important. Now go.
I was so sick of being second to my sister,
But when I got back with the tea, I found her snoring, and then I got a crazy idea. Next to her bed was her pageant bag, all packed and ready to go. I grabbed it and snuck out the front door. I was just as beautiful as Bella, and I was gonna prove it. When I got to the mall, everyone was smiling and waving at me. I felt like a movie star. Her dress fit perfectly, and the show went super smoothly. And the winner is Bella! Just as I was accepting the trophy, I heard the most annoying voice in the world.
She isn't Bella, I am. Mom couldn't find you at home, and when I saw my bag gone, I knew exactly where you were. How dare you?
So what? You're just mad that I could be as good as you any day.
Shut up, loser.
You mean winner?
Bella leapt onto the stage and attacked me.
The fight not only lost us the trophy, it also got us banned from all pageants in the area for life. Our parents were furious with me. I was grounded for 2 weeks, and Bella basically pretended I didn't exist after that. She even blocked me on all social media. But at school, it seemed like everyone had heard the pageant fight, and people were noticing me more. And I almost turned to jelly when Mika approached me. Hey, not Bella, right?
Right. I'm, what's my name?
I forgot. Clarissa. I'm Mika, the football captain. I loved that gutsy stunt you pulled at the mall yesterday. We're having cheer tryouts tomorrow. Why don't you come too?
Cheer tryouts?
Sure. I'll be there. Perfect. But, change your look or something. I want to be able to tell you apart from Bella, okay?
Sure, Mika. I've wanted to change my look anyway. I was so excited for a fresh start.
At home, I looked up some videos online on how to cut my hair. I decided bangs would be easiest. So I went to the bathroom, plugged in my dad's electric razor, and cut myself some bangs. And they turned out super cute.
That was until they moved a bit, and I saw that I'd shaved off my eyebrows too.
I was horrified. There was no way I could go to tryouts looking like that. I couldn't even leave the bathroom looking like this. I started rummaging through the cabinets to find something that could help fix my eyebrows. I found a bottle of spray-on hair that my dad sometimes used to cover his bald spot. I aimed it at my forehead and sprayed, but it made me look like a caveman with a bushy unibrow. I scrubbed it off just as there was a knock at the door. Clarissa, are you in there? You better not be stealing my makeup again.
Just washing my face, Mom. I'll be right out.
Oh, I could use my mom's makeup to hide the damage. I found an eyebrow pencil and quickly scrawled them on as best as I could. Then I brushed my bangs over my forehead and snuck quietly out of the bathroom. There you are. Wait, did you just cut your hair?
Some people are just desperate for attention. So pathetic. Just trying something different. Mom, I have to go run to the store and get some things for a school project, so bye.
At the store, I was lucky enough to find the perfect solution. Tattoo sticker eyebrows. I rushed home with them and went to my room to try them on. Just put them on, spray a little water, and voila! I set the timer on the phone and laid back with the washcloth over my forehead, awaiting my beautiful new eyebrows. But when I looked at the results, I almost fainted. They looked super crooked. I scrubbed and I scrubbed, but they just wouldn't come off. I laid in my bed, sobbing uncontrollably.
Why are you making sounds like a dying whale?
OMG!
What happened to your face?
I just wanted to change my look for the cheer tryouts, but it's all gone so horribly wrong. What am I gonna do? Well, maybe if you hadn't pretended to be me and ruined my pageant career. Wait, that's it. You can pretend to be me. Oh, please, Bella, I need this. Mika himself asked me. You know I've always had the biggest crush on him. Yeah, I've read your Dear Diary sob stories. What? Not important right now. And okay, since you're begging and you look so ugly, it's almost sad. I'll do it. But only if you do my homework for a whole year. Are you kidding? Ugh, fine. I'll do it. Just get me the cheerleading spot, okay? You got yourself a deal, Uggo. Mom let me stay at home for a few days when she saw what I'd done, and Bella left for school the next morning. But I didn't really trust her not to mess things up for me at the tryouts. I needed a spy. So I called Eugene. Hey, I know this is a lot to ask, but I'm really unwell. And I asked my twin Bella to do the cheer tryouts for me. Could you just go and see how she does? I don't know who else I can trust.
Of course I'll do it. Want me to drop by later with some soup too? We could watch some MSA videos, or I could show you my cat's pictures.
That sounds amazing, but what I have is really contagious. So you'll report to me soon, right?
You betcha.
You're the best, Eugene. Eugene's report tallied with what Bella told me. She'd performed a flawless audition, and I was in. I couldn't wait to go back and spend time with Mika. Thankfully, the tattoos wore off in a few days, and my eyebrows were coming back, so I could fill in the rest with pencil. I was ready to return to school, but that evening, Eugene told me that he'd seen Bella and Mika kissing, and when she got home that day, she was getting out of Mika's car. I ran down to the living room and opened the window to eavesdrop.
Ugh, it's so hard to say goodbye to you, babe.
It's only till tomorrow, coochie poochie poo.
And that'll feel like an eternity, my Bella baby boo.
Ew. And what the heck? The minute Bella walked in, I jumped in her way like an angry lioness. What in God's name did I just see? Oh, you mean me and Mika? Silly. Didn't you want to ask him out? I just did it for you. As you. No, don't lie to me, witch. I heard him say, Bella boo boo boo. He knows you're Bella and not me, Clarissa. And then her face turned totally evil. Yeah, okay, whatevs. I took a picture of you in your sleep and showed him your freaky eyebrows and told him you'd sent me in your place. We had a really good laugh and we just bonded. You took away my pageant life, I took away your guy. Trust me, he's way out of your league anyway. I let out a snarl and attacked her. My parents came running when we crashed into a table and pulled us apart, and I swore I'd never speak to her for the rest of my life. But watching her and Mika together in school and thinking of how they must have made fun of me made my heart burn. And then I found something in the mail one day that gave me the perfect opportunity for revenge. I knew I was successful when Bella screamed at me in the school hallway one day. Clarissa, what did you do? What are you talking about? Something boring, probably. Why do I have a rejection letter from the dance academy of my dreams, which says that my audition was way below their standards? I never went to any audition. Oh, yeah, that. See, I received the invitation for the audition and I decided to go as you. Now, I haven't danced in a really long time, so I was kinda rusty, but I thought I did an impressive chicken dance. I will kill you! Well, that was effectively the end of our relationship. Somehow, it didn't feel as good as I thought it would. No one at home was talking to me now, and even Eugene seemed distant. Hey, am I imagining it, or are you avoiding me?
No, Clarissa, you're not. I just don't like what you did to your sister.
What? She started it?
No, you started it when you went to the pageant as her.
You don't really know everything about us, Eugene. It gets really tiring being overlooked and invisible.
Actually, I do know something about that. I literally joined the mathletes to get close to you. I dropped every possible hint that I like you, and you're not so dumb that you didn't pick up on it, but you just used me when you needed me. And now you need me again because I'm guessing other people in your life aren't talking to you. Well, I have a little more self-respect than that. Goodbye, Clarissa.
The last few months of high school were really lonely. Bella got into an amazing dance school across the country, but she still didn't seem willing to forgive me. And even though we hadn't gotten along in a really long time, I felt sad that she'd be out of my life soon. But during the summer break, Bella suddenly fell really sick. After a number of tests, the doctor told us that both her kidneys were weak and she needed a healthy one soon. And of course, I was a perfect match. No freaking way. I am not taking her kidney. Are you crazy? Listen, guys, can you give us a minute? When my parents and the doctor left, I turned to her. Look, you need this, okay? I know I did some awful things, and I'm really sorry. And for better or for worse, you're my other half, and I can't lose you. So just shut up and stop smirking, and you're taking my kidney. Say, you're my better half, Bella. Don't push it, okay? Okay, I know I haven't been very nice to you either, and I'm sorry too. I didn't even like Mika that much, so thank God he cheated on me and we broke up. Serves you right. Which reminds me, I gotta call Eugene before the surgery and apologize to him too. What kind of name is Eugene? That's Latin for ugly, girl. Well, Latin is a dead language, Bella. Much like your love life. Some things never change, do they? A large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Soufflet, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves! Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay. You're out, fatty! Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it, and we heard a loud crack. Oh my god, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it, but what was I thinking? You made us lose the frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things, unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot, and I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. I tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my god, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. I pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my god, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head, but I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddy doing here?
Hi guys, I'm Freddy, old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them, but of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Hi, I'm Blake, and this is my story. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My childhood was pretty weird. My mom could be a little dramatic. She was either very happy or very sad. She would do cartwheels on the lawn just because the sun was out, and cry like a baby waving the trash goodbye on garbage day. On the first day of school, she strung balloons in my hair. Everyone made fun of me. This one boy, Sam, made a game out of who could pop the most of my balloons while they were still attached to my head. I went home crying. They're just jealous of you. You're the prettiest girl in your class. But I didn't like the way people looked at us and talked about my mom behind her back. I heard she serves candy for dinner. So irresponsible. That poor child, stuck with a crazy mother like that. I didn't want anyone talking about us like that. So I started dressing myself for school and packing my own lunch. I was super serious about my studies and tried to be as invisible as possible. But Sam made it his mission to make my life miserable.
Where'd you get that dress, loser? Because it's screaming for some color.
What did you do to your face, dingbat? Because it looks good enough to punch. I didn't want to give kids like Sam more stuff to use against me, so I purposely didn't invite anyone to my 10th birthday. I have a surprise for you. Come out to the garden and see. My entire class was there. Mom dressed up as a clown and danced around. She even had one of those comically large flowers on her coat that squirted water on people. It was so humiliating. Everyone was laughing at her. It was so cringe that I ran to my room and refused to come out. Honey, what's wrong? Is your tummy hurting? Is it gas? Do you need to poop? Mom, please leave me alone. Oh, I guess it's the hormones. My little girl is growing up. Other than Sam always torturing me, life was going as well as it could. Years went by and I was acing my classes and even volunteering at the library when a transfer student from LA joined us in the middle of 11th grade. Kiara was something else. She had the most ridiculous hair and wore super bright colors in every shade. But somehow she thought I was the fascinating one. Why is your hair tied up so tight? Aren't you afraid you'll pull the skin right off your skull? Whoa, what's the prescription for your glasses? Are you like legally blind? No, I'm not blind.
Yes, she is. She uses echolocation like a bat. See? That's why she has massive ears.
Get lost, Sam. Oddly, it was our combined hate for Sam that brought us together as friends. We got closer over spring break, and Kiara told me about her parents, who both owned a tech company. They think I'm a weird hippie. We have nothing in common. I visited her house for dinner once. The place was so huge, I got lost twice looking for the bathroom. Despite what Kiara said, I thought her parents were awesome. They even had vegetables for dinner. What do you plan on doing after high school, Blake? I was hoping to study law at Harvard.
That's amazing. If only Kiara had some ambition too. Her only talent right now seems to be inhaling food.
Ugh, Dad. Honestly, I felt like someone had switched me and Kiara at birth and we ended up in the wrong families. Apparently, Kiara thought that too. I bet my parents wish they had you as a daughter and not dumb old me. See, that's the thing. I had succeeded in making everyone think I was this straight-A kid who didn't do anything ridiculous, but I had one dark secret. I was obsessed with mermaids, and I secretly drew comics about a mermaid archaeologist who discovered shipwrecks, and I never wanted anyone to find out. I felt bad for Kiara, so I invited her over to my place because I knew she and Mom would get along really well.
Kiara, you're like the daughter I never had.
Hello? I don't get it. How could a cool mom like you have a boring daughter like Blake?
It's a mystery. Marshmallow stuffed cookies and pixie dust sandwiches for dinner?
I was cleaning the dishes after dinner when I heard a squeal from my room, and I found Kiara going through my drafts. OMG, these are so cute. Who made them? Why are you going through my private stuff? Why are you getting so mad? It's not like you made these. Wait, you made these? Stop shouting, the neighbors will hear you. They should. These are awesome. Why don't you have these published? Do you really think they're that good? I'd pay serious money to follow the adventures of Memphis the Mermaid. Mom's always on the lookout for unique content like this. You could save up for Harvard with that kind of money. I don't know, Kiara. Just think about it, okay? I tossed and turned all night thinking about it. I'd built up a spotless reputation over the years, and no one could call me a freak anymore. Was I willing to risk all of that now? But what if it paid for my dream education? And suddenly, I had a great idea. The next day, I met Kiara in the library. I'm in, but I have a condition. You have to give the draft to your mom and say you made it. Are you nuts? No, think about it. Your parents want you to succeed, and I need the money, but not the fame or publicity. This could be a win-win for both of us. Well, if you're sure. The plan was a huge success. Kiara's parents were over the moon at her hidden talent, and the comic books were an instant hit. Kiara was called on all the morning shows and did a countrywide tour promoting the book. Back in school, she was suddenly this huge celebrity. Can you sign my copy, Kiara? Do you like my Memphis hairstyle, Kiara? Suddenly, Kiara didn't have time for me. She was too busy with her fans and new friends. I tried telling myself I didn't care, but a part of me was hurt and a little jealous. But wasn't this what I wanted? No one to notice me?
Smellogram.
Sam, you moron. I'm gonna end you.
Like your friendship with Kiara? That must have been rough. I guess I'm your only friend now.
You're not my friend.
Your words hurt me, Blake. Haven't I always made you smile and brightened your day?
You've made me think of several ways to end you.
See? I provide motivation and creativity. Now, how about as a thank you, you get me a date with Kiara?
Why was stupid Sam interested in Kiara? And why did I care? He was a pain in my butt. but he was also really good looking now. Why do you want to date her anyway?
Why do you care? Are you jealous?
As if.
Well, I want to date her because she's awesome. Have you read the comics? They're epic. I've heard several Hollywood producers are interested in the movie rights.
I pushed Sam away and walked off. It was my idea to put Kiara's name on my work, but I still hated every minute that she got glory when I knew I would have gotten shame for it. It just wasn't fair. A few weeks later, Kiara suddenly showed up at my house asking for new drafts. I need to publish teasers on my stories. Hi to you too, Kiara. I'm fine. How are you? I know, I'm sorry. I've been busy. You have no idea what a creative person's life is like. Sure, I have no idea. And I haven't had time to draw up anything new. Are you serious? You must have something. A sketch? An idea? Here's an idea. How about you do something yourself for once? What's gotten into you? You're the one who practically begged me to take the credit. And now you're acting like I stole the idea from you? You know what? You're right. It was a stupid idea, and I'm glad it stops now. No! What will I tell my parents? It's the first time they've thought I'm good at something. I don't see how that's my problem. You can tell them the truth, that you have no talent. You're a horrible person, Blake. I wish we'd never met. I felt terrible for all the hurtful things I'd said. Just then, Mom came into my room wearing a hollowed-out watermelon as a helmet. Is everything okay? I was already upset, but Mom's ridiculous hat made me ballistic. She was the reason people thought I was weird, and that made me insecure about my art. How can you ask that with that thing on your head? Jeez, Mom, when will you act your age? I'm sick of being the adult around here.
Why are you speaking to me like this?
Because you're an embarrassment. I regretted my words instantly. Mom looked so deeply hurt that I wanted to hug her and apologize, but she immediately left. What had I done? Mom didn't kiss me goodbye the next day, and Kiara didn't show up at school. I skipped lunch and drew a quick outline for Kiara when a shadow loomed behind me.
Is that Memphis the Mermaid? You're the original artist?
Are you nuts? I was just copying Kiara's work. She's really talented.
Nah, I don't believe you. No one's that good at copying stuff. Wait till I tell the whole school.
What do you want, jerk?
Just the truth, actually. Why won't you take credit for your own work, loser?
It's because of you and other people like you. My whole life, you haven't missed any chance to ridicule me, and I've worked so hard to seem normal. I was afraid everyone would think I'm a dork or a freak for writing those comics. So, yeah, I asked Kiara to put her name on it, and now it's ruined everything, and I don't need you making things any harder for me. For the first time ever, Sam actually shut up and looked guilty.
I'm really sorry, Blake. You always seemed tough, and I never realized how much my jokes actually affected you. You're amazing, and you shouldn't have to hide who you really are because of me or anybody.
He leaned in and gently kissed me on the cheek before running off. What just happened? And why was my heart racing? After school, I went to Kiara's house, but I was in for a shock.
Kiara left for Japan this morning. I don't know what happened, but she was really upset and said something about not having any talent. She's gone to study anime drawing for a year.
I was heartbroken to learn that my words had affected Kiara so much. My best friend was gone, and she'd probably hate me for the rest of her life. When I got home, I was in store for an even bigger surprise. Mom was in a boring dress making a roast dinner with vegetables. Welcome home, Blake. I'm sorry for making your life tougher than it is. You're such a good, hard-working daughter, and I'll try my best to be like other moms. No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said those things to you. I was so obsessed with being normal that I pushed away the two people I love the most. And you're awesome, just as you are. I told Mom everything that had happened with Kiara. People make mistakes, honey. Write to Kiara and explain everything. I'm sure she'll forgive you. Want to have chocolate cake for dinner? That sounds perfect, Mom. That night, I wrote an apology email to Kiara, but I never heard back from her. I still visited her parents once a week, and they'd tell me about her life in Japan, but I really missed having her around. Soon after, Sam asked me out and we started to date. He was still annoying, but he also knew how to make me laugh. A year flew by, and I started working on a new comic about a unicorn girl with rainbow hair and the habit of wearing every color at once. I was nervous about handing it to Kiara's mom for publishing, but Sam encouraged me, and she loved it. She said it reminded her of Kiera. My life turned upside down after the comics became a success. I sent Kiera a signed copy with a note saying it was inspired by her, but I never got a reply. One day, I was drawing in my room when there was a knock on my door. It was Kiera. Kiera, I'm so sorry. I was such an awful witch to you. I'm sorry too. I took credit for your talent without even thanking you. It was never going to last, and I'm glad it ended when it did. But I'm sad that our friendship got caught up in the mix. I needed to get away to figure myself out. I've missed you so much. I know, and I guess I missed you too. It was a novel about a prim librarian that looked a lot like me, cataloging in the mornings and hunting vampires by night. I guess I am very inspiring. Don't push your luck.
On my 7th birthday, I climbed onto the chair to blow the candles on my cake when suddenly I felt someone pull a hair out of my head. Ow! I turned around to see that it was my older sister, and she was staring at the hair in horror. Oh my God, Mom! Bonnie has inherited the problem from you! You shush! Everyone, sing the birthday song now! Happy birthday to you! What just happened? Later that night, Mom inspected my head like I had lice, and it turns out I had a few white hair. Big deal! But by my next birthday, half my head had turned white. I thought I was transforming into some cool superhero, but Mom totally freaked. She had organic hair dyes imported from Brazil every month to color my hair a lovely deep brown. No one knew anything about my hair until I was 14, when suddenly everything changed. Hi, I'm Bonnie, and I have a condition called achromatrichia, which makes your hair suddenly turn white. Being different makes bullies think you're an easy target, but I showed them that I was not. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The thing is, my parents used to be super rich, and we'd always live in a huge mansion and attend private schools. My oldest brother was a party animal, and my older sister's life revolved around shopping, salons, and changing boyfriends like clothes. But then, Dad lost all his money in a scam, and in a matter of days, we'd moved from our beautiful house to a tiny apartment in another town. Dad became super depressed and watched TV all day, and Mom was doing her best to support us all. But my siblings could just not stop complaining. I had to share a room with my sister, and she wouldn't even let me sleep on the bed. One night, she was sobbing so loudly about how poor we were, I dragged my mattress into the bathroom and slept there. Peace at last. The one thing Mom insisted wouldn't change was sending us to a private school. I felt bad she was working so hard for us, and I really wished I could do something to help. Dad dropped us off on the first day of school, and as soon as I walked in, I felt someone pull me by my backpack. I turned around to see a pretty girl grinning at me. OMG. Was that guy your dad? He's the millionaire who was all over the news for losing his fortune. So you guys are like, poor, right? Of course not. You have me confused with someone else. I tried to walk away, but she blocked me. Julia is never wrong about these things. Julia reads tabloid magazines cover to cover every day. Wait a second. Julia can see some white hair. Grandma? Everyone started staring at my hair. I was so embarrassed that I ran home to dye my hair. Thankfully, I had a big stock saved up. When I got home, I walked into our room to find my sister screaming at her empty closets. My bags! My shoes! My babies! Where are they? Just then, I saw my cupboard door hang open. Oh no! Oh my God! Where are all my hair dyes? We turned to each other. Our brother! We ran to his room and found him practically rolling in money. Turns out he'd sold all our stuff online. I wouldn't have cared if he had stolen my clothes, but I was really upset about my hair dyes. There was nothing I could even do except vent my frustration in my journal. I started writing stories featuring my crazy family. One night, when my sister was talking to her boyfriend on the phone, she had to pee, so she asked me to take the phone and say, to everything he said till she returned. That's when I heard him talking about a website called Wattpad, where anyone could publish their stories. So I started sending in the ones I'd written about my family, under a fake name, of course. Otherwise, my siblings would kill me. To my absolute delight, people loved my stories. I was flooded with comments from fans, and I would even hear kids talking about them at school all the time. The best part, people started messaging me for paid writing jobs. This was perfect. I could actually help Mom doing something I loved. While my online popularity was rising, things weren't so great at school. My hair had turned completely white by now, and that gave Julia all the more reason to bully me. And no one dared to be friends with me because of her. But that gave me another idea. I started following her around and started writing stories about all her boyfriends. Once I saw her kissing the captain of the soccer team, right after she went on a date with the class president. And then the next day, she made out with the captain of the swim team. I was so surprised, I accidentally tripped and fell out of the bushes I was hiding in. As soon as Julia saw me, she looked furious. "Are you stalking me, you pervert?" No, I was just picking berries. I grabbed a fistful and stuffed them in my mouth and then gagged. They were so bitter. Julia stepped close to me. "I don't know what you're playing at, but you should know I'm not into girls, you weirdo." Then she walked away while I sat in the bush, and everyone eyed me like I was a creep. The next few weeks were brutal. No matter what I did, Julia was there calling me a perv or a weirdo. She told everyone I was crushing on her. A few days later, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Julia came up and dumped a bag on me. "Take these hair dyes. You look like a homeless old woman, and this school has a reputation. Just stop embarrassing us with this hair, Bonbon." As her minions snickered, I rose from the table and pushed the bag away and stood up to leave. "Leave me alone, Julia, or else." "Aw, I'm so scared. And what will you do, huh?" Then she and her minions took out all the dyes and dumped them on my hair. Blue, black, red, purple, everything. I pushed them back and yelled, "What have you done, you psycho?" I slapped Julia right in the face and ran to the bathroom. My hair looked like turd. I washed it and thankfully all the color came off. I was so mad that I went home and wrote a story where I gave Julia the lesson I wished she would get in real life. As soon as I published it, I received a message on my Wattpad account from a fan, ID Free Prisoner. "I love all your stories, especially the bully story, so I just had to message. Your characters are so relatable." I guess we both were stuck with crazy people. We started exchanging messages more often, and I felt like I'd finally made a friend. One day at the school cafeteria, I was writing crazy fast to meet my deadline, and I didn't even realize it when someone came and sat next to me, pushing a can of juice towards me. "Can I get you something to eat? You look like you're on a mission to save the world." I looked up, and for a few seconds, I was so lost in his dreamy blue eyes. I'm pretty sure I looked like a dumb puppy. "Hi, I'm Eric. Do I know you?" "No, but I know you. You're kinda hard to miss with that hair." "I know you think my hair is weird." "No, I think it's amazing. You look really cool." I stared at him in shock. Who was this boy? I wanted to talk to him more, but just then, I got a message from Free Prisoner. "I think I'm falling for you. You're just so incredible." Oh my god, he had a crush on me? The next day, while I was working in the library, it got really late. Everyone was gone and I only looked up when I heard a noise. I felt freaked out. Just then, I saw Eric walking towards me. "I'm beginning to think you're stalking me." Eric laughed and said, "Yeah, maybe. But also, I work here, and I was about to lock up. Want me to walk you home?" "Yes, please." Eric was so funny and adorable. He insisted on walking me home every time. I was definitely attracted to him, and it made me feel a little confused. What was I gonna do about Free Prisoner? One day, Free Prisoner asked me out on a date. I agreed. I needed to see who he really was. When I arrived at the address, my jaw dropped. It was a mansion bigger than ours used to be. I was greeted at the front door by a butler, who then led me to a large drawing room. And there were lit candles and flowers everywhere. At the far end was a high chair, and when someone suddenly spoke, "I've been dying to meet you." Wait, why was this voice so familiar? When the girl stepped in front of me, we both stared in horror at each other and shrieked. It was Julia! "You're Free Prisoner? You're the frickin' writer I have a crush on? You have a crush on me?" Julia looked insane. "Of course not. How could I have a crush on you? You're gonna pay for this, Bonnie. Now get out of my house." I was only too glad to. I couldn't believe the person I'd been friends with for months was crazy Julia. And by the next morning, I walked into the most horrific scene. The school hallways were full of posters of me. They read, "The White Witch Can't Be Trusted." Everyone in school knew the writer was me. Julia was going around telling everybody how I was a terrible person who wrote mean stories about her family and kids from school just to get popular. Why would we want to be friends with someone like her? She can't be trusted. She'll be writing all kinds of things about us. Freak! But even worse than everybody suddenly hating me at school, I was in so much trouble back home. My siblings were so mad about the stories I wrote about them. "We know we tease you, but we never thought you could be so mean." Guys, it's not like that. I never meant for anyone to know who those characters were. But they wouldn't listen to my protest and stopped talking to me. Later that night, Mom came to my room and asked me why I'd been writing these stories. I handed an envelope to her from my drawer. I only wanted to help you out, Mom. She let out a cry when she saw the cash inside. Bonnie, you're a kid. You don't need to worry about money. I'm not going to take this. How about we use it for your hair? Yeah, Mom. Let's do this, I guess. The next day, I decided to fix everything. I went up to the stage during morning assembly and nervously cleared my throat. I just wanted to say sorry to my siblings and anyone else who might have been hurt or offended by my stories. I only used you guys as inspiration, and you made such interesting characters. But it wasn't right of me to use anyone's secrets. And I won't be writing on Wattpad anymore. As I ran out of the auditorium, someone caught up with me. It was Eric. Hey, that writer is you? Oh man, your stories are hilarious! I wanted to ask you something a long time ago. Will you be my girlfriend? I grinned and pulled him in for a kiss. From the corner of my eye, I saw Julia storming off, and I followed her to the girls' bathroom. What do you want, freak? I just wanted to say, you and I have been friends for months online. We can actually get along. Why can't we be friends for real, Julia? She started to laugh. Friends? Oh, babe, how is that even possible? Look at your face, and your personality, and your ugly hair. I give charity to the poor. I don't befriend them. Well, look around you, Julia. I don't think you have any real friends. I'm here if you change your mind. And then I started to walk away. Don't hold your breath! Well, after that, things got a little better because my siblings forgave me, especially when they realized my stories hadn't affected their popularity one bit. I stopped writing and spent all my time with Eric, who asked me out to prom. That night, I went home with a big smile on my face. Mom was waiting for me to dye my hair, and then I said, "You know what, Mom? I like my white hair. I'm born to stand out. Why should I try so hard to fit in? It's cool to be different." Mom smiled and hugged me. I'm so proud of you, Bonnie. Next day, when Julia found out that Eric and I were nominated for prom king and queen, she completely lost it. She went too far. On the night of the prom, she started throwing a huge tantrum and even tried to snatch my crown. That's mine! I'm the only queen this school has. Not this ugly beggar with the ugliest hair I've ever seen. When the principal intervened, Julia called her an old hag and dumped the whole bowl of punch on her. An hour later, she was expelled. Even though so many of the others laughed, I felt sorry for her because I knew there was a nice person inside her. But all her insecurities just made her a big bully. After that, high school was not so crazy. I got a scholarship for a writing program, and 4 years later, I joined a publishing house as a book editor. Fast forward a few years, and I'm married to Eric now, with 2 beautiful kids. And they are the only ones I write stories for.
I was falling. A scream escaped my throat. My life flashed before my eyes. You must be wondering how I got here. Trust me, I'm asking myself the same. My name is Ivy. I'm from Maine. Like and subscribe for good luck. I was born to parents who owned a circus, and we loved everything about it.
Daddy, I want to be in the circus too. Please, please, please.
You will one day, and I know you'll be the star of the show.
You really think so?
Honey, we know so. Now it's time for your lesson. Take out your books. Let's see who wins today.
Mom homeschooled me and my twin brother, and we'd often compete to see who got the best test score, which was me, of course. I was a bright kid, but my heart truly belonged to the circus. So when I turned 8 and Dad told me I could finally join him on the team, I was ecstatic. But my excitement turned to shock when he said I'd have to be a clown.
That's so embarrassing. I want to be a contortionist. I've been practicing.
But we need a clown, and you'll be able to make everyone laugh. You'll do great, honey. Trust me.
I decided to give it a shot, and it wasn't so bad. But then I put my own spin to it. I did a backflip, landing in a perfect contortionist's pose. After that day, being a contortionist clown became my thing, and I became the circus's star performer. Life was perfect, but then I turned 15 and everything changed. I was performing on stage one day when the whole area burst into flames. People running, things falling. It was bad. Just as I was running away from the burning tent, I heard a woman scream. So I ran back to help her, and we stumbled out, gasping for air.
I
so wanna... Thank me? It's no problem. I'm happy you're safe.
Huh? I wanna sue this circus. I'll make sure you never get to perform again. You have no safety measures at all.
The woman was true to her word, and my parents ended up losing the lawsuit. They had to work and didn't have time to homeschool us anymore. When I stepped foot in school for the first time, I instantly knew I was a misfit. People stared at me for the way I dressed, and in class, they were blown away by how intelligent I was. Years of being in competition with my brother in studies had paid off. The answer can be found using a Diophantine equation, sometimes known as the sum of cubes problem. Actually, it's Eastern Antarctica that's the coldest, not the whole of Antarctica. Every time the teacher would say I was right, the kids would have a problem with it, but I didn't care. I was having too much fun studying. I became the top student in no time. Life was fine, except Mom and Dad were always short on cash. So during the 11th grade summer break, my brother and I picked up part-time jobs at the hotel. With our first salaries, we took Mom and Dad to a carnival, and I could see how much they missed their old life. I wish I could find a way to bring my parents' circus back. I was in luck because the very next day, I saw a poster in the hotel lobby asking for auditions for a talent competition. But seeing me in my barista uniform at the auditions, I could tell that the judges weren't impressed.
These auditions are for the greatest talent, not someone who can make coffee the fastest. Please, don't waste a...
Before he could finish, I did a killer backflip and a split that made them stand up in their seats. And just like that, I was in. I ran outside excitedly to tell my brother, when I saw a guy holding him by the collar.
Who's gonna pay for this scratch? Oh, that's right. You don't have the money. I'm gonna ruin you.
He was about to punch my brother when I stepped in between and pushed the jerk hard. Let my brother go, you moron. Sorry to scratch your precious little junk, but I'm sure you can afford to get that fixed.
Feisty, are we? Do you have any idea who I am?
Does it look like I care? Now, do as I say or I'll call the cops.
Oh, I'm shaking in my boots.
I mean it. Let him go. I stared right into his eyes as the guy smirked before letting my brother go. I guess he was powerful because that evening, both me and my brother got fired. I was sad, but soon the summer break was over and we were back in school. But something had changed. It was like people had started hating me more than before. What had I done to grind their gears now? I found out soon enough that one of the girls in my class showed me a video of me pushing that rich guy outside the hotel. How could you be dumb enough to push Tristan? Yeah, he deserved it. And what's the big deal about him anyway? Don't you use social media? Not really. I like to read books instead. It teaches you a lot, like minding your own business and learning some manners. Now, if you can step aside, I have a class to get to. The rest of the day, I ignored all the angry stares. Later, I found out that he was some kind of social media influencer with over 10 million followers. Good for him. I thought this whole video thing would die down in a few days, but to my horror, it was worse than I could imagine. I was a public figure now, with all eyes on me, especially because Tristan followed me everywhere. I picked up a new job at a cafe nearby, and Tristan would drop in every day. I'd had it with his stupid face. So I decided to teach him a lesson and poured a bottle full of salt in his food. His face went red as he took one bite. Do you like it, sir? Anything to go with it, like water or maybe some more salt?
This is perfect. Can you tell me who the chef is? I'd love to kiss their hands.
She's busy. Anyway, if you're done for the day, kindly leave. You're catching too much attention and it's a little annoying.
I'm guessing you're talking about all those ladies by the window. I can tell them to leave, if you agree to go out on a date with me.
Are you bored or simply crazy? What makes you think I'll ever go on a date with a moron like you?
Ouch, that hurt. But I deserve it. I was a jerk. It's just that I had a big argument with my mom and I took all the anger out on you, which was totally not cool.
Yeah, it wasn't. And you're really not helping your case by stalking me.
I know, but I can't get you off my mind after I saw how you stood up for your brother. That takes courage. All I'm asking for is one chance. If you feel like you don't want to see me after that, I won't bother you again.
Tristan, I don't care. Just leave. But the guy just didn't back down. He'd show up every day at my workplace to ask me out, and every day, I refused. And one evening after my shift ended, I found him outside my workplace with my brother. Later, he told me how Tristan was there to apologize and even offered to get him his job back. That was kind of nice of him. I guess he wasn't all that bad. So when he asked me out again, I decided to give it a shot. I was expecting him to show off and take me to some fancy restaurant in the city, but instead, he took me to my favorite taco place. Wow, you're cheap for someone so rich.
and you're too pretty for someone that tough. Anyway, what were you doing at the hotel that day? You know, when you hit my brother? You won't let that go, will you? I was there for an audition. Wait, for the competition? I'm in it too. I didn't know making good coffee was also counted as a talent.
Ha, very funny. Just then, I showed Tristan a few basic contortion moves, and he was blown. Then he showed me his awesome tricks with cards, and I was really impressed. Wow, how did you do that? That's amazing.
I wish my family would feel the same. They think I'll end up making a fool of myself on the show.
When we do things that give us joy, it doesn't really matter what people think. Tristan and I went on multiple dates after that, and soon he asked me out officially. My brother was happy, but the girls at school just weren't digging it. I didn't care. With Tristan by my side, I felt like a whole new person. He was so much gentler and calmer than when I first met him, and it made me super happy. And then one day on his birthday, he invited me to his home for a party. I'd just stepped one foot inside when suddenly my whole world came crashing down.
Ivy, that's my mom. And Mom, that's
the clown? What is this circus freak doing here? You said you were bringing your girlfriend home. If you think I'm a freak, you should see yourself in the mirror.
Guys, what's going on? You know each other?
Your mom is the reason my family is struggling. She sued my parents and bled us dry. I hate her, and I would do it all over again in the blink of an eye if I saw you around my son. You think I'm the same stupid girl who saved you that day? If you come close to my family, I'll be your worst nightmare. I wanted to say more, but I was too shocked and upset, so I just turned around and left. Tristan tried his best to reach out to me, but I just didn't want to talk to him. If he was her son, then there was no chance of us ever being together. Soon, it was time for the competition, so I forgot about my issues and started practicing. The competition lasted for days, and I was able to reach the finals. People rooted for me, and I was confident I'd win it too. But on the last day, I twisted my ankle and lost to a really amazing musician. I was devastated and locked myself up at home. I just didn't have the strength to talk to anyone. Then one day, Mom and Dad sat down next to me.
A dumb competition can't dampen your spirits, Ivy. You're too good for that.
But I wanted the money. I needed it to get the circus back. I know you guys miss it. I just wanted to make you happy.
That's not your job.
And we're happy as long as you are.
Now come on, we need you to get out of the house. How about some ice cream?
Or a trip to the petting zoo?
Anything you say.
After talking to Mom and Dad, I felt a lot better. But there was something that still troubled me a lot. Tristan and his mom. I had been ignoring them for the past few weeks, but he was back to being his stalker self, and it was super annoying. Then one day at home, I was busy watching an MSA video when my dad told me I had a friend waiting for me downstairs. And of course, it was Tristan. What do you want?
I know you don't want to see me, but Ivy, you have to know this. My stepmom...
Hold on, stepmom?
Yeah. Mom left us when I was a baby, and Dad married her so I would never miss Mom.
So did that help?
What? No. You're missing the point. After you left, I did a little digging and realized that your parents aren't the only one Mom has wrongfully sued. She does it often to scam people for money.
Tristan went on to explain how his stepmom was a lawyer and sued people for damages they couldn't afford.
Once you get stuck in the whole thing, she makes sure that she gets the most money out of you by creating fake issues, like the fire at your circus. She started that.
How do you know she started the fire, and why are you telling me this?
I heard her talking to her assistant yesterday. I guess when she saw you, she felt threatened and started planning another lawsuit so you wouldn't get in her way.
I don't know what to say. Even if what you're saying is true, how will anyone believe us without proper evidence?
I'm her son, so if I give a statement, maybe the police can start an investigation. It'll be worth a shot.
Tristan was right. I had to try something to make his stepmom pay, so I went with him and filed an official complaint. It took some weeks, but finally, the police were able to gather all the evidence against Tristan's stepmom. They froze her account, but before they could arrest her, she simply vanished. My parents won huge compensation from the court and used that to build the circus. I was so happy, and I only had Tristan to thank for everything. I always liked him, but this only made me fall for him more. We were walking over the bridge one day when suddenly Tristan turned to face me.
Ivy, I love you. I'm sorry, I tried to let you go, but I can't.
I wanted to tell you, but before I could complete my sentence, someone pulled me hard. Tristan's stepmom.
You witch! You ruined everything I had built. You'll pay for this.
Saying that, the woman pushed me. As I backed up, I tripped and ended up falling. Okay, so here we are, right where we started. I thought I was done for, but Tristan grabbed my arm and pulled me right back up. Are you crazy? She could have gotten hurt. Oh, yeah, whatever. She's fine, right? And that was a mistake. Was it? You know, I can imagine you being a witch to everyone, but this is unacceptable. Leave, or I'll have you arrested. Dad knows what you've been up to. Oh, come on. I'm your mom, Tristan. You can't turn me in. Now be a doll and give me some money. What? You won't get anything from me, okay? You brat. I will. Just stop it, okay? Haven't you done enough? The least you can do is save your face and leave. His mom left and we never saw her again. My parents' circus is now bigger and better than ever. I was supposed to be the star of the show, but a magician with incredible card tricks has stolen the spotlight and my heart. Hi, my name is Ada and I'm from New York. Me and my twin sister Gia were born to two very chaotic parents who fought like Tom and Jerry all the time. And on the very day we were born, they picked up a twin each and decided to make us the best version of themselves. Ada is hungry. She needs milk. Oh, since you chose her, why don't you feed her from your nipples? Yep, Dad picked me, and growing up, he taught me the Turkish language because he was from Turkey. And Gia was Mom's favorite, so Mom taught her Italian because she was from Italy. Although we spoke English at home, that whole language thing kinda became the reason for all the chaos and misunderstandings in the family. Because of Mom and Dad's fights, I could never get close to Mom, and I hated that. So once, when I was 8, I decided to make a card for Mom for the new year and asked Gia for help. When Mom saw it, she went ballistic. Sei una vaca grassa, which meant you're a fat cow. God, you're so rude, Ada, just like your jerk dad. I always knew I made the right choice by picking Gia. I was furious. That witch made me do this. I ran to Gia and pulled her by her hair. Why did you do that to me? 'Cause Dad loves you more than me, and I hate it. So what? Mom loves you more than me. Just then, Mom came and separated us and said something to Gia in Italian. What did you say? Not your freaking business. Go to your daddy and hug him. But Gia glared at me and spit at my face, and another fight broke out. She beat me to it, and I got a black eye, but I was so gonna get back at her. The funny thing was about us, Gia and I were identical twins. We both looked so much alike that even our parents couldn't tell us apart. And I was gonna use that against her. The next day, I went to school and punched a kid straight in the face. I rule the school. No one dares mess with me. Remember my name. It's Gia. That would land Gia in detention for sure. But my plan kinda backfired when both Mom and Dad were called to the principal's office. And when they couldn't figure out who it was between us, they started blaming each other for it in front of the principal. Sei stupido. Yeah, whatever. Same to you. Back at you. Così stupido tu animale. The principal let us off without any punishment because she just wanted to get my parents out of her office. But it's not like they ever stopped. On Thanksgiving dinner, Mom served pizza and Dad went ballistic. Where's the freaking turkey? Who even makes pizza on Thanksgiving? You stupid woman. Turkey, turkey. Go ask your mother to make you a turkey. And saying that, Mom threw a plate at Dad, which he avoided, but then Dad grabbed the ketchup bottle and pointed it at Mom. Don't you dare. This is a designer top. Watch me. And he squeezed out all of the ketchup onto Mom's top. Mom shrieked, and soon our dinner table turned into a war zone. Gia and I felt terrible. Mom and Dad didn't even care about any happy occasion or us anymore. They just fought all the time. Then one day in the 7th grade, when Gia and I got back home after school, Mom and Dad finally dropped the bomb on us. We are getting a divorce. Ada is going to live with her dad in Turkey, and Gia is going to live with me in Italy. What? No way. You can't do that. No, Mom. No, Dad. I can't live without you guys. I want all of us together. Please, don't do this. But they didn't listen to us and said it was final. Later that night, I went to talk to Gia in her room. I thought she might not listen to me, but she hugged me as soon as she saw me. Oh, Ada, I'm so glad you're here. Even though we fight all the time, I can't live without you and Dad, sis. We have to do something. What can we do? Our parents just hate us. They're selfish and only think about themselves. Then let's just run away. They'll get busy looking for us, and then they'll forget all about this stupid divorce thing. They'll understand how much we need them. I won't let this happen. I won't let them ruin our lives. We have to stay together no matter what. But Mom and Dad had already filed for the divorce, and within a week, they even signed the final papers. But then I had a brilliant idea. I could switch places with Gia and go with Mom to Italy. We would tell them about the swap after 6 months. And when they'd meet again to exchange us, maybe they'd be less angry and realize that they still loved each other. Yes, this was perfect. I immediately told Gia about it, and she happily agreed. Soon after, Mom and I flew off to Italy, and there, Mom had a huge place of her own. As soon as we got there, a maid came running and grabbed all our luggage. Benvenuta, signorina. And that's when it hit me. I could not understand a word of Italian. And this reminded me of Gia. She was also stuck in Turkey and didn't know a word of Turkish. God knows what kind of trouble she was going through. Mahaba birkaç erkek alabilir miyim?
What are you saying, kid? Are you out of your mind?
Soon after, Mom enrolled me in school, and my first day was a complete mess. The teacher asked me to introduce myself, and I said, Ciao, mi chiamo Gia, siete tutti brutti. Everyone gasped and looked at me like I'd cursed them. All I said was they were nice, but for some reason, none of them would talk to me now. The next day during lunchtime, pizza was being served in the cafeteria, but I noticed there wasn't enough cheese on top. Can I get more cheese on this? The server stared at me like I had asked for her kidney. And dude, this was a clear mistake. Asking for more cheese in Italy is considered super rude, but I didn't know that. Cheese? Vacca grassa? The lady glared at me and jumped over the food counter to attack me. She chased me for a mile around the school until the principal caught us both. She sternly told me off for being rude and said she was going to call my mom later. And I felt like a terrible kid. Mom was already dealing with the divorce, and now I was adding more to her troubles. I thought I'd apologize to her as soon as I got home, but what I saw next shocked me. Mom was having a pool party with her friends, and they were all having the time of their lives. What the crap? Mom, what's going on here? Oh, honey, I'm having so much fun. You should join us. If I knew life without your father would be so amazing, I'd have divorced him before the wedding. I feel like I'm 20 again. Woohoo! What? I thought she'd be missing Dad and me, but she was having a blast. This was so weird and not what I expected. I quickly went to my room and called Gia to tell her how Mom was going completely crazy. But what she told me shocked me even more. Dad was gonna get engaged within a week. This was insane. We had to get Mom and Dad back together soon, by any means possible. The next day, I was all set to break the news to Mom, but what I saw almost gave me a heart attack. She introduced me to a not-so-handsome man as her boyfriend.
Ciao, sono Roberto, signorina.
And before I could even say anything, they put me in a car and took me shopping with them. But I had to do something to get rid of all this Italian pasta sauce at all costs. When Mom went inside the changing room, I told him to leave her alone. Voglio che tu ami mia madre. Suddenly, he had tears in his eyes, and he hugged me. What was wrong? Then he took a rose from his pocket and proposed to my mom in the most romantic way possible.
Sarai mia, signorina.
Mom looked awestruck, and then she said the words that I dreaded the most. Si, lo farò. OMG, what the heck was happening? Our plan was literally falling apart. The next day, I stormed off to school in anger. But in the school corridor, a guy pulled my hand and started flirting with me.
Hi, beautiful. Want to go and get some cheese with me? I'll open factories for you.
Ew, he was so gross. And I was so done with kids making fun of me for not knowing the language. I knew a little Italian by now, so I told him to leave me alone. But he didn't, so I slapped him hard. He left and he went to tell the principal some lies, that I forced him to kiss me. An hour later, Mom barged into the principal's office and she looked raging mad.
Your kid has been misbehaving with our staff,
and been doing inappropriate things to boys.
Mom, I didn't.
Oh, I know my daughter very well. It's the school that's stupid, and I'm putting her into a better one. We are done here.
Oh my God, she was so unpredictable. While driving me back home, I thought Mom would scold me, but instead, she said something that completely shocked me. It's okay, honey. If you're ever in a place where you're unhappy, then you can always move away. Just like I did, Ada. What? Did she just call me by my real name? Mom, you know?
Of course I know. You're my child.
Really?
Well, no. This morning after you left for school, I went to your room and I saw your pink-colored undies, which Gia hates.
But why did you do this, honey?
Imagine everything Gia has been going through there. She doesn't even know the language.
We want you guys to get back together. But Mom didn't say a word to that, and as soon as we reached home, she called Dad and told him everything.
But Dad, like always, wouldn't believe her. I'm not going to fall for your pranks, woman. Do you think I'm a fool? Of course I know it's my daughter. It's Ada.
But minutes later, he called her back saying he knew from the beginning it wasn't me. Mom immediately got on a plane with me. When we landed at the airport, I saw Gia and Dad waiting for us outside. I ran towards her and she hugged me as soon as she saw me. I missed you so much, sister. Minutes later, Mom asked Gia to follow her and Dad asked me to come with him, but I had to try one last time. Enough, you guys. We are not going anywhere. We want to live together like a family. Please, can't you do this for us? Yes, I want to live with Ada and Mom. Not like this, where I feel so empty and alone and unloved. I want to be happy. Mom and Dad looked at us in complete surprise.
Oh, honey, why would you ever think you're alone? No matter what happens between me and Mom, nothing could ever change the fact that we're your parents, and we love you so much. You'll always have both of us.
Then why can't we all live together?
Because that won't make any of us happy. We wanted to raise you in a happy home with great memories, but living together, we could never give you any of that. And now look at us. We are happy, and we can give you the best of the world, only if you choose to accept it.
Suddenly, I had tears in my eyes. Maybe Mom was right. She looked a lot happier and healthier than she ever used to be with Dad. And Dad, he looked like he was gonna explode with joy. And now, the only people fighting against this happiness was me and Gia. This had to stop. I looked at her, and she looked at me, and we knew what the right thing to do was. We agreed to Mom and Dad's plan, but we decided we weren't going to sacrifice our happiness either. So Gia and I decided to live with Mom, and both of us moved back to Italy with her. But we often visited Dad and his new family, and we were the happiest. I'm Maya from New Orleans. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. I lived in an old house with Dad who worked as a potter. Mom left us when I was 4 to make it as a big movie star and never came back. With gorgeous hair and porcelain white skin, I looked exactly like her, and no one believed my dad and I were related, especially our nosy neighbors. Once when I was 6, Dad got a big order from the city. He worked all night to make all 20 vases. I was admiring them when I accidentally knocked them off, shattering them to pieces. I am so sorry, Dad. I didn't do it intentionally.
It's okay, Maya. Don't worry. I'll make new ones.
But Dad couldn't make them in time, and he lost the order. He was devastated. Things got worse when the police knocked at our doors later that night. Our nosy neighbors heard the crashing sound and thought I was in trouble. Dad tried to convince them, but they only left when I showed them my birth certificate. I begged Dad to give the neighbors a piece of his mind, but he was a softie.
They're just concerned.
No, they're crazy. Things didn't change much even as I grew up. We struggled with money, but I was happy as long as I had my dad. On my 10th birthday, Dad took me to a mall and asked me to buy whatever I wanted.
I saved it for your birthday, dear. You deserve it.
But Dad, I don't want anything, and we could use this money. But he was dead set that I should buy something. I walked in, but the store manager refused to let Dad get in.
You won't be able to afford anything here.
Why not? We have money, and we're here just like everyone else. The manager made a face and refused us straight to our faces. Eventually, Dad gave in, and we left. It was humiliating. That day, I decided I'd never let anyone bully us like that. Soon after, I got into boxing, and by the time I was in 12th grade, I was the toughest girl in my class, and I started participating in all the major competitions around town and aced them all. One time during practice, I felt a sharp pain in my hand. Dad took me to the doctor, who confirmed I had a minor sprain and needed some rest and medicine. But Dad looked extra worried. Dad, relax. It's just a small sprain.
It's not that. Your mom called this morning. She wants you to complete your school year with her.
What? No way! She never looked back once, and now it's too late.
This is only temporary till I look for a job. I don't even have the money to buy your meds, and you'll be starting college soon.
I'll work hard and win a scholarship. I'm good at what I do. Please, don't send me away. But I knew Dad had made up his mind when the next morning a big car arrived in front of my house with Mom in it. When she saw me, she hugged me tightly.
Oh, my sweet Maya. You're all grown up and so pretty, just like me.
I pulled myself away as Mom smiled at me. It was the first time I'd seen her after so long. If not for her movies, I would have never recognized her. I am nothing like you. And please, don't think that I'm happy to do this.
As long as I have you.
Mom got her staff to pack my stuff, and I was ready to move within minutes. I was still unsure if this was a good idea, but Dad promised he'd get me soon and we'd be together again. So I left him with a heavy heart. The next few days in Mom's mansion were a nightmare. I wanted quiet time away from her, but she was stuck to me like gum in your hair. I was forced to take long walks with her and go on unnecessary shopping trips. And then one day, she changed my entire wardrobe. Where's all my stuff?
Your old stuff was rotten, so I threw it away.
But those things were important to me. Dad gave me those things. I want it back.
You're my daughter. I can't let people see you as a poor girl anymore.
So, that's what it's all about? That's why you took me away from Dad?
Stop twisting my words.
I was just too angry to hear her out and slammed the door shut on my way out. Every passing day I spent there made me miss Dad even more. But he spoke to me whenever he could, and I was happy. When Mom told me I'd start school soon, I couldn't be more excited. Anything to get away from her would work. On the day I was supposed to start school, I woke up late to my mom screaming at someone. I went down to see it was the cook, and a boy stood next to him holding a bagel. How dare he steal from our kitchen?
But I found this in a pile of food you were throwing away, ma'am.
I'm talking to your father. If your son does this again, I'll fire you. They nodded and left. I went after the boy to see him give that bagel to a helpless girl on the sidewalk. That was the kindest thing I'd seen since I'd come here. When he looked in my direction, I noticed how cute he was.
She was hungry. I'm not some thief, but your mother didn't seem to believe me.
I believe you. I'm Maya. He introduced himself as Zach, the cook's son. We exchanged smiles, and when the driver arrived, he continued on his way. At least there was one kind person in this strange place. My first day of school was nothing like I'd imagined. Thanks to my mom, everyone knew who I was, and to make things more awkward, a really good-looking guy approached me in the hallway.
Wow, you're even prettier than your mom.
I looked at him, clueless.
I'm Marco. Your mom must have mentioned me. She's best friends with my parents.
Nope, doesn't ring a bell. I started walking to class, but Marco stopped me again.
I wasn't done talking, princess.
Too bad. I was, and I'm late for class, Franco.
Marco.
Don't care. After that day, Marco did everything to get my attention. He started showering me with expensive gifts and flowers, and it almost looked like he was on a mission to get me to date him. Only later did I learn he was the mayor's son and one of the most powerful guys in town. Not that I cared. I already had an obsessive mom, so my hands were full. One day, it was Mom's movie success party, and the entire town was invited. She was so excited that she even bought us matching dresses and begged me to wear them.
We'll look like twins, baby. It'll be fantastic.
First, that's weird. And secondly, that dress looks like poop. I'd rather wear a tent. There was no way I was doing anything she wanted me to. So I went ahead and bought myself the weirdest dress I could find, just to embarrass her. The party was boring, and my eyes hurt from all that bling. And when I saw Marco enter, I knew I had to get out of there. I tiptoed my way into the kitchen, but banged into Zach.
Are you okay?
Hey, just trying to ignore someone.
The guy in white who looks like he eats money for breakfast?
Yeah, how did you know? Zach pointed in Marco's direction, who was frantically searching for someone under the tables. We burst out laughing, and I noticed what a heart-melting smile Zach had.
Come here, I'll show you a great hiding place.
He pulled me toward the back entrance, leading to a sprawling garden. It was beautiful. Our eyes met for a second, and I felt a weird rush in my tummy.
So, why were you hiding from him?
He's just an idiot from school I'm trying not to punch. I wish I could return home and get away from this place.
You really hate it here, don't you?
I nodded. Zach and I walked around and started talking. He told me how he was saving up for culinary school and wanted to be a chef someday. And I told him my story.
Boxer, huh? Show me your moves. I know a little boxing myself.
Don't say I didn't warn you. I tried to do a fake box in the air, but ended up hitting Zach smack in his face.
That was good. Ow.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you hurt? As I tried to check for any broken bones, Zach moved in closer and tucked my hair behind my ears. I felt my knees go weak.
Better.
His eyes caught my attention because they were a gorgeous shade of green and could make anyone swoon. I wasn't paying attention when I noticed a flash from the corner of my eye, and then 100 people started taking pictures of us. I turned to run, but saw Mom staring at me with eyes blazing like fire. It's bad enough that you're dressed like a joker, and now you're flirting with the help? His name is Zach, and he's my friend. That looked more than friends. You embarrass me, Maya. Why don't you just abandon me then? You're good at that. Mom and I got crazy on each other, and the party fell silent. You rude child. I saved you from your pathetic father, and this is how you repay me? Mom reached for me, but she tripped over a rock and fell into the life-size fountain. Her makeup washed off her face, and she looked like a zombie. I knew I'd taken it too far. I stepped forward to help her, but Marco reached before me and helped her out. I apologized to Mom the following day, but she ignored me. Zach and I were all over the news, and as a result, his dad was fired and they left. He was my only friend here, and I missed him so much. With Dad not responding to me either, I was left all alone. Soon after, Marco and Mom started working on a movie together because Mom recommended him. It was bad enough I had to deal with that fame-hungry, good-for-nothing brat in school, and now he was always at home. A week before my 18th birthday, I was already feeling low, so I decided to treat myself to some ice cream. But while I was walking back home, I saw a hooded figure following me. Come out, you jerk! What are you hiding your face for? I was all set to knock his teeth out when suddenly the guy came forward and revealed his face. Zach! Oh my God, you got me there for a second.
Sorry, didn't mean to scare you.
Scared my butt? Why are you following me?
I work in a store nearby. I saw you come in, and I just had to talk to you. Maya, your mom is hiding something from you.
Zach told me that when he was fired, he'd gone back to collect his check when he heard Mom talking to someone over the phone.
She said something about a big deal, and Marco is involved too. Just check her office.
No wonder that jerk is always home. And he's also involved in her new film. What could this be about?
I don't know, but it's something big.
Thanks, Zach. I always knew my mom was up to something. Maybe it's time I got my answers.
One more thing.
Zach moved closer and kissed me lightly on my forehead.
Please be careful. I like you a lot, in case that wasn't clear.
I thought I'd lost my chance after that black eye I gave you, but I'm glad to know I didn't. Before leaving, I pulled Zach in for a magical kiss, and then I started with my secret mission. But I had no idea what I was looking for or where I would find it. With Marco around the house, I had to be extra careful. I found my opportunity when Mom offered to throw me an 18th birthday party. She'd be busy with the guests, and I could snoop around the office. She got me the most beautiful dress and even hired someone to do my makeup. I hated everything, but I didn't want to draw any attention, so I agreed. The whole house was filled with guests on my birthday that evening, and I spotted Mom in the corner talking to Marco. This was the perfect moment. I went to Mom's study and found some papers in a red mailer about some land deal. I was just opening them when Marco walked in. He saw me and grinned, and I had the weirdest feeling ever.
You're a sight for sore eyes, sweet face. That dress looks amazing on you.
Shut up, moron.
That's not how you talk to your fiancé, sweetheart.
Is this some kind of sick joke?
Well, your mom would answer that better. Why don't we ask her together?
Marco took my arm and pulled me outside. When Mom saw that, she came rushing and pushed him away. What are you doing?
Just bringing the truth out.
Mom, what's happening and what are these papers about? Mom looked at me in shock as the color drained from her face.
Why don't I do the honors?
Marco told me that Mom wanted to open a film academy but had money issues, so his dad pitched in. In return, she promised them a role for Marco and our marriage.
But now, she doesn't seem to believe me. Maybe she'll believe you.
I looked at Mom in shock, and she stayed silent. She totally did it. What kind of mother are you? First you abandon me, then you take me away from Dad, and now you want to use me as bait? My beauty won't last forever, so I had to think for myself, and I don't regret it one bit. You will marry Marco, and that's final.
Not without my approval. Don't forget, you signed over full custody to me.
I turned around to see my dad looking angrier than ever. I rushed to him and hugged him tight. Dad, I'm so glad you're here.
Maya, there's someone I'd like you to meet.
We all turned around and I was completely shocked to see Zach walk in. He told us how Zach had called him a few days back and told him I was in trouble.
I was out of town to set up my pottery school. I wish I could have come sooner.
You're just in time. As Mom and Dad argued, I walked up to Zach. Marco tried to butt in, but I kicked him so hard, I'm sure he'll limp for days. I took Zach's hand as he smiled at me. Thank you. You truly are amazing.
Not half as amazing as you. I'm moving to Paris to study. Want to join?
I'll follow you anywhere. Zach and I kissed as I said goodbye to this fake life forever.
The first sound I ever heard in my life was a beeping so loud I thought my ears were going to explode. For 17 years, I'd lived in a bubble of silence. But my mom worked super hard and finally, she was able to afford hearing implants for me. Honestly though, the beeping wouldn't stop and I thought if this was what the world of hearing was like, I'm not sure I would ever cope. I looked at my boyfriend and he was making all these weird sounds. My boyfriend is still deaf. He'll be getting the implants soon, so I signed to him to stop crying. And that's when he laughed and signed that it was me who was crying like that. I'd waited for this moment for so long. But little did I know how many crazy things I'd now be able to hear, including some big secrets that would change my life forever. Things were about to get wild. Before I share everything that happened to me, click the like and subscribe button, and who knows, maybe your hearing will become as sharp as mine, and you'll find out some secrets of your own too. I soon stopped crying, and the next thing I noticed was how loud my heart was beating. I mean, I'd seen my heart beat in my chest before, but oh my gosh, it was thumping so loud. My boyfriend ran to find my mom and the doctor, and I just lay there, feeling like I'd landed on another planet. I opened my mouth as I was so curious to hear what my own voice sounded like, and that's when I realized something. I had no idea how to speak. I didn't understand where my mom was, so I opened my phone and started looking through old videos. There was one of me and my dad from the last time I saw him. So I clicked play. I'd obviously never heard his voice before, or anyone's voice for that matter. It was so overwhelming. I actually fainted. And the next moment, my mom and my boyfriend were crouched on the floor next to me. Then a few doctors ran into the room and I felt like a tiny ant that was about to be squashed by giants. Why was everything so loud? I covered my ears and shut my eyes and curled up in a ball. One of the doctors helped me up onto the bed and signed to me that it would take time for me to get used to hearing sounds and voices, and that at first I might not understand what people were saying, that it may sound like gibberish. Well, no kidding. My brain was fried. I couldn't keep up with anything going on around me. When the doctor finally told me I could go home, I practically leaped out of the bed. On the way out, I went to use the bathroom first. Obviously, I'd never heard someone pee before, so I got the fright of my life. It was so loud, and suddenly I felt so embarrassed. Had my friends at school heard me pee before? I ran out of the toilet so fast and bumped right into a woman who was waiting to go in. She looked disgusted and started shouting, but I had no idea what she was saying. I just walked off. But I was not ready for how overwhelming the outside world was going to be. I just froze. Cars were beeping, sirens were blaring, birds were flying everywhere and were making noises. Every time one flew near me, I ducked. They sounded so angry. I must have looked like an insane person. Then I heard something that sounded like a gunshot, and I just bolted across the road without even looking. I had no idea cars beeped, and I noticed just in time before a car almost crashed into me. The guy driving wound the window down and started shouting at me, and that made me think, was everyone always this angry? I ran straight into the park that I used to come to with my dad, and two of my friends from school were there. I felt so self-conscious about my new implants, and I didn't want them to see me. I hadn't told anyone at school about it, so I quickly ducked behind a tree. From there, I could still read their lips, and I couldn't believe what they were saying. How my boyfriend was only with me because it was easier to be with someone like him. But as soon as he gets his implants, he could get any girl he wanted, and that he was way too good for me. These girls were my so-called friends. How could they talk behind my back like this? A second later, my mom and boyfriend appeared in the park, and my mom looked angry. She was calling my name, and then the most awkward thing ever happened. She spotted my so-called friends and ran over to them asking if they'd seen me. She even told them I just had my implants done. They both went bright red and shook their heads, and suddenly I felt like they didn't deserve to get away with this. I climbed out from behind the tree, not realizing there were twigs and leaves in my hair, and walked over to them, smirking. I could see them whispering to each other. Do you think she heard us? Then my mom just grabbed me and said I needed to stop acting like a child. I looked back at my old friends, and they were laughing. It sounded like the most evil sound ever, and I decided I'd never speak to them again. I had no idea what was coming, and that getting the implants would ruin my life and reveal all our family's dark and dirty secrets. On the way home, I thought I was going to have a panic attack. My mom put the radio on, and I just sat there. I couldn't believe my ears. I was finally hearing music for the first time, and all I could do was think of my dad. Every time he'd take me out in the car, he'd turn the radio on, and then his head would start bopping along, and he'd do all these hilarious dance moves. To a deaf person, he looked insane. But now that I could hear the music, all I wanted was to be in the car with him, dancing like a nutcase too. We finally got home, and I needed to lie down. I got out of the car, and then I spotted Sweetie Pie waiting for me at the window. She's been my dog since I was a kid, and she's the sweetest little thing, hence the name. As we walked up to the house, something wasn't right. I ran back towards the car, feeling scared, and my mom said it was just Sweetie Pie barking. Oh my gosh, it sounded like a monster, like even worse than crying. My mom opened the door, and Sweetie Pie came racing towards me, and I'm not joking, I freaked out. The first night at home was horrible. I looked forward to hearing for so long, but so far it had just been a disaster. I couldn't sleep because everything was so loud. And then late at night, I heard voices. They were coming from my mom's room, and I figured she was on the phone. I wanted to go tell her to be quiet, but when I tried to get into her room, her door was locked. I knocked, and suddenly I heard my mom say, "Shh." Then she poked her head out of the door and told me to go back to bed because she was on a work call. I didn't believe her for a second. Over the next few days, I felt more alone than ever before. My boyfriend came over to watch movies one night, and we always watched with the subtitles on. I know I should have kept the volume up to get used to hearing voices, but I couldn't stand it. It was giving me a migraine. Anyway, my mom came home in the middle of it and asked why I turned the sound off. Then she started shouting that she'd worked her butt off to afford these implants and that I was nothing but an ungrateful little girl. Then she stormed upstairs. I was so shocked. My mom was acting so different. And come to think of it, so was my boyfriend. He seemed quiet somehow, like something was wrong. He asked if we could talk, and I made a joke that only I could talk. After that, he got up and left, saying he was tired. I woke up the next day and decided I would pay my mom back. I didn't want to feel like she could use this against me, so I asked my boyfriend's sister if I could work in the diner with her. She said I could probably do some dishwashing, but she didn't want me serving customers in case I got overwhelmed. I mean, I couldn't argue with her there. At first, everything was going okay. I just had to collect the dirty dishes and wash them. It was simple, really. After a while, I needed to use the bathroom, so I headed out front to find the toilet. That's when I spotted him. It was my boyfriend. How sweet. He must have been waiting for me to finish my shift. I walked up to the glass and was about to surprise him, but realized he wouldn't hear me knock. Then a girl appeared and he gave her a big hug. Who was she? Suddenly, they were walking off together. I quickly ran back to the kitchen to get my phone. Then I smelled burning. The next moment, there was this insane beeping sound, and people started running. I was running too, because I had to catch up to my boyfriend. I looked around the kitchen, and it was up in flames, but I didn't care. My heart was up in flames too, and that was more important to me. I could hear my boyfriend's sister screaming my name, but I just kept running. I caught up to my boyfriend, but it was too late. He was kissing this girl. I started screaming. It was the first time I'd heard such a crazy sound coming out of my own mouth. People were looking at me in shock, but the only person I wanted to notice me was completely ignoring me. Of course, he couldn't hear me, but I thought at least the girl would. I noticed a woman running towards me asking if I was okay, but I just screamed at her and she quickly backed off. I was clearly scaring people. I tapped my boyfriend on the shoulder and he looked so shocked to see me. The girl he was with was so pretty, and I could tell she was deaf too. She signed to him asking who this monster was, and I swear I almost lost it. My boyfriend started walking away, and I signed back to her saying the only monster around here was the guy she was kissing, who just so happened to be my boyfriend. She looked really upset, and I thought it served her right. What did she have that I didn't? I chased after my boyfriend, and he just said that I'd changed too much and felt like he couldn't relate to me anymore. He said he'd tried to tell me, but I hadn't given him a chance to explain, and that he'd met that girl online and thought it was better if he dated someone who was also deaf. I couldn't believe it! What had I gained from getting these implants? Nothing, except one disaster after another. The day just went even more downhill after that. I got fired on my first shift, and my boyfriend's sister was so mad at me because it made her look bad. Great, I'd upset everyone. I went home and buried my head under the pillow, trying to block out all the sounds. My life was over. I'd been dumped because I could hear. I mean, how ridiculous is that? I must have fallen asleep because I woke up later that afternoon to a car pulling up outside. I looked out my window and saw it was a man, but I'd never seen him before. He knocked on the door, but I didn't want to answer. I crept downstairs, and then I heard him speaking. He was on the phone, and he was speaking to my mom. I heard him saying he was the house and that he thought it was time he finally met me. What? Who was this man? I thought about opening the door, but by then he'd got back in his car and driven off. Finally, my mom came home, and she could tell straight away that I'd seen the man. She told me she could explain and that he was just a friend. Then she said my dad had left so long ago and that surely it was okay for her to date again. Okay, so he wasn't just a friend then. Had they been creeping around behind my back? I felt sick thinking about it. All I wanted was to see my dad. I missed him so much. I didn't want some other guy moving into our house. My mom asked if I could just give him a chance, saying I would really like him. Yeah, right. But what choice did I have? So that night, he came over for dinner. He acted like he knew everything about me. It was so weird. And then, when my mom was getting dessert, he said I was a lucky girl to have gotten these implants. I didn't like this guy one bit. My mom came back in and kept telling me to try practicing my speech, but I refused. At least if I used sign language, her boyfriend wouldn't know what I was saying. I signed to my mom that he was a loser. And then she screamed at me to go to my room. I couldn't wait to get out of there. As soon as I did, her boyfriend asked my mom if they could finally kiss now. And my mom told him to stop because now I could hear them. Ew! I sat on the stairs and wanted to text someone, but I realized I had no one. No one cared about me. I was about to go upstairs when I heard my mom's boyfriend start talking. I could see him through the crack in the door. What he said changed everything. I crept closer to the door so I could see and hear properly. He sounded annoyed and said, "Come on, you have to tell her we've been together for years. You can't hide this from her. And does she seriously believe you paid for her implants? Just tell her it was her dad. Maybe she could even go stay with him for a bit and we could get some alone time." I was stunned. My dad had paid for them, but my dad didn't even speak to me. He left to go live with some woman he'd met, at least that's what my mom had told me. But now I wasn't so sure. I waited for my mom to reply, but she was just quiet. For a second I thought my implants had stopped working, but then I heard a banging on my door. I opened the door and saw her boyfriend standing there, and then he said, "Nova, you have to know the truth. Me and your mom have been together for years. Your dad left when he found out about us, and he's been so desperate to get back into your life that he paid for your implants. There, that's the truth. Now excuse me, I need a smoke." I wanted this man to go away. Who did he think he was? But more than that, what was my mom playing at? She lied to me about everything. Here I was thinking she'd worked so hard to get me implants. But the whole time she'd been out on dates with her boyfriend, and it was my dad who'd been working hard. My mom told her boyfriend to go home, shouting that he'd ruined everything. Then she tried to apologize, but I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear anything. All that had happened to me since getting these implants was that my life had been turned upside down. Sure, I could hear music and the sound of rain and Sweetie Pie's bark, but now I'd heard my friends talking about me behind my back. I'd lost my boyfriend, and now worst of all, my mom was a liar and my dad was actually the good guy. All these years, I'd been made to believe that my dad had run off with another woman when it had actually been my mom. I told my mom to give me my dad's number. All I wanted was to hear his voice. She'd done enough damage so she couldn't fight with me on this. She gave me his number and I called him. I was completely shaking. When he answered, I just started crying. And then he was crying and saying, "Nova, is that you? Oh, Nova, I miss you so much." I tried to speak, but nothing came out. My dad just kept crying, saying, "My baby can hear." It is so good to have my dad back in my life. As for my mom, things are still a bit weird between us, but we'll figure it out. I guess I am glad I finally got to hear, otherwise I might never have found out any of these secrets. But seriously, the world is loud. It's gonna take time to get used to it all, and as for speaking, well, one word at a time for now.
Tiptoed into the lounge. I nearly jumped out of my skin when I heard a voice. "You're gonna be in so much trouble." It was my annoying older sister Natalia sitting in a corner and recording a makeup tutorial. "Listen, you can't tell Aunt I came so late. She'll make me do the dishes and laundry for a month." "I might keep your secret if you do my math homework for the rest of the school year." Just then, my eyes fell on the mound of honey cakes on the table and my stomach growled. "Don't even think about touching these. Aunt wants to sell them at the farmer's market." We came to live with our miserable Aunt Ursula after our parents passed away in an accident a few years ago, and she treated us like we were her servants. I was really hungry, so I just grabbed one and popped the whole thing into my mouth. Just then, my aunt suddenly showed up and yelled, "That's it! I'm sick of breaking my back looking after you girls. I'm sending you off to foster care." We looked at her in horror. Going to foster care meant we'd be sent off to different families. As Aunt stormed off and we heard her making a call, I got a flying shoe on my head. Ow! Oh, I forgot to tell you about my third sister, Tanya. The sleepyhead had been snoring in front of the fireplace, but she was wide awake now and glaring at me. "This is all your fault, Marina. Go tell her you're sorry. I'm not living away from you guys." Natalia and I ran to hug her, and I promised I'd make everything okay. Just then, we heard loud knocking on the door. Aunt came waddling out to open it, and she let out a loud gasp. Standing in the doorway was a huge man with a beard. His voice boomed in the small room. "Did you really think you could send them off and keep taking the money I give you for their care and I wouldn't even know? Girls, pack your things. You're coming with me." "Hi, my name is Marina, and I'm from Russia." My life turned around when Mom's eccentric brother, who I never even knew existed, took away me and my sisters to live in his old mansion. But it gets even crazier from here. Before I continue, click like and subscribe. The next few weeks living with Uncle Ivan was like a dream. He got all three of us into the best school in town right away. A few days later at dinner, while Natalia and I were busy arguing over something, Tanya suddenly said, guys, is Uncle Ivan okay? We looked at him and saw that he sat slumped in his chair. Oh, no. Natalia poked him, but there was no response. I bent down to check his pupils, and just then he yelled, "Do svidaniya!" We all screamed and nearly fell back in shock. He glared at us. Can't a man take a nap in his own house? Uncle Ivan startled us again by suddenly banging his goblet on the table. I've just decided something. I want to give you $1 million. For a few seconds, we stared at him with our mouths open, and then we started hugging each other in delight. To one of you. We froze in our spots. Wait, what? Well, if it's only one of us, of course it should be me. I'm the oldest, and I'm running a business already. You know, my beauty blog. Your business is just Dumbos watching another Dumbo putting on makeup. I'm going to be a big shot singer one day, so I'll need that money for my album. Guys, come on, $1 million is a lot of money. We can share it. But the other two weren't even listening to me. How dare you call me a Dumbo, you little bug? I'm 11 and I can kick your butt. And before I knew it, they were attacking one another while I was trying to break it up. Uncle got up and looked at us with sad eyes. I will make my decision in 3 days. And with that, he walked off. The next morning, when I peeked into Natalia and Tanya's rooms and didn't find them there, I knew exactly where they'd be. And sure enough, I found them standing outside Uncle's bedroom with breakfast trays loaded with his favorite foods. Seriously, guys, we're family. I swear if I find the money, I'll happily split it with you two. Well, I wouldn't do that for you. Yeah, me neither. It's gonna be all mine. And with that, Tanya knocked on the door loudly, but there was no reply. We opened the door, and to our surprise, the bed was perfectly made and the room was empty. Just then, I caught sight of a note on his pillow and ran forward to pick it up. A fat lady with no eyebrows sitting in a frame, smiling strangely at the world. Everyone knows her name. P.S. I had to go somewhere. What on earth is he talking about? The woman he's describing sounds like Aunt Ursula. I'm not going back to her, not even for $1 million. Later that night, when I was in bed, I was still thinking about the strange poem when I suddenly sat up straight. Of course that's what Uncle meant. I quickly put on my nightgown and rushed downstairs. I crept quietly into Uncle's study and switched on my phone's flashlight. I knew I'd seen it here, the Mona Lisa hanging on the wall. I stared at the painting for a while, wondering what I was supposed to do now. Then I took it off the wall and flipped it over. I gasped. Taped to one corner was a small bronze key. I couldn't wait to tell the others. And then suddenly, I felt a hand around my ankle. Ah! I jumped back in fright and fell on the floor. And then someone popped up from behind the couch. Oh, hi, Marina. I thought it was Natalia bringing me food. Oh my God, how could it possibly be? It was Petrov, the hockey team captain at my old school and my biggest crush. What on earth are you doing here? Just then, the door burst open and she walked in with a tray of snacks. She looked shocked to see me, then quickly smiled. Oh, I see you've met my boyfriend. We were really missing each other, so he decided to pay me a visit. I couldn't believe my own sister would do this to me. She knew how much I liked him, and she'd been dating him behind my back. Just then, Tanya came running in, saying she'd heard my screams. She didn't even look surprised to see Petrov. You knew he was here too? Yeah, I saw Natalia sneaking him in a few nights ago. Petrov, it's really uncool to eat someone's chocolates without asking, man. Petrov stared at her like she was crazy. What are you talking about? I didn't eat your stuff. Well, one of you is lying then because they were in the fridge this morning. Who ate them, ghosts? Just then, the study door behind us slammed shut and we all turned around, startled. And then we heard a key turn in the lock. I ran towards the door and pulled the handle, but it wouldn't budge. Who could possibly have locked us inside? Petrov started banging on the door and screaming like a maniac. Help! This house is haunted! I don't want to die here! Jeez, Petrov, you're gonna wake up all the ghosts. He looked even more horrified, and Natalia kicked Tanya before taking him aside and calming him down. Just seeing the two of them sitting so close made my blood boil. And now we were just stuck here and would have to wait for Uncle to let us out. As we all sat there sulking quietly, Natalia suggested that we could play a game to pass the time. Oh, I have a great game in mind. It's called Reflection. I picked the antique mirror from Uncle's desk and shoved it in her face. Mirror, mirror in my hands, who's the worst sister in all the lands? OMG, loser, get over it. Petrov looked really confused and asked what was going on. Natalia just said, "Oh, nothing." And then she grabbed him by the collar and started kissing him in front of me. Oh, my eyes, my eyes! Tanya ran off to the other end of the room and refused to come back. She snuggled into a big armchair, and after a few minutes we could hear her loud snoring. Natalia opened a packet of crisps for herself and Petrov and glared at me. Don't even think about it. Also, why were you snooping around at night? As if I'd tell you. When Petrov asked us what we were fighting about, Natalia spilled out everything about how Uncle was leaving one of us $1 million. If you're keeping any secrets from me, Marina, I'll find out. Come on, babe, I'm so tired. And with that, she took Petrov's hands and they both snuggled onto the couch. I put my fingers in my ears to stop hearing their kissing and giggling sounds. This was just the worst night ever. Finally, after ages, it seemed like they'd fallen asleep. I was still wide awake and my stomach rumbled loudly. A few minutes later, someone shook me by the shoulder. I turned around to see it was Petrov, and he'd brought me some food. We stayed up for hours talking, and I was having the best time. You know something, Marina? I think you're the smartest, and you'll win the money. His face was really close to mine, and he was leaning in to kiss me. Just then, we heard Natalia stir, and he quickly ran off to her. A little while later, I crawled over to the Mona Lisa painting on the floor and found a key on the back. I clutched it tight and fell asleep. I woke up the next morning, and to my shock, the door was unlocked and wide open. I woke the others up, and everyone was so excited we were free. Just as I was walking out, I heard Natalia say, "Hey, why is this painting on the floor?" "Oh, I saw Marina take it off last night. There was something behind it." And before I knew it, Natalia had jumped across the room and pinned me to the ground. "Tell me what you found, you witch!" I tried to push her off me, but she was crazy strong. As we wrestled on the floor, the key slipped out of my hands and Tanya ran to pick it up. "Both of you, shut up!" As we sat panting and staring daggers at one another, Tanya said that there was something written on the key. "Together in Paris." We had no idea what that was about and decided we'd come back from school and figure it out together. I went to Uncle's room and slipped the key into a drawer. During the first recess, I snuck out of the school and went back home as fast as I could. I crept into Uncle's room and headed straight for the drawer, to find it empty. What? Just then, I saw the curtain move a little. I crept up to it slowly and pulled it back to see Petrov behind it. "What are you doing here, and where's my key?" I saw you with it, and I just wanted to help solve the mystery for you. "You're so smart. I really wanted you to think I'm smart too." He suddenly took my hand and pulled me close. "I like you, Marina, a lot. Let's figure this thing out and get out of here with the $1 million. We could go anywhere, just you and me." Just as he was about to pull me in for a kiss, I pushed him away. "Seriously? You were just making out with my sister this morning. You're such a cheater, and I'm no idiot. Give me the key, Petrov, now!" Suddenly, Petrov pushed me aside and made a dash towards the door. He bumped into a small table and knocked everything over. I jumped towards him and managed to tackle him to the ground. The small key flew out of his hand and went skidding across the floor and landed at Natalia's feet. She looked livid. "Oh, so you were going to just take my money and run off with my sister?" He crawled up to her on his knees. "Don't be silly, babe. I didn't mean a word of that. I was just doing this for the two of us." "You mean the three of us?" Tanya and I stared at her in shock, except Petrov, who just looked stupidly confused. "It's not some riddle, idiot. I'm pregnant and you're going to be a daddy." He stared up at her in horror for a second, then ran out of the room screaming. We heard the huge main door slam shut. I ran to Natalia and hugged her. "I had no idea. Petrov's such a jerk. But don't worry, we will be really good aunts, and She pushed me off. "Ew, I'm not dumb enough to get pregnant. That was just to get rid of him." Just then, Tanya, who was picking up the things Petrov had knocked over, suddenly screamed, "Look, girls, look what this says!" She was holding a beautiful little music box in her hands, and there was a small carving on the lid. "Together in Paris." I placed the box on the table and we all gathered around as I turned the key. The lid slowly opened and we gasped in delight as we saw two figurines dancing to the tinkly music. There was a tiny compartment underneath and a small note tucked away, 271287. For a moment we just stared at the paper when Natalia suddenly gasped, "These numbers! This is Mom's birthday!" She was right. But what could Uncle possibly mean by this? I have no idea, girls, but Uncle said we only had 3 days, so we have to put our heads together and figure it out soon. Later that night, as I tossed around in bed, I suddenly heard a loud thump from downstairs. I froze for a minute, then quickly crept out of bed and tiptoed down with a baseball bat. I couldn't see anyone around, and just as I was about to turn away, something on the floor caught my eye. Muddy shoe prints. We definitely had an intruder in the house. I followed the shoe prints down the corridors that led to the eastern wing of the house. I'd never been here before. Suddenly, they faded away, and I looked up to see a door at the end of the hall. Holding my breath, I slowly opened it. There was no one inside, but it was the oddest room I'd ever seen. It seemed like a museum of forgotten things, and there were hundreds of clocks on the walls of all shapes and sizes, ticking away and all telling the wrong time. And in one corner was a shiny bronze safe. The minute I saw it, I had a light bulb moment. Of course that's what the numbers were. The combination to a safe. With trembling hands, I entered the numbers and heard a small click. I opened it and squealed when I saw what was inside. Stacks of money. It definitely looked like $1 million. Were you going to keep this for yourself? I turned around to see Natalia and Tanya standing behind me. Of course not. How could you even think that? Come, let's split it right now. There's plenty for us all. Just then, the door burst open and we turned around to see Uncle Ivan beaming in the doorway. Uncle, you're back! I was here all along. Who do you think locked you up when you girls were being so noisy? I just wanted to see how you would play my game. Marina, you really know what family is all about. Good girl. You get to keep all the money. The other two looked horrified. I turned to Uncle and smiled. Thank you, Uncle, but I couldn't. It'll make me happier to share it with my sisters. I knew you wouldn't. Now only time will tell if your sisters deserve their share. Yes, we deserve it. We'll prove it. We'll be so good to each other. I laughed and put my arms through theirs. Let's divide it and go shopping tomorrow, shall we?
Hi, I'm Lena from Poland. I grew up in a family of models. My mom and my 3 sisters were always spending time wearing makeup, but that made me nothing close to being a girly girl. They used to call me tomboy because I cared about cars and mechanics more than stupid makeup. But that's because my dad's a mechanic and I didn't care about their stupid opinions. One day when I was 5, on Christmas, my parents brought us some gifts. When it was my turn to open mine, it was a boy's underwear. Ew, Mommy, what is this? She and my sisters laughed like maniacs, and Mom said, "Oh, aren't you happy about it? It's boys' clothes since you're a boy, you know." I found tears flooding down my face, and I said, But Mommy, I'm a girl. I wish. Just then, my dad held my hand and gave me another present. Don't cry, sweetie. Take this. I opened up the box and felt thrilled. It was a toy car and a mechanic's toolkit. Oh, Daddy, you're the best. But does this make me a boy? No, of course not. You're you. Don't be embarrassed to be yourself. And my sisters laughed even harder. Yeah, that suits you better, tomboy. I looked at my dad to say something, but he simply patted my head and smiled. Well, the truth is my mom and sisters thought they were models, but they only worked as waitresses and kept applying for modeling jobs for as long as I could remember. Mom believed that people were coming to the cafe only to see her and her daughters. One day, when I was in the 4th grade, Mom barged into my room screaming because her skirt that she used to wear 10 years ago was too tight. We're such beautiful ladies. I was prettier and more attractive, but getting pregnant with you ruined my body. I don't know why I wanted a kid after an 8-year gap. Maybe because I wanted a boy. Well, God listened and here you are. Mom, I have no idea what you're talking about because, honestly, you're not even that pretty yourself. Mom got red in the face and yelled, "Go to your room, and I hope you never come out." Is that meant to be a punishment? Because I enjoy my time there. And just like that, from that day, I started to spend my time in my room learning about mechanics, reading books about it, or helping Dad around the garage. But there was one major perk of living with 3 mean sisters who cared about fashion and makeup. I met a lot of cute guys coming and leaving our house because my sisters dated half of the guys in town. And to be honest, I started to wonder how it would feel to kiss a boy. So when I was in the 7th grade and my aunt visited us with her son, I took him aside to show him my mechanic toys. Then I cornered him and blocked his way. "Kiss me if you want me to let you go." My cousin started yelling until his mom and mine came running to us. He said, "Ew, I don't kiss boys." But instead of being angry, Mom looked pleased. Oh, Lena, I never thought you'd like boys. I thought you were into girls. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you just made me so proud. Not all is lost. Ugh, like I cared to make her proud. I just wanted a kiss, and I was determined to get one. So I turned to my only other option, school. At school, I had the same reputation at home, but there, at least, I could kick anyone's butt if they tried to mess with me. Anyone except Monica, the school queen. Once when I was in the 10th grade, she came to me and said, "Hey, Robin, I told you 1,000 times, my name isn't Robin. And who even is Robin anyway?" "Oh, he was a boy who attended the same kindergarten as me. He used to pee his pants, and you remind me of him. You're both ugly and have a crush on me. I'm telling you for the last time, I'm not into girls. Now out of my way." Then she pushed me aside and walked away. What a total nut job. That idiot thought I had a crush on her. Well, the person I really had a crush on was her boyfriend, James. But she didn't know something I did. James was cheating on her, like, at least with a different girl every week. Once, he came to my dad's garage with one girl, and the following week he came with a different one. But I didn't care. I still liked him. So one day, I figured out a plan. When he came to my dad's garage again, I offered to help him. The girl with him didn't mind me talking to him and touching his shoulder because she already thought I was a lesbian. I took his number and said I would call him when the car was ready. I was fully prepared to have James fall for me, but that night, everything changed. When Dad and I got home, we found no one. My mom and sisters were gone, leaving a note saying, "We thought it was the right time for us to leave and pursue our careers. Staying with both of you is just keeping us stuck and losers. So goodbye." Honestly, I felt good and thought Dad would feel the same, but when I looked at him, he was crying. Then he collapsed and started sobbing.
"I knew I wasn't good enough for your mom. No matter how hard I tried, she would always look down on me."
I hugged him and said, "No, Dad, you're amazing. My mom is stupid, and so are my sisters. We're going to be just fine, the two of us." But nothing was after that day. Dad went through a severe depression and stopped going to the garage. He never wanted to work there because it reminded him of Mom. I sometimes had to work instead of him to provide for us. So at school, I got so busy working and fixing other kids' cars that I forgot all about James and my crush on him. Until one day, he and his jerk girlfriend came to me. "Hey, Robin, me and James have been arguing since this morning whether this shirt is too revealing and attractive." James, the little cutie, is so jealous because a lot of guys were staring. But I keep telling him that I'm wearing too many clothes here. It's not my problem the guys are crazy about me. So, since you have a crush on me, I thought you can give an honest answer here. Do you think this is too attractive? I looked at her. Why did she even exist? She had gotten me on one of my worst days. So I said, "I think it's not attractive enough for your boyfriend because he's cheating on you with half of the girls in school, and they are wearing way less clothes than you." Monica looked at me with her mouth open and said, "Ugh, I didn't know you were this helpless. Trying to make me break up with my lovely James so you can have me? That's so lame." I would have punched her face, but then behind her back, I saw the new janitor, and I almost passed out. It was my dad. He smiled shyly at me, and before I could warn him, he introduced himself to Monica as my dad. She grinned at me, and without replying to him, walked away. I couldn't help but groan. To be honest, I wasn't ashamed of my dad or anything, but having him as my school's janitor added more misery to my life, and that witch didn't leave me alone. One day during a class, I dozed off because I was super tired. Apparently, I was talking in my sleep, and I said a few words, and according to Monica, I was mentioning her name. God, this girl. She came to me and pushed my chair away. I fell on the ground and woke up terrified. "Can you stop being so obsessed with me? It's freaking me out." I was boiling with anger. I just snapped, and for the first time, I pushed her away. She pushed me back and said, "No one touches Monica like this, especially poor people like you, the daughter of a janitor." I slapped her and was about to attack her, but the teacher came in and stopped me. "Calm down. Are you a monster?" "What? She attacked me first." "Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at her. She's too gentle to hurt a fly. And look at you. I'm what? Plus, you were sleeping in my class." "Yeah, because you're the most boring teacher in the world. And you're the rudest girl in my class." "Nuh-uh. Monica is, and you know that, but you're all afraid of her. But not me. Not anymore. I'm not an idiot coward like you. What did you just say? You heard me. To the principal's office. Right now. I walked out of the room without a backward glance. When I got there, the blonde, rude secretary followed me and pulled me back. Hey, what do you want now? I half expected her to yell something, but she said ever so sweetly, Can I please talk to you, kiddo? I narrowed my eyes. Why? So your dad, he's hot. Ew, he's dad. Yeah, but he is. And since you're my favorite student in this school, I am your favorite student? Since when? Don't be silly. Since, forever. Just listen. Let's get to the point. I don't know why you're here, but if you can get me a chance with your dad, I promise you won't face any problems with anyone here, especially Monica. You can forget she even existed. Well, honestly, that did sound like a good deal. Dad needed a new woman in his life, and I could take my revenge. Deal. And she let me go. And I didn't go to the principal's office that day or any other day in my life. Dad agreed to start dating the secretary after I begged him for the entire week. To my delight, though, he was genuinely happy with her. I couldn't be happier for him. One day, I got to school late. And when I entered the class, the teacher glared at me and told me to go to the principal's office. Then Monica said, "Oh no, please let her stay. She's been busy all night working in her dad's garage to help her poor, useless janitor dad." I swear I was going to attack her, but the teacher probably read my mind and dragged me out of the classroom. When I got to the secretary room, she wasn't there. I supposed she was with Dad. I looked at her computer and it was the grade sheet, and I saw Monica's name. So I changed her grades from A's to D's and F's, and also James, and left. They threw the worst tantrums after their grades were posted, but the secretary stood firm, and before long, everyone in the school knew about my power. Of course, some students tried to tell the principal, but since he liked and trusted his rude, suck-up secretary, he didn't do anything. And she didn't have an idea I was behind all of this, and I really felt like the godfather. Suddenly, boys were into me and wanted to hang out with me, and honestly, I enjoyed the attention and hung out with a couple of boys. But my eyes were only on one boy, James. I mean, the heart wants what it wants. So one day, while he and Monica were having lunch together, I went to him and said, "Hey, you gotta date me or kiss your dream college goodbye." He looked at me and pushed Monica away. "Of course, babe. Come sit next to me." Monica looked furious, but she knew her time as the school queen was over. She never faced me again. Dating James was nice at first, but soon enough, I found out he was a jerk. And I even felt sorry for Monica that she had to deal with him. He was embarrassed to be seen with me, and I was certain he was cheating on me. Once, he sent me a message by mistake that said, "Hey, babe. Want to go out tonight? That disgusting tomboy is busy in her dad's garage tonight." I cried when I read it. Next day, James came to hug me and I pushed him away. "Don't touch me, you cheater." Instead of apologizing like a decent person, he rolled his eyes at me and said, "Oh, but you knew that a long time ago and still wanted me because you're a helpless, ugly loser." Suddenly, I lost it. I had done so much for him and he was being such a pig. I slapped him hard. Whether you slap me or not, you're still the janitor's daughter. Nothing more. Before I could reply, I heard a voice behind me. It was my dad. "Don't you dare talk to my daughter like that, you little mutt." "Dad, don't worry about him. He's a jerk." Then my dad put his arm on my shoulder and said, "I'm sorry I'm embarrassing you, Lena." "No, Dad, you're not. I'm so proud of you. Don't mind these empty-headed ignorants. They know nothing about hard work, about dignity, about being yourself without feeling embarrassed. Dad, we aren't like them. We are free." Dad looked at me with teary eyes and smiled. "Come here, sweetie. Give your old man a hug." We hugged. That night, I had the loveliest dinner with my dad and his girlfriend and felt like the luckiest girl in the world. I couldn't wait for tomorrow to become a better person and to love myself more. Before I tell you my name, let me tell you the story behind it. I was born in the Shoshone tribe. My father was the chief. The day I was born, a big eagle flew by near my mom. She had thought the eagle would hurt her, but it didn't. The people of the tribe saw it as an omen of me being special and gave me a name that meant bird woman. But in my tribe, I was called Sacagawea. Since I was born a little before I was meant to, The entire tribe was pretty disappointed seeing how small and fragile I was. Your child, she is destined to reach great heights, go places, be invincible. You really think so? But she is small and weak. Don't underestimate her, for when she is older, she will move mountains. Well, she was right. I don't know about moving mountains, but as I grew up, I wasn't weak and fragile anymore. Actually, I was kind of a wild child. I would spend hours playing in the forest, riding horses, and just exploring the outdoors. I was fearless and brave, and I knew one day I'd make my tribe proud of me. But there was one tiny problem. I was afraid of heights. All my friends would be climbing trees and rocks, and it would always scare me. I didn't really mind. I knew I could do so many other things. But a girl, Redfeather, who was from another tribe, always made it a point to tease me about it. I knew why. It was because she had a big fat crush on my best friend Miko and hated that he cared so much for me.
What kind of bird woman are you if you can't even climb a tree? Look, Miko, I can climb so high.
So what? Sacagawea can ride a horse, backwards. She can catch a fish with just her hands, and she's not a show-off like you, Redfeather.
Ugh, what do you even see in her? He just told you. Strength, ability, class. Now shoo off before I whoop your butt. You wouldn't dare. Oh, but I dared. In seconds, Redfeather and I were tangled like two wrestlers, but I instantly let her go when I saw my dad coming. He had told me so many times not to argue with Redfeather. Her tribe was always looking to get into a fight with ours. Once I was home, I got the lecture of a lifetime. And even though I tried to tell Dad how that witch had started it, he just wouldn't listen. Frustrated, I left the tent and sat near the river.
Angry at Dad?
No, not at all. I'm angry at myself for not being brave enough to climb a tree. If I could, I would have proved, hey, you don't need to prove anything to anyone. Got it? And who said you aren't brave? My love, you are the bravest girl I know. You can definitely do anything you set your mind to. Here, it's time for you to have this. Mom, why are you giving this to me? It's the most precious thing you have. No, you are my most precious thing. Saying that, she hugged me tight. After that day, I tried to steer clear of Redfeather. The girl was nothing but trouble. But one day, as Miko and I were hanging out near the big waterfall, the witch came and yanked my necklace. Give it back, now. Redfeather, I swear I'll... But before I could even finish my sentence, the witch gave me a smirk and dropped Mom's necklace down into the waterfall. I felt my blood run cold, and even though I was scared of heights, I did the unthinkable. I jumped. I felt like I was flying, and in the water, I managed to reach the necklace. When I got back up, Redfeather, Miko, and everyone else were in awe. Redfeather's dad came and made her apologize to me. From that day forward, I was known as the brave bird woman who could do anything. I had made my mark, and I was so proud of myself. A few years later, my dad announced Miko and my wedding, and I couldn't be happier. Our wedding was going to be the biggest event in the tribe, and everyone was preparing for it. Even Redfeather, who had been surprisingly friendly since the necklace incident, was helping out with the decorations. One night, Redfeather asked me to meet her by the waterfall. I was a little hesitant, but I thought maybe she wanted to apologize for her past behavior. I was wrong. As I approached the waterfall, I saw several men standing in the shadows. Redfeather stepped out of the darkness and smiled at me. What's happening? Who are these people? I can't let you marry Miko. Take her away. Before I could say anything else, the men dragged me away and everything went dark. When I finally opened my eyes, I was in a carriage. Where am I? Where are you taking me? I am the daughter of the Shoshone chief. When my dad finds out about you, he'll have you punished.
And who's gonna tell him, princess? You are far away from home. You'll never get back home.
Hearing his words made my heart sink, and I clutched onto Mom's necklace. It was the only thing I had from home. We had been on the road for 7 days when one night I heard noises. There were so many people fighting. The caravan was being attacked. I was so scared. I had no idea what was happening. But then I heard a voice that spoke in a different language. It was a Frenchman. He and his soldiers had attacked the caravan and freed me. They kept talking, but I didn't understand a word. And when I spoke, they didn't understand my language either. But even with the language barrier, I knew they meant well. I didn't know how to get back home. So one of the soldiers found a nice family who adopted me and taught me their language. I was so thankful to them and all the help they gave me. Years passed and I missed home terribly. Unfortunately, we had traveled too far in an unknown direction, so I didn't know my way back. When I turned 18, I got married to a Frenchman, and just when I had my son, my husband left me. I was disappointed. As a little girl, I had thought I would go places, have a life filled with adventure, make my tribe proud. But everything had gone so wrong. But things changed when one day, 2 men, Lewis and Clark, came to my town. They had heard about me and wanted to know if I could help them find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
Sacagawea, we heard you used to be from the Shoshone tribe. We need your help to find a new route to the Pacific Ocean.
I'm not sure I can help you. I have been away from my home for many years.
You don't need to worry. We have maps and guides to help you. We just need your help to navigate the terrain and communicate with the locals.
That sounds like a lot of work. Why should I take up the offer?
Because we're headed west. This might be your chance to get home.
What? All right, I'll do it. I was so excited to be joining the expedition in April of 1805 with my newborn son tied to my back on a sling, ready to set off on the adventure of a lifetime. As we made our way along the river, I helped out in any way I could. I showed the men how to find edible roots and plants, and how to identify which ones were not safe to eat. Everyone was amazed at how much I knew, and some even joked about me being the team's official hunter. It was everything my mom had taught me. We had been traveling for months, and Lewis and Clark were always friendly to me. I realized how important the mission was for them. One day, as we were crossing a river, our boat capsized.
Oh my God! Our documents and supplies! All our hard work will be gone!
Quickly, I jumped into action and was able to save most of the supplies and important documents.
Sacagawea, that was amazing. Oh, thank you so much for saving these. I owe you for life.
It's no big deal. I'm here to help, aren't I?
That you are. But your bravery needs a reward.
I had thought they'd give me some coins as a reward, but when they named the river after me, I was speechless. Wow, I am so honored.
Just promise us you're gonna stick around with us till the end, because I know for sure we can't finish this journey without you.
I promise, I will. Our journey continued for months, and when it was summer, we stepped into a land that was familiar. I ran into the forest, and when I saw the waterfall at the end, I felt like my heart stopped. I was home. It was the land of the Shoshones. I was ecstatic. When I walked into the chief's teepee with Lewis and Clark, I was stunned to see the new chief. It was Miko.
Sacagawea, is it really you?
Yes, it's me.
But how is this possible? We thought you were lost forever.
I was taken away by some men and adopted by a nice family. Miko was filled with joy, and tears of happiness rolled down his face. He then asked Lewis and Clark to give us some alone time. He called my mom and dad, and the moment they saw me, they hugged me tight.
Sacagawea, I can't believe my eyes. I am so happy to see you here.
Me too. I missed my family and my tribe so much. We never knew what happened to you. We searched for you for months and months. It was then the hatred I had for Redfeather came back, and I told Miko, Mom, and Dad everything. Miko had his guards bring in Redfeather from her tribe along with her father. The moment Redfeather saw me, her face went pale and she fell on her knees in front of me. You witch! I knew you were jealous of me, but how could you stoop so low? Sacagawea, I am so sorry for all the wrong I have done to you. I am sorry. Please forgive me. I wanted to tell her no, and how could she even ask for me to forgive her? But just then, Miko declared that Redfeather would be kicked out of her tribe, or else the peace pact between our tribe and hers would be broken. To my surprise, Redfeather's father didn't hesitate a bit and agreed.
I apologize for what my daughter did to you. I'm ashamed of her.
It was her doing. You don't have to apologize for her. Once Redfeather left, Miko and my parents asked me to stay in the tribe, but I just couldn't. I had made a promise to Lewis and Clark. While my parents agreed to let me go,
Miko was making it hard. You just came back. You can't leave now. Please, Sacagawea, stay. I will, Miko. I give you my word. Once the journey is finished, I'll come back here, to the tribe, to you. Reluctantly, Miko let me go, and I accompanied Lewis and Clark on the rest of their journey. We continued on our travels, but one day, something horrible happened. As we were passing through a thick forest, an arrow hit a tree just inches from Lewis. I was so scared and desperately wanted to help my group. I quickly grabbed my bow and arrow and ran towards the attackers. I was determined to protect Lewis and Clark, and I started shooting arrows at the attackers. One of the attackers stopped, and seeing a native woman protecting the European men, he called off the attack. You are with them? Yes, I am. They come in peace. Please, let us pass. Everything has a price. Give us something. Perhaps the necklace around your neck. Will you let us pass if I give it to you? Yes. With a heavy heart, I took off my mom's necklace and handed it to the man, and the attackers left, and I ran to Lewis and Clark. I was so relieved that no one got seriously hurt. Sacagawea, why did you give your necklace? I know what it means to you. It was precious to you. For me, my friends are more precious. Your safety means everything to me. I just did what I had to do. No, you did more than that. You saved us all. I felt so proud of myself. Finally, I had done something that my parents and the tribe could be proud of. We continued our journey and finally made it. After months of traveling, here I was, standing by the Pacific Ocean. I felt like I was in a dream. The sound of the waves crashing against the shore, the smell of the salt in the air, and the feeling of sand between my toes. It was breathtaking. I couldn't believe I was here. I had been on this journey for so long, and now I was standing at the edge of the world. I realized in that moment how much I had grown. I had gone from a scared little girl who was afraid of heights to a brave and fearless woman who had gone on an amazing journey. We stayed for a month, and when it was time to return, Lewis and Clark asked me to come with them on another expedition. I really wanted to because I loved adventure, but I had other plans. When I returned home, the first thing I asked was where Miko was, and my parents told me that every morning he sat by the waterfall. So I snuck up to him and hugged him, and we both ended up in the water. Oh my God, you came. I promised, remember? Saying that, I kissed him, and it felt so right, like I was finally where I belong, finally home. Today, there are more statues in the United States dedicated to me than any other American woman. I'm remembered now as a hero and as a symbol of courage, strength, and peace for safely guiding the expedition to the Pacific Ocean. My story continues to inspire and remind people that no matter who you are or where you come from, you can always make a difference.
Hi everyone, my name is Danielle, and I'm not your typical teenager. I've always been different. Instead of playing dress-up with the girls, I preferred playing football with the neighborhood boys when I was a little girl. And now that I'm 15, I always play video games with the boys, instead of going to the mall with my mom. I also sing a little, and it is my dream to become a professional singer one day. But before I get into that, please like and subscribe. I guess it's no surprise that I've barely got any girlfriends. My best friend's name is Chase, and he lives down the road from my house. Chase and I go to the same school, but since he's 2 grades above me, we only hang out after school. With his dark hair and light eyes, he's one of the hottest and most popular boys at Pineville High. I've had a crush on him for years now, but I know he'll never like me that way. Not when he could have any girl he wanted. No one knows we're friends, and I'd like to keep it that way. At least then, his female admirers will not find a reason to attack me in the hallways. At any rate, I am already pretty unpopular in school. Ever since I accidentally spilled juice on Michelle James's prom dress, the entire cheerleading squad has had it out for me. Well, I didn't trip on purpose. I've just always been a bit clumsy. This year was going to be different, though. This year, I planned to change. Now that I'm a freshman, I think it's time I got a boyfriend. Believe it or not, I've never even had my first kiss. So I straightened my auburn hair until it was long and shiny and picked out a super cute back-to-school outfit. I even applied makeup. In fact, with my pink lips and long eyelashes, not to mention my super cute miniskirt, I looked unrecognizable. Well, that was the plan. The first person who saw me was Chase, as he was picking me up from school, but his reaction was not what I expected. Whoa, what are you up to? Nothing. Is it obvious that I was a bit nervous? Chase gave me an angry look that had me squirming, then looked ahead and continued driving. He refused to say one more word to me during the entire journey. But apart from the disappointment with Chase, the rest of the day was perfect. Nearly every girl wanted to know where I bought my yellow crop top and blue miniskirt, and nearly every boy wanted my number. Yes, even the ones who were already in relationships. And by the end of the day, I had a date with Hugh Lautner. Hugh was a quarterback on the soccer team and super cute. He promised to pick me up from school tomorrow, even though he lived an hour away in a much posher part of town. I told Chase this on our ride back from school. I could tell that he was struggling to say something. Do you really like him? I don't know. I could if I tried, I guess. I just really want to become cool now. I've been an awkward klutz for too long. And what if I told you that you're perfect the way you are? You know that's not true, Chase. Because if that's the case, why am I invisible to you in school? Chase was silent. He did not even say goodbye when he dropped me off. That evening, Hugh and I went out for pizza. You're different from the girls I know. They always order a salad and say they're dieting or something. It's so much more fun to go out with a girl who eats. Soon, Hugh started dropping me off and picking me up from school. Unlike Chase, he never pretended not to know me in school. Apart from the awkward glances, Chase and I stopped being friends. I'm not going to lie, I missed his friendship. I missed playing video games with him and chatting with him until we fell asleep. But maybe I had never meant anything to him because he let our friendship end so easily. It hurt, but I kept my feelings to myself. Soon, Hugh asked me to prom. Of course I said yes. I spent a long time getting ready and spent all my money on a beautiful silver gown. Everyone oohed and ahed when we made our entrance as a couple. But even though I was with Hugh, I kept looking around for a glimpse of Chase. I wanted him to see me all dressed up. My heart sank when I could not see him anywhere. Finally, it was time to announce the prom king and queen. It was no surprise that Hugh won prom king. His queen, though, was head cheerleader Michelle. Michelle gave me a smug look before she grabbed Hugh for the official dance. Soon, she started getting close to him. I thought he would stop her, but he seemed to enjoy it. Then suddenly, she kissed him, and he started kissing her back. Shocked, I ran out of the hall and continued running. By the time I reached home, my beautiful dress was torn at the bottom and my cheeks were stained with tears. Suddenly, a familiar figure stopped in my path. Chase. He was wearing a tight-fitted jacket and looked, so handsome. What happened? I told him everything, and he took me into his arms. Let me go beat him up. No! Will you please stay with me, though? I missed you. But you chose him. What? What do you mean? You threw away our friendship. You completely changed yourself just to be with him. I liked you just as you were, in your pajamas, with your love for video games. But I liked you too. I was invisible to you only in school, so I had no hope. I'm sorry about that. I guess I didn't know my own feelings till I saw you gush over someone else. It's why I couldn't stand seeing you with Hugh. Suddenly, he took my hand. The question is, do you still like me? Yes. So will you go on a date with me? Of course I will. Wear your pajamas and meet me for video games then. Soon, Chase and I started dating officially. This was when I found out how romantic he really is. He was the best boyfriend ever. He would open the door for me and hold my hand wherever we went. And he had a sense of humor too. If any girl asked for his number, he would give her mine as a joke. A year passed, and soon he was going to go off to study at Yale in the fall, and I was really going to miss him. You'll forget me. Never. You'll get busy with studies and stuff then. Maybe, but I'll still come back for you. Or you can come study with me. Like that was going to happen. I was not as bright as Chase. Besides, I wanted to pursue music as a career. I had started recording videos of myself singing, but was too shy to show them to anyone. Soon after Chase left, I began devoting more time to my music. I started singing at school, but only when the classrooms were empty, and recording videos of myself. But I never shared them with anyone. including him. Chase and I were still going strong, though. He'd send me a good morning text every day and video call me every night. I miss you so much. I just want to get on the next flight and come see you. I wish you could, but I want you to concentrate on your studies instead. Yeah, I know. Promise me you'll at least apply to Yale, though. Okay, I promise. I probably shouldn't have made that promise, though. I really wanted to be a musician and had been practicing a lot recently. That night, on impulse, I shared one of my singing videos on YouTube. I applied makeup and wore a wig, though, so that no one could tell it was me. The next morning when I woke up, I realized it had gone viral. In just one night, my video had garnered 100,000 views. When I went through the comments section, I was shocked. Everyone loved my voice, and people wanted to know who the mystery girl really was. There were a few trolls, but I just ignored them. My eyes filled with tears of happiness, and I wanted to share the news with someone, but who? If Chase still lived down the street, I'd have gone running in my pajamas to tell him. But now that he was so far away and so busy, I didn't want to disturb him, especially since he had exams going on. Chase was busy with his studies for the entire week, but so was I. I started sharing more videos, and soon even magazines and news channels were picking up stories on the mystery girl. Everyone wanted to know who I was, but I was going to keep it a secret until I told Chase. But by the end of the week, I received a call. Good afternoon. Am I speaking to Danielle Jones, aka Mystery Girl? What? How do you know? I didn't tell anyone. It is my job to know Miss Jones. Oh, okay. Let me introduce myself. We are Superstar Inc., and we like to give a launch pad to actors and musicians who show a lot of promise. Now, there is no denying that you're talented, but you've also managed to create a fan following around your mystery girl persona. Part of the allure, I think, is because no one really knows your identity. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. We are offering $1 million for your talent and your silence. This means that you need to keep your double life absolutely secret. And clearly you haven't been doing it well enough because it wasn't that difficult for us to figure out who you were. Does that mean I can't even tell my boyfriend? Of course not. He may be trustworthy now, but what happens if you two break up? You think you'll keep your secret then? I was silent. I knew it was wrong not to tell Chase my secret, but I also didn't want to jeopardize my only chance at fame. So, I agreed to the conditions set by Superstar Inc. Within days, I was whisked off to LA. They gave me the swankiest car and the fanciest apartment, and suddenly I was making more money than I had ever dreamt of. The best fashion labels wanted me to sign as their models walked the ramp, so I was soon flying all over the world, from Milan to Paris to Zurich. Unfortunately, this meant that I was growing distant from Chase. I kept missing his calls and texts because I was always so busy with some concert or tour. I couldn't tell him the truth, so I would just send lame excuses. I slept off early last night, but I could see you were online till 1 a.m. I guess I was sleep texting then. Finally, one day, Chase sent me still broke. I spent many nights crying and poured all my pain into my music. The audience still loved my songs, even though they were sadder now. Male singers and actors would keep asking me out on dates, but I was still nursing a broken heart. I no longer had any ties to my old life, though. Mom and Dad had stopped trying to call me home for a visit, and we only exchanged the occasional text. I guess they still wanted to know that their daughter was doing all right. As time passed by, my heart began to mend. I began dating Hollywood stars, but I could never forget Chase. Even 3 years after he ended things with me, I was still not completely over him. One day, I was doing a live show with Aaron, an up-and-coming Hollywood actor. Everyone told me that you're a cutie, but I had no idea you were this cute. Thanks, I guess. I could marry you right now. On live TV? Yes. Will you marry me? Aaron got on one knee and pulled out a ring. Oh my God! No, I'm sorry, I can't. Why not? Because I don't love you. My heart is with someone else. But you're not dating anyone. Trust me, I've been having you followed. That's illegal, I'm sure. And he left me years ago. His name was Chase, and he was the best boyfriend ever. I started crying. Suddenly, I was sick of this job. It may have brought me fame and money, but it cost me my relationship with my parents and boyfriend. It was time to tell the truth about who I was, whether Superstar Inc. allowed it or not. Suddenly, I took off my wig and wiped off my makeup on live TV. My name is Danielle Jones, and I am the mystery girl. Only I don't want to remain a mystery anymore. I am real, and I want to live my truth for myself and my fans. My confession sent Superstar Inc. and the rest of the country into a tizzy. By the next day, I was the top trending topic on all the news sites. Superstar Inc. fired me and took back my apartment, but I didn't care. I had made so much money that I could live anywhere. The only place I wanted to go, though, was home. After 4 long years, I landed on my parents' doorstep to apologize. They had seen the news and cried tears of happiness while hugging me. There was still one more apology I needed to make, though. I texted Chase, "Hey, it's Danielle. I know this comes really late, but I'm sorry for everything." I waited a few hours for a response, but none came. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. It was Chase. "Chase, what are you doing here?" "Answering your text. Can I come in? I'm a bit tired. I just flew in." "Of course. Where are my manners? Will you have something to drink?" "Oh, wait, why are you wearing hospital scrubs?" "Firstly, I'll have just you. And secondly, I'm a neurosurgeon now. I'm just flying in from my last surgery of the day. I have to go back tomorrow." "Wow, that's amazing. And wait, what do you mean you'll have me?" Suddenly, he kissed me. "I've been waiting to do this for years and years." I blushed as Chase lightly brushed a strand of hair from my face. "So what do you think?" "Huh? About what?" "About picking up where we left off." "I think that's a great idea, but let me just grab my pajamas quickly." We laughed as Chase pulled me in for another perfect kiss.
You may think your parents are cheap, but believe me, you've got it good. My mom takes saving to the next level. My mom saved up everything, literally everything. Our house had different stations where we recycled plastic, fabric, paper, and so on. But worst of all was the compost bin in the kitchen for recycling food and leftovers, and I can't even describe the horrible smell that came out of it. My mom, of course, refused to put it outside. The squirrels would ruin the compost we've been saving up, is what she claimed. Because of that, every time my friends would come over, they'd complain about the terrible smell. Until the day I was known in school as the girl whose house smells like a pig stable. When I was 7 years old, Mom stopped driving her car and designed her own special rickshaw with 2 seats in the back for my brother Mark and I. She drove us to school in this rickshaw for years. Back then, we thought we were cool. People waved at us and smiled. It was actually like we were the head of a special parade. I thought my mom was very creative. "We always have to be prepared for the worst. Your grandpa has taught me well. He said, 'Trisha, this is the best way to take care of your family,'" she said proudly. When we were very young, Mom bought toys from secondhand stores and then stitched them up for us. We were too young to care where the toys came from. The funny thing is that we didn't know how cheap my mom was until Tracy, one of my friends, came to visit when we were younger. She came over to my house for a sleepover when we were 10. "Why does your mom take ketchup, sugar, and serviettes from restaurants?" asked Tracy after we'd eaten. I didn't have an answer. The next day, we went to the movies together. "Why does your mom sneak her own popcorn and drinks into the movies?" Tracy asked me as the movie started. "Your mom is cheap," she said. I was angry with Tracy. I thought she was being mean. I didn't want to believe her, but as I cooled down, what she said opened up my eyes to what was actually happening. From then on, things started to make sense. I realized that people were actually laughing at us in my mom's rickshaw. That was when I told my mom that she didn't need to take us to school anymore. "I'll walk Mark to school, Mom. It's good exercise for us." My mom quickly agreed. "It gives me more time to turn our recycling into usable things in the house. Besides, we're going to save lots of money on gas." I got shivers when she said that. Now I had a very different feeling about Mom's creativity. A week later, Mom took out all the showers. She replaced them with a bucket outside in the garden. "You know how much water we're going to save now?" she said, smiling. Luckily, when my dad saw that the neighbors were spying on him showering, he put an end to this. My dad had a lot of patience for my mom. He loved her despite her crazy cheapness. My dad had a great job, and we had money to spend, but my mom didn't want to hear any of that. "We have enough money until the government freezes our accounts," said my mom. "That's when you'll thank me for all that I do for you and your brother." The older we got, the less we saw our dad. His business trips went from being a few days long to a few weeks at a time. Soon it was months before we would see him. I should have known that something was up, but I'll admit that I was too wrapped up in my own problems. When I first got my period, I faced a problem I never expected. I knew at the time that I should start using pads and tampons, but instead, I was shocked to see my mom holding a period cup and saying, "Here you go, sweetie. You will be using this every time you get your period from now on." Not only that, but she also gave me a weird piece of fabric and said, "Spoiled teen girls start wearing a bra as they grow up, but a special girl like you will wear this." She handed me the piece of fabric. I didn't understand what it was supposed to be for. You see, you only need to wrap it around your chest and there you go, a comfy bra for free. I knew at that point that my mom had gone way too far. My brother Mark hated my mom's cheapness even more than I did. Because he was younger than me, Mark got all my hand-me-downs. From jeans to t-shirts and even jerseys, Mark grew up wearing my clothes. He was creative in how he reshaped them to look like something that a boy would wear. But by the time he was 13, his classmates wouldn't let him get away with this. They left lipstick and makeup on his desk. They stuck fashion articles to his locker. They even started calling him Marcy. "Leave my brother alone," I said to them. But they just laughed. "What are you gonna do? Will your mother chase us in her rickshaw?" I had no reply to this. I was furious, and so was Mark. He went home and told Mom that he needed clothes for boys. My mother almost lost it. "We don't have money for new clothes," she screamed. "If you want new clothes, I'll make them for you." Mom knitted Mark the most awful, trendy clothes we'd ever seen. Mark took one look at the new clothes Mom had made and said, "It's fine, I'll wear the hand-me-downs." Mark and I were tired of Mom's cheapness. That afternoon in my room, we had a secret meeting about what we could do to stop Mom from embarrassing us in the future. We needed help, so we called our dad. Dad didn't like to fight with Mom. He was a calm man who didn't like complications and fights. So whenever Mom went into one of her raging cheap spins, we made an arrangement with Dad. He sent us the money we needed, and in return, all he wanted us to do was keep these transactions from our mom. We agreed. Now we were able to buy all the clothes and items that we needed. The next part of our plan was pretty simple. My best friend Tracy lived down the road from us. We kept our secret stash of clothes at Tracy's house. Every morning we left home in Mom's clothes. Then we stopped at Tracy's house, changed, and then went to school in our new clothes. We did this for years, and there was peace in the house. But nothing lasts forever, especially when you've got a mom that has a PhD in cheapology. Summer vacation arrived, and I was excited. I'd just started dating a boy that I really liked. His name was Devin. He didn't judge me like the other kids did. I was looking forward to spending time with him and getting away from my bizarre life. That idea didn't last long. A week into the vacation, Mom arrived home with shovels, pickaxes, and other digging equipment. "Mom, what's going on?" I asked. Mom smiled. "We're going to build a bunker. I've borrowed all this equipment from our neighbors so that we can get it done quickly." "We're going to build a bunker? As in, not just you?" "Correct. My hands make light work, and we'd better get this done before your grandpa comes to visit. He's always said that every house must have a bunker." I was surprised to hear about this visit. Grandpa hadn't left his home in 20 years. My grandfather was in the Second World War. It left him paranoid about the future. He turned his home into a doomsday bunker and taught his family to save everything they could. Nothing useful was ever thrown away, and it had to be used at least 3 or 4 times before it was thrown out. Grandpa was the reason Mom was the way she was. Mark and I didn't have a choice in the matter. We were going to build a bunker. I had to cancel plans with Devin. I made as many excuses as I could, but he wouldn't believe any of them. "I'm coming over to see you," he said. Before I could stop him, he hung up. A few minutes later, he arrived at my house. Up until then, I'd managed to keep him outside. I greeted him at the front door, covered in dirt. "What's going on?" he asked. I knew that no excuses were going to make any sense now, so I told him the truth. To my surprise, he didn't run away or even laugh. "Cool, I've never seen a bunker before. Can I check it out?" I let Devin in. I introduced him to my mom. He held out his hand to greet her. She put a shovel in his hand. "If you're going to be here, then you're going to work," she said. At that moment, I could have died. But Devin just smiled and said, "Thank you." We spent the rest of the day digging. How romantic, right? We dug for hours and hours, only resting to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Dad was away on yet another business trip and was basically unreachable. We worked like this for a week, with Devin coming over every day. We dug until our hands ached. When our neighbors started seeing what Mom was doing, they became suspicious. They called the police on us. A squad car came around and asked Mom what she was doing. She told them about the bunker. They nodded while she spoke, but we could tell that they wanted to laugh at her. The police left soon enough, asking Mom to make sure that the structure was safe. Mom told them that it would be, but knowing Mom, she'd never hire an architect to design this bunker. "It's a waste of money," she said. "Anyway, my father taught me how to make a bunker when I was 9 years old." 9? I couldn't believe it. I felt sorry for Mom. She'd had a pretty tough life. Mark and I got back to work. It was becoming easier now, and it would have been fine if the news reporters hadn't arrived. Someone must have contacted the newspapers telling them about what was going on in our backyard. A day later, we had reporters outside the house. Cameras popped over our wall. Some of our classmates came to watch and laugh, too. We live in a town where not much news happens, so when someone starts building a bunker, it gets onto the front page of the newspaper. Mark and I were totally embarrassed the following week when we saw Mom smiling on the front page of the paper. The headline read, "Doomsday Lady Builds a Bunker." I was so grateful that we were on vacation. I was so grateful for Devin. He stayed through the whole ordeal and held me when it became too much. I knew then that he loved me. I also knew that I couldn't live this way much longer. A few weeks later, the bunker was finished. Mom called Grandpa to tell him that she was ready for his visit. He canceled on her, saying that it wasn't safe to leave the house. Mom was upset, but I was furious. I couldn't do this anymore. The day I turned 18, I left home. Mom wasn't happy and neither was Mark, but I wouldn't let them stop me. Devin and I found jobs and made enough to rent a small apartment. A few years later, we got married. A few years after that, we had 2 beautiful children. Being a mother was tough, but I promised myself I'd be nothing like my mom. I kept in touch with Mom, but only through calls and messages. I kept my distance from her. Mark came to visit often. Dad, well, he was so busy with work that we barely heard from him. When my kids were about 5, Mom called me with news. "Your grandpa is coming to visit," she said excitedly, "and I'd like you to come and see him." I didn't want to go, but Devin talked me into it. "Family is important," he said. So we went. The next day, we went to my mom's house. "He'll probably come on the bus," said Mom. Back in the old days, he would have walked, but his hip is acting up now. Mark and I looked at each other. What kind of family had we grown up in? "Go to the bus to pick up your grandfather," said Mom. Mark and I walked down the road to the bus stop. The first bus arrived, but Grandpa wasn't on it. He wasn't on the second or the third bus. An hour later, we walked back home. As we arrived back at the house, a brand new car pulled up to the house. Mark and I couldn't believe it. It was Grandpa. He looked nothing like we remembered him. The Grandpa we remembered wore old clothes, cut his own hair, and had a beard longer than Santa's. This Grandpa stepped out of the car looking different. He was dressed in sick clothes and looked like $1,000,000. "Kiddos, so good to see you both. Come give Grandpa a hug." We hugged him and smelled his cologne. It was definitely something expensive. Then we helped him with his bags. If we were shocked by what we saw, Mom's reaction was even worse. She just about fell over when she saw Grandpa. He was different, calmer, friendlier, laid back, and full of jokes. Mom showed him around the house. She went through each room and explained how she had used everything that he had taught her when she was a girl. Grandpa smiled politely, but we could see that he was surprised and a little shocked by Mom's efforts. Finally, Mom showed Grandpa the bunker. We could tell how proud she was of her design. "And we put it together in just over a month," she said, "filled with everything we'll need for 10 years. Grandpa's face went white. "That's great news. Why don't we get some fresh air? And I could use a glass of water." Mom said she'd get it for him. While Mom was away, Grandpa pulled us aside. "What's happened to her?" he asked. "What do you mean?" I said. "She's always been like this? Always?" asked Grandpa. He paused a moment and then dropped his head. "It's my fault. I raised her believing that the end of the world was always just around the corner, although I was rich. But after my wife was gone, I realized I was a lonely man and that I missed out on a lot in my life. I decided to change. I'm sorry, kiddos, but don't worry. I'm going to talk some sense into her." Mark and I could have cried at that point. We were so relieved. We hugged Grandpa and thanked him. That evening, after a tinned food dinner, Grandpa sat Mom down and had a heart-to-heart with her. I sent Devin home with the kids. Mark and I listened from another room. "You've done a great job of preparing for the end of the world, Trisha, but it's not going to happen anytime soon." Mom looked shocked. "What do you mean? Grandpa stopped her. "I know. When you were growing up, I thought that the world was in serious trouble. I filled your head with a lot of ideas that I now see are a bit extreme. After your mother was gone, I started to think about life differently. Trisha, it's important to save and be sensible with what we have, but it's also important to enjoy life." It was the toughest conversation that Mom had ever had. Everything that she had ever believed in had just been pulled out from under her. She was quiet for a long time. "Dad, it's okay. I'm going to keep doing what you taught me. We need to be prepared for every disaster." Grandpa tried to reason with her, but she didn't want to hear it. Mark and I tried to. "Enough of this, Mom," I said. "This is the reason why I left. And it's the reason why Dad left too," said Mark. Mom shook her head. She looked completely confused. "No, he's away on business." "He's been away on business for 10 years now, Mom," said Mark. "He told me that he's not coming back, and it's because of you, because of all of this." My mom burst into tears. "So I just let go? Give up?" My mom said quietly. "You have this skill and it's so great, but you can't always be sacrificing the present for the future. The world is not going to end anytime soon." Grandpa chuckled. A long pause followed. Then her eyes became wet with tears. She began to speak, but only tears fell. "It's okay, Mom. We're all here to help you." Mom took a deep breath before she spoke. "Okay, how do you guys do it? Do we have to go out for dinner as regular people do? I can do that now for a start." I smiled widely. things wouldn't change all at once, but, well, she was finally trying to bust out of her bubble, and that's all that mattered to us.
Hey guys, I'm Ashlyn, and I lived with my mom and 2 siblings in Atlanta. And I have superpowers. Hang on to see why. My mom was a famous businesswoman in the city. She was from a filthy rich family and considered herself royalty. She carried herself like a queen and made sure my siblings and I behaved that way too. From the way we spoke, dressed, or even our posture, everything needed to be perfect. But because of my superpower, I couldn't get anything right.
Mom, I'm sorry. I was just squeezing the ketchup. I didn't know how it ended up in your face. It's not my fault. He threw the ball at me first. He ducked and it shattered the window.
Yep, being the clumsiest person on earth was my superpower. Sometimes, I even felt if I was bubble wrapped and kept in a corner, I would still end up breaking things. My siblings used to bet on how many times I'd trip over myself or drop something. Like once at the dinner table, I got the hiccups and they started giggling. Just wait, she'll break the glass.
No, I think she'll break the glass and the jug.
And sure enough, my sister won. But in the process, Mom was drenched in water.
It's okay, Mom. It's just water. Let me help you dry this.
I'll bring a fan. Oh, the fan isn't here. Okay, that napkin will work. When I pulled the napkin, it dropped the candle stand on the table mat, and in seconds it started burning. I quickly put out the fire with the curry.
Oh, phew.
Hiccup's gone and the fire's out. All good now. Oh, gosh, I'm sorry. Oh, just stop it, Ashlyn. How could you be so careless? Every time you're around, it feels like a disaster is waiting to happen. Always finding ways to ruin everything in my life. Such bad luck. It's like you're a curse in my life.
But Mom, it's not like I did it on purpose.
Just get out and let me have my dinner in peace. And all of you are fired. Mom's words really hurt me every time. But thank God I had Annie, who was my nanny, but she was so much more to me. She tucked me in bed, told me stories, and hugged me. Things my mom never did. I shared everything with Annie, and when she saw me crying, she asked me what was wrong.
Annie, Mom's always angry with me. She doesn't like me. I don't know why things themselves fall even when I don't touch them.
Oh dear, don't cry. You know you have superpowers, so things just move around. It's not your fault. And don't worry about your mom. She loves you. Just be a little more careful.
Yeah, I know. Annie tried her best to make me happy and told me how Mom was just overworked, but actually loved me loads.
But Annie didn't know that years ago, I had found out the reason Mom resented me so much. It was because Dad had left her for a maid working at our place just 2 days after I was born. And since that day, Mom saw me as her bad luck. I tried not to let it get to me and focused on my studies, but I wasn't very good at that either. But still, I tried. I really wanted to win Mom's love because seeing her with my siblings made me feel like I wasn't even a part of the family. One time, when I was around 17 and on summer vacation, Mom had a launch party for her new business. Please, just spare me the embarrassment and stay in your room. Order pizza, watch MSA videos. Just don't ruin my party. Mom was always keeping me away from the fun things she did, and I was curious, so I decided it would be fun to just peek at the party. The moment I saw the guests dancing, I decided to join them, and it was then that I tripped and fell on a table. Mom was furious. Before she could even say something, Annie came running and started to clean the mess I had made. You ruined! Ma'am, I got it. Please, don't be angry at Ashlyn. Mom forced a smile, and I thought she'd let the matter go. But I couldn't have been more wrong. When I woke up the next morning, I learned from the other servants that Annie was fired. Mom could call me bad luck and whatnot all she wanted. But firing Annie? That was the limit. Mom, that's not fair. It was my mistake. Why did you fire Annie? She was the only one that cared about me in this big house of yours. What? She was just a maid. It was her job to take care of the house and you. I can't take it anymore. You're heartless. I won't live here a minute longer. You want to leave? Fine. One day out in the real world, you'll realize how much you take for granted. I want to see you try. You're not serious. In fact, I am. I left the house in a haze and found myself standing at Annie's door. When she saw me, she was worried and tried to send me back, saying how mad my mother would be, but I was determined, and eventually she invited me into her small house. "Have a seat. You must be hungry. I'll get you something to eat." Yeah, I'd like that. But as I sat on the chair, I ended up stuck. Just then, I heard a girl laugh. Bet you never used a chair like that before. No, I didn't. She helped me up and then introduced herself. She was Michaela, Annie's sister, and she was as nice and welcoming as Annie. I really liked their cozy home, even though the things were old and some were even broken. At night, I slept peacefully on the couch, which was far better than my luxurious mattress. But old habits die hard, and the next morning, when I told her I wanted an omelet with a fresh fruit smoothie and a pancake, hearing my words, she looked stunned. "Your Highness, this is not your palace, and I'm not your servant. Serve yourself." "I'm so sorry. I don't mean it. I can do it myself. But could you please tell me the thing that works like a grrr? What? I just forgot the name of the thing that was used for smoothies. A blender. Princess, here it is." She left me, and after watching a bunch of videos on how to cook an omelet, I couldn't make it and ended up burning my hand. Michaela came running when she heard me scream. Like, why did you even come here? The real world is a difficult place to survive. I don't know why you would give up such a chill lifestyle for this. Yeah, it might be kinda tough, but I'm confident I can work it out. She was kind enough that she made me breakfast and fed me herself. And in no time, we became friends. It had been several days, and although Mom was angry, I still hoped that my being gone would make her realize my worth. But she hadn't called me once, like I didn't exist to her. One day, when Michaela saw me sulk, she suggested we do something fun. I was totally up for it. We ate popsicles and cotton candy, which had previously been a big no for me, and even rode a bicycle. And it was just one more thing where I ended up with bruises all over my legs that I got by falling several times off the bike. A few days later, the summer vacations were over, and Annie got me into Michaela's school so I could finish my final year of high school, since I didn't want to go to my previous one where I would have to face my siblings and even Mom when she'd come to drop them off. On my first day, everyone looked surprised to see me. I guess I might have overdressed. Ugh. Oh wow, Michaela, who is she? She looks so pretty. I love that fragrance she's wearing. All of them were really sweet, and everyone gathered around to chat with me. "You have a Gucci bag? Is that a real one?" No, thrift store. She bought it from there. "You want to fit in or stick out like a sore thumb?" "Fit in?" "Good. So from tomorrow, don't dress like you're modeling." Michaela was right. I needed to blend in, so I bought new stuff for myself. Things were going well at school, like really well. I even made friends and started to do well in studies. One day, we were walking down the hallway and I noticed a poster for a speech competition with the topic self-esteem. Michaela suggested that I should participate. I decided to give it a shot since it would be the perfect opportunity for me to voice my ideas, something I couldn't do much around Mom. I worked hard for weeks on my speech, practicing in front of my friends. I was still nervous, but I was determined to do my best. On the day of the competition, I kept my eyes on Michaela and Annie as I stepped onto the stage. I was so relieved when I finished my speech, and I knew I had done a good job. The judges were impressed and announced that I was the winner. I was so shocked and excited. To my surprise, the guest of honor was the mayor, and he took a picture of me with the other winners. My picture was in the newspaper the next day. Just a few days later, as I was lost in the pages of my book, Michaela came running and told me how she'd seen my mom go to the principal's office. My heart raced with excitement as I thought maybe finally my mom was proud of me and had come to my school. But then I heard my mom's voice from down the hall yelling at the principal. "I gave you permission to give her admission, but that didn't mean you could use my name to publicize your school. Putting her picture in the paper and mentioning she's my daughter was a publicity stunt, right? This school runs on my donations. Do you have any idea how humiliating that is?" "Mom, why are you saying this? I thought you'd be happy, but all you care about is your name?" My mom just gave me a nasty look and walked away. At that moment, it finally sunk in that I'd never be enough for her, I was done trying to make her happy. I was done trying to be someone I wasn't. I went to school the next day like nothing had happened, like my heart wasn't breaking. Throughout the day, Michaela and my friends tried to cheer me up. She asked if I could come and watch them practice their cheerleading routine. I'm glad I did because she did a backflip and landed smoothly on her feet. It was amazing. OMG, I can't believe it. I did it. Yay, I did it. Oh, Ashlyn, girl, you are like my lucky charm. You know, I've been trying this routine since like forever and I could never get it right. Today, you came and I nailed it. Awesome. Congratulations, Michaela. Hey, what happened? Why are you crying? I've been called bad luck my whole life. No one has ever called me their lucky charm. Luck isn't something you're born with. It's something you create. If you focus on the good things in life, you'll be lucky. I stayed with Michaela until we graduated. Then she got a scholarship to a big university while I applied to business school and got in. I was stoked and couldn't wait to start my journey of becoming a business professional. I was in my 3rd year of college when one day, Annie told me how Mom wanted to see me. The company was failing. What? After all these years, she remembers she has a daughter, only when her company is going into the ground? Forget it. But Annie said Mom was sick too and kept insisting I visit her. But I just didn't want to. A few days later, Annie asked me to accompany her for shopping, but she had another idea. And before I knew it, she had driven me straight to Mom's house, and I was so angry. I get why you're mad, but she's still your mom. I know she was mean to you, but Ashlyn, don't let the anger take over. You are better than her. Please do this. For me. Fine, I'm doing this just for you. When I stepped in the house, I couldn't believe my eyes. Mom was sitting in a chair and she looked so weak. The moment she saw me, she had tears in her eyes. It turned out that my brother and sister had both taken their shares of the company and left Mom. Ashlyn, is it you? I am so sorry. I was so wrong about you. I always treated you wrong, called you bad luck. Please, forgive me. I was such a bad mother to you. Mom, you don't have to say that. Please, let me. I was so wrong to blame everything on you. Can you forgive me? I don't know if I can right now, but I'll try, Mom. I'll really try. And I'll spend every day of my life trying to make it up for being like I was to you. Then Mom and I hugged. She apologized to Annie and thanked her for always supporting me. Mom told me everything about her business and I decided to help her. I spoke to her lawyer and got to know that to save the company, we would need a merger with some big company. I started working there day and night and bagged a meeting with a big company. On the day of the meeting, I was feeling confident and engaged in the discussion. Suddenly, I dropped the pen and it went rolling under the table. Why do I have to be so clumsy? Oops, I'm sorry. Silly me. It's like I have butterfingers. You know what? I'm gonna go.
Come on. Happens to the best of us. We understand it's just part of being human. If it had been my mom, she would have screamed at me.
After that, the meeting went awesome, and they told me they'd let me know about their decision. At home, I told Mom everything that had happened, including dropping the pen. She looked unhappy, but right when she was about to say something, the phone rang. Oh my God, we got it! We got the merger! I knew it. I knew you could do it. This calls for a party. Mom threw an awesome party by the poolside. Everyone was having fun until Mom got a call, and her face suddenly changed. I followed her inside the house and saw my brother and sister were there. What are you two doing? Get out now or I'll call security. You can't really own this house anymore, can you? It's impossible. You ruined the business. Oh God, did you trick Ashlyn into helping you? We'll tell her the truth. What truth could you possibly tell her? That you were never sick, Mom? That it was all an act to make me save your business? I knew all along. Mom's jaw dropped and my siblings were left speechless. You knew? But why did you still help? Because someone very important to me told me I'm a better person than you. I turned around with a newfound confidence and walked away, leaving Mom behind.
Hi, I'm Bella from Colorado, USA. Please like and subscribe. My mom came from a line of amazing horse riders, and our ranch was filled with trophies collected over generations. It was her dream that my sister Nora and I follow in her footsteps.
We both learned to ride horses as soon as we could walk. But Nora was 2 years older and got a head start in life. And well, I could never seem to catch up. She always had straight A's in school. She was naturally athletic. And with her auburn hair and blue eyes, she was beautiful. Even though Mom loved us both, it wasn't hard to guess who her favorite child was. When I was in the 3rd grade, Mom threw a big birthday party for me and invited all our relatives. But everyone's focus the whole time was on freaking Nora. Such a pretty girl. You already look like a celebrity, darling. I'd been so excited about my new dress, but now I was just feeling angrier by the second. It's like I was invisible with Nora in the same room. Suddenly, I let out an ear-splitting scream and fell to the ground.
Oh my god, I'm in so much pain. My tummy hurts so bad.
Everyone came running to me and Mom rushed me to the hospital. I was happy I'd ruined the party for everyone, and they would have all just left. But hours later, we got back home to find a mess.
I'm so sad you missed your party, Bella, but I made sure the guests had a good time, and I thanked everyone for your presents. I'm glad you're feeling better now.
All I could feel was an urge to slap Nora. She just had my birthday without me. As we grew older, I slipped more into the background. I loved horses and could ride well, but it was obvious who the star in the family was. By the time she was 13, Nora had started participating in competitions and was super popular in school. And I'd grown into an awkward kid who was into sci-fi novels and mostly preferred to eat lunch alone in the gym. Once when I was in 7th grade, I was reading under a tree on our ranch when I heard a noise above me. Suddenly, a boy fell down, and I managed to miss him by an inch. Gosh, you nearly killed me. Who are you and where'd you come from? Fell down straight from heaven. I'm gonna punch you in your face if you don't tell me. Okay. I'm Jeremy and I just moved in next door. I did something to my stepfather and he's really mad, so I'm hiding from him. What did you do? I may have given some important papers to our dog and he may have ripped them up. But trust me, my stepdad deserves it. He's not a nice guy. Come on, I'll show you a better hiding place. You can hide anytime you want. I helped him up to his feet, but he yelled out in pain. It seemed like he twisted his ankle. Just then, Nora came galloping on her horse, and Jeremy looked awestruck. Whoa, who is that goddess? Ow! You trying to break my other ankle too?
Oops, sorry. It was an accident.
Nora stopped by to ask who he was, and I explained. You obviously can't walk.
Hop on, I'll give you a ride.
The two of them rode away, and he looked like a princess who had been rescued by a knight. Why did Nora have to be such a freaking hero? And Jeremy and Nora became best friends after that day. He was also in her class at school, and soon the two were inseparable, which meant that he was always at our place. And over time, I couldn't help having a crush on him. He was smart and funny, and we had so much in common. And he loved science fiction too, and we could talk about it for hours, if Nora would let us. One day, Nora showed me an expensive bracelet.
Isn't it beautiful? Jeremy gave it to me yesterday.
You mean on Valentine's Day?
Yeah, but just as a friend, of course.
Nora, are you dumb? It's so obvious Jeremy's in love with you.
What? No, he's not. You wouldn't know because you don't have any guy friends. Or any friends, actually.
And you are so self-absorbed. You're completely blind to everyone's feelings. You're giving him the wrong idea by accepting that present.
You don't know what you're talking about, geek, so stay out of it.
I knew I was right, but there wasn't much I could do. Soon after in 8th grade, I was so excited when I found out about a huge sci-fi convention happening in town. But as I was telling Jeremy about it, Nora spoke up and said they'd already bought the tickets. Oh, that's amazing. I can't wait. I meant I just got the tickets for me and Jeremy. We're going with our friends. So I can buy my own and come with you guys, right? I can't go alone, it's too far.
No, you can't come with us.
Why don't you have friends of your own, Bella? Come on, Nora, what's the big deal? I'm not gonna be the only loser with my baby sister tagging along, Jeremy. We're not taking her. You don't even like sci-fi. Why are you being a witch? Jeremy, please take me along? I'm sorry, Bella. Maybe next time? I couldn't believe he was being such a coward, and my heart burned when I saw them leaving for the convention a few days later. I just wanted to hurt Nora. and I had a brilliant idea for something I could do. A week later, I was having breakfast when I heard Nora scream. She came running downstairs and waved a calendar at Mom. "How could you mess up my schedule, Mom? I had a match this morning and I missed it."
What are you talking about?
I woke up to see 20 missed calls from my coach, and he just told me that the first match of the tournament was today. But you've written it here that it's next week.
That's because I got a call from the organizers saying it was postponed. I don't understand. How could this have happened?
Bella, did you have something to do with this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Why don't I believe you? Oh, wait. Yes, I remember something now. Maybe I did pretend to be one of the organizers and called up Mom to tell her the wrong date. It doesn't feel good to miss out on something important, does it? The two stared at me in shock, and then Nora pounced on me. "You horrible brat! How could you do this? You made me miss the convention. Who cares about that stupid thing? I'm disqualified for the whole season now. I cared. You shouldn't have been so awful to me. I hate you, Bella. I won't forgive you. Ever." Mom managed to pull Nora away, and she stormed off crying, and I was grounded for a month. For the next few days, Nora acted like I didn't exist. I hadn't realized she'd be disqualified for the entire season. Maybe I'd gone too far. I decided to apologize, but I found out that she'd left for a training camp for 2 weeks. But just 3 days later, we got some bad news. Nora had been in a riding accident. Mom immediately rushed off to camp, and when she returned with Nora, I was shocked to see her on a wheelchair. What happened? I don't want to talk to anyone, least of all you. Nora had badly injured her leg, and the doctor said that her recovery would take months. Mom was devastated, and Nora kept herself shut in her room. I didn't dare go in because I knew she wouldn't see me. One evening, I just couldn't help crying in my room when suddenly I felt someone's arm around me.
Hey, why are you crying?
Because Nora hates me and she'll never forgive me. I wanted to hurt her, but I never wished for something bad to happen.
Of course you didn't. No one thinks that. Nora's just upset about her injury, and once she's better, she'll be fine with you, I promise.
But he was wrong. Just a few days later, Mom called me into Nora's room for a talk.
Nora's recovery could take up to a year. We cannot miss all the tournaments during this time. She has some modeling contracts too, and we can't lose this money. Someone from our family has to represent us, and that can only be you, Bella.
But Mom, I'm not half as good as Nora. She's right about that.
You've been riding a horse since you were a child, Bella. We have 3 months to train before the next match, and I believe you can do it. You have to do it.
Before I could protest more, Mom left the room. Good luck trying to be me. It's not as easy as it looks, and you don't have what it takes. Nora wasn't wrong about it being hard. The training was tough, and I had a sore butt for weeks. But 3 months later, when I competed in the tournament, I actually came in third. And suddenly, I was the newcomer everyone was noticing. Sure, people just called me Nora's sister at first, but as I kept doing well in matches, more of them knew my name. But I really wasn't looking forward to Nora's modeling contracts. I was awkward, and I didn't have star quality like Nora. After her styling team worked on me, though, I was stunned at the results. I'd never felt so beautiful, and clearly others thought so too. I was receiving a lot of attention on social media, and at school, I was being treated like a completely different person. This is how people saw Nora, and I had to admit, it felt good.
Wow, I'm gonna need an appointment soon to talk to you.
Yeah, but I'll always make time for you. What do you think of my new look?
There wasn't anything wrong with it before, but you do look lovely.
For the first time, I felt like he wasn't seeing me as Nora's little sister, and it sent my heart racing.
Bella, I've been meaning to ask you something.
Yeah?
Do you think it's a good time to tell Nora I'm in love with her? I have been for years, but she's never been clear about her feelings, and I just need to know now.
My heart suddenly sank. What was I thinking? Of course, you should tell her how you feel. She'd be a moron for not loving you back. Jeremy grinned and kissed me on the cheek and then walked off happily. A few days later, I came home to see Jeremy rushing out of our house, wiping tears on his sleeve.
I was a fool to think Nora ever liked me. She said she's never seen me as more than a friend, and she never will.
He stormed off, and I felt so mad at Nora for leading him on all this time. I I didn't see her till later at dinner, and it looked like she'd been crying. But Mom looked really excited. Bella, I have such amazing news. You've been selected as one of the best newcomers to participate in the tournament in London. This will open international doors for you, darling. I knew it had always been Nora's dream to compete in Europe. As Mom went on and on, Nora suddenly swiped half the dishes off the table. It should have been me, but you've stolen everything from me. Nora, I only started competing because of you and Mom. Oh, shut up. You've always wanted everything I've had. Congratulations. Now you have it. That's not true. Oh, you wanted Jeremy too? I've seen how you look at him with your puppy eyes. It's embarrassing. Well, it looks like he and I aren't friends anymore, so you're welcome to have him too. That's enough. You know what, Nora? Maybe I did want to know what it felt like to be you, but I've realized that I'm just as talented and beautiful. You're just better at getting whatever you want without caring for anyone's feelings. You've misled Jeremy, and you've always made me feel small. And now I will go to London, and I won't feel bad about it because it has nothing to do with you. Only me and my talent. Jeremy didn't turn up to school the next few days, and then I found out that he'd left the city to stay with his real dad. For good. He hadn't even bothered to say goodbye. And a week later, I left for London. I won first prize in the tournament, and it opened so many opportunities for me. Mom decided that I'd finish high school in London while I kept competing for more championships. I heard Nora was back to training, but she and I didn't talk anymore, and I was enjoying my new life away from her. A year later, I was at the subway station when I spotted someone from a distance who looked exactly like Jeremy. I pushed through the crowd and followed him as he climbed onto the train, and I managed to hop on just as the doors closed. He looked shocked to see me, and we both hugged and laughed. It turned out that he'd joined a university in London.
I had no idea you were here too.
Of course you didn't. You left without a word and never kept in touch.
That was wrong, but I just needed to get away. I'm sorry, and I've missed you.
Jeremy and I started hanging out really often over the next few months, and I was happy to have him back in my life, but I kept my feelings in check. I didn't want to fall for him again. On New Year's Eve, Jeremy invited me to a party at his friend's place, and we had the most amazing night dancing away. We all counted down to midnight, and he turned to me with a smile.
Happy New Year, Bella.
And then he kissed me, and the whole world just faded. But then I pulled away suddenly. I started to walk away.
Bella, wait. Did I do something wrong?
No, nothing. I just have to go.
Please, stop. I've been wanting to tell you for a while now. I think I'm in love with you.
Nora turned you down, so you thought you'd settle for me now? As a consolation prize? I've always been second best to Nora in everything, but not anymore. I refused to answer Jeremy's calls or texts the next few days. But then one evening, I got the most unexpected call from Nora. She said she was throwing Mom a big party for her birthday that weekend, and she wanted me to attend. Plus, you haven't even seen my new training school yet.
What school?
I gave up racing, Bella. My leg's not good enough anymore, but I decided I couldn't stay angry forever, and I had to find another dream. I train other riders on our ranch now. Anyway, I hope you come. I felt both sad and happy to hear that, and I decided it was time to go home and see her. 2 days later, as I was leaving with my bags, I bumped into Jeremy right outside my place.
Before you say anything, please listen to me. Yes, I loved Nora for years, but being away from her made me realize that we weren't right for each other. We're better off as friends. And you're not second best to anyone, Bella. If you don't love me, I can accept that. But I just had to tell you how I feel. I love you.
Jeremy, I love you too, you idiot. As he pulled me close, he suddenly noticed my luggage.
Wait, where are you going?
To see Nora. I need to fix things with her.
I'm coming with you.
I hoped I looked confident because my insides felt like jello as the most popular girls sat opposite me at recess, their wolf-like stares fixed on me.
Okay, so have you ever been to the super exclusive restaurant in Rome that only 1% of the world population knows about?
Yes, who hasn't? I mean, other than the 99%. The poached snail pasta with volcano ashes, pretty good. but honestly, I've had better.
So when did you watch the new movie Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse?
October last year. Obviously, I wasn't gonna watch it with the general public. Ew. Daddy got a private viewing arranged for me. And who's your daddy? We just got him back after he was kidnapped the 5th time for ransom, so I really can't share this information. You understand how it is, right? I totally get that, girl. Welcome to the gang, Sophia. Phew. My research on stupid rich people had paid off. Hi, I'm Sally from LA, but for now, just call me Sophia. That sounds like a sophisticated rich girl name, right? Please, don't blow my cover. So, about that, I may look like a normal high school student, but the truth is, I'm actually a journalist. About a month ago, our paper received an anonymous tip that something shady was going on at the most elite private school in the country. Since I'd graduated only a couple of years before, not from this school, I'm not that rich, my editor sent me undercover to investigate. Now, I was in with the most popular kids in high school, and the first thing I noticed was that none of them seemed to study much and were partying every day, but they all had straight A's. The second thing I noticed was a boy named Matthew who didn't seem to fit in here, and he was constantly getting bullied by the popular jerks. I decided to find out why. So one day after school, I followed him. He'd walked several blocks down when suddenly, a flashy red sports car screeched to a halt, and the popular boys jumped out and surrounded him. Their leader, Aaron, grabbed Matthew by his collar.
You know you have to do what we say, Pinocchio. You're our little puppet. Why are you being so difficult?
I don't have to do anything anymore. I'm gonna expose all of you, even if it means getting expelled myself.
And who's gonna believe you?
They'll believe me when I show them proof. Yeah, this isn't a bluff, Aaron.
What did you do, you little weasel?
Just then, a policeman came around the corner and Aaron let Matthew go, but then snatched his backpack and threw it on the road. The boys all jumped into the car and sped away. As Matthew was picking up his things, I suddenly saw a bus approaching him at full speed, and he wasn't looking up. Without another thought, I raced toward him and pushed him out of the way. The bus driver pulled over to check on us, but Matthew wasn't moving. We called an ambulance, and I decided to wait at the hospital till his family arrived. And the doctor soon told me that Matthew had hit his head hard and he was in a coma. Gosh, so much for trying to save him. Matthew, please wake up and tell me what's going on with you and those jerks. Can you hear me? Hello? I shook him gently, flashed my phone light in his eyes, tried tickling his toes, but nothing. Then I gave him a passionate kiss on the lips. Nothing. Guess that doesn't work in real life. Just then, I turned around to see a couple who looked like Matthew's parents. They were distressed at Matthew's condition, but then, to my surprise, his mom turned around and hugged me. We received the full report of the accident, and you were really brave to jump in and save his life. The doctor's hopeful that Matthew will wake up once the swelling in his brain goes down.
Matthew never mentioned you, but we're so glad to find out he has such a caring girlfriend.
Girlfriend? Well, of course they thought that with my passionate kissing. I was about to correct them when suddenly I had an idea. Oh, yeah. Matthew's a great boyfriend. Lovely man. I mean boy. Such a weird age. Is he a man? Is he a boy? Who knows? He's a great guy. And before I knew it, I'd received an invitation to dinner at their place the next day. I walked away feeling conflicted. Yes, I was lying to these very nice people about being their comatose son's girlfriend, which was wrong, but Matthew knew something about the popular kids, and I had to find out what it was. The next day at school, I caught Aaron and the other jerks laughing about the accident.
Good thing the Matthew situation got taken care of itself.
What are you guys talking about? Why do we care about this Matthew loser?
Oh, Sophia, you're cute, but you're too new for us to let you in on our secrets. You have to earn our trust, you know?
Okay, and how do I do that?
I'm pretty sure Matthew was bluffing, but he claims he has some dirt on us. Maybe a video? You think you can find out if he has any such thing and get it for me?
That should be easy. I can totally go to Matthew's place pretending to be his sad girlfriend, and I'll look through his things. If there's anything to find, I'll find it.
I like your confidence, Sophia. Maybe you can come by my place one of these days and see a slideshow of my abs. Chicks dig that stuff.
I gave him a forced smile as I tried not to barf. Later that evening, I arrived early at Matthew's place for dinner, and it was obvious that they weren't rich at all. His parents welcomed me in, and while they were still preparing dinner, I slipped upstairs. I walked through the first door to see tons of sports trophies displayed on the shelves and a guitar on the wall. Clearly, I wasn't in Matthew's room. Just then, I spotted a photo frame with a picture of him next to a hunk who looked a few years older.
Mamma mia, who are you?
That would be me, Matthew's brother Cody. I turned around in shock to see the hunk standing behind me. He just stepped out of the bathroom, wearing nothing but a towel. Are you staring at my abs? I'm guessing you're my brother's girlfriend who my parents invited for dinner.
What? I wasn't staring. How dare you accuse me of something so disgusting?
I'm just so traumatized by what's happened to Matthew, and he used to talk about you so much. And now seeing you in person without Matthew here, this is all just very hard for me.
Look, I'm sorry.
I just threw the photo frame aside and ran out of there. Gosh, this was gonna be one awkward evening. Cody joined us soon and was being extra nice to me all through dinner, and his parents started asking me how Matthew and I'd met. It's actually a crazy story. So, you know that big park next to our school? I was feeding the ducks there one afternoon, and when I ran out of bread, they suddenly became these vicious creatures that started jumping out of the lake to attack me. So I was running as fast as I could when suddenly I tripped. I saw my life flash before my eyes, and then out of nowhere, this boy jumps in and starts howling at the ducks like a wolf. The ducks ran away like scared chickens, and my hero turned out to be Matthew. It's actually a true story, guys. I didn't just pull it out of my butt. That's how I met my first boyfriend. He's in a mental asylum now.
Wow, that's amazing. It doesn't sound anything like our Matthew, though. He's terrified of birds.
Also dogs, cats, squirrels, butterflies, water, heights, sunflowers, grapes.
Right, of course, I found out later he's a scaredy cat, which made the duck thing even more special. He overcame his fears to save me. His parents smiled at me warmly. I'm sure you already know this, but Matthew's a genius. It was his dream to get into that school on scholarship, but ever since he's gone there, he's been so different. Closed off, moody, even angry. We're really happy to know at least he had you to talk to. I felt quite bad for being a big fat liar as I left that evening, and I was no closer to finding the truth. Well, at least now I knew which bedroom was Matthew's. So the next night, I decided to sneak into his room when everyone was asleep. I managed to climb up the wall and was halfway through the window when my butt got stuck. Oh God, when did my butt get so big? Probably eating all those French pastries at lunch. Why do they serve such stupid stuff in school? Oh, you know what they say. Ouch! A moment in the mouth, forever on the butt, or something like that. I finally managed to get through and fell on the ground with a thud, and I quickly crawled under the bed. Seconds later, Cody walked in. Gosh, even his feet were pretty, and he was swinging a baseball bat.
Anyone there? I'm warning you, I'm armed.
I lay there silently and watched him leave. I sighed in relief and turned around, and suddenly felt someone pulling me out by my shirt.
Sophia, what on earth are you doing here?
I stared up at him, my mind racing. Just then, I spotted a pair of Matthew's shoes under the bed and grabbed them. Oh, I just came here because I miss Matthew so much. I was just sniffing his shoes. The smell of his feet makes me feel like he's still with me.
He hasn't died, Sophia. You know what? I think you're lying about something. What are you actually doing here?
I just had to tell him the truth. Well, the partial truth. Okay, so I didn't tell you before, but Matthew started shutting me out too lately. I've seen the popular kids in school talking to him a few times, but he'd never tell me what it was about. And right before his accident, I heard Matthew telling them that he was going to expose them all. He's involved with these kids in something serious, and I have to find out what.
But what were you expecting to find here?
The biggest bully, Aaron, seems to think Matthew has something on him, like a video maybe? I need to check his phone and laptop, please.
I'll help you.
We went through Matthew's phone and laptop, but didn't find anything. We searched all through his drawers and cupboards for any hard drives or any other clue, but turned up empty-handed, except Cody. Since when does Matthew get D's and F's? He looked at the quizzes I was holding up in shock.
Never. Matthew's always shown us his report cards with straight A's. These quizzes are a few months old. If he was struggling with his grades, he never mentioned it. Well, he stopped talking to me pretty much since he joined this school. I miss him.
You want to sniff his shoes?
No, thank you. Come with me to see him at the hospital tomorrow?
Of course. We started making hospital visits together, and I could see how much Cody cared for his little brother, and we often found ourselves hanging out afterwards too. At first, we were just talking about Matthew, but soon we were having conversations about everything. He seemed to find me funny, and I loved making him laugh with my silly antics. His parents loved having me over too, and it wasn't long before I had a major crush on Cody. I mean, literally, it took me a week. Well, actually, a second when I saw him in that towel. But of course, I couldn't say anything because I'm a professional, an undercover journalist, and most importantly, his brother's fake girlfriend. Meanwhile at school, I reassured Aaron that I'd looked through everything Matthew owned, and he didn't have anything on Aaron and his friends. So, you want to tell me now what this is all about? I want you to trust me, Aaron.
I think I can. I noticed you got C's and D's on your quizzes lately.
Yeah, I've been kind of busy snooping around Matthew's house lately, so haven't been studying much. And this school's tough.
Well, you know that giant chemistry quiz coming up on Monday? You're gonna ace it.
And then he pulled out some papers from his locker and handed them to me.
The quiz with the answer key. Thank me later by going out with me, babe.
He winked and walked off as I stood there in shock, then quickly stuffed the quiz in my bag. Aaron and his group were stealing exams from the teacher's room, and Matthew was involved in this too? And when I told Cody later that day in the hospital, he was stunned.
Matthew cheating? Stealing exams? It can't be. He wouldn't. He's always been such a good kid.
But he was getting bad grades and hiding them, and then something changed, right? And we know he's involved with these kids. He said he'd expose them, even if it meant getting expelled himself.
I can hardly believe it. What have you been up to, Matthew? Just wake up and tell me.
I put my hand on Cody's to comfort him, and the way he looked up at me made my heart race. Then he quickly pulled his hand away.
Sophia, you're my brother's girl.
Just then, the door burst open, and a short, curly-haired girl ran in, pushed me aside, and threw herself on Matthew. Oh my God, I came as soon as I heard. Come on, Maddie, I'm here now. Wake up. And then she planted a big kiss on his lips. Why is True Love's kiss not working? Maybe I should slap him hard.
Hold up, who are you?
I'm his girlfriend, Penny. Matt and I have been together for 2 years, since his old school. But I'd been away with my family for a month on this camping trip where we had no signals, and I hadn't talked to Matt in weeks. When I returned, a friend told me he was in a coma. You're Cody, right? Oh, my brother-in-law, I'm here for you.
What are you talking about? That's his girlfriend. Sophia, why aren't you saying anything?
I'm just speechless. What? I'm his girlfriend, his one and only. Where did this witch come from? Matthew saved me from the ducks. Oh God, he's playing us both. He's a two-timer. I'm such a terrible person. Ain't no way I'm giving up my man to some Gucci-wearing hoity-toity tree trunk. You and me outside now. I had no idea what to do. I couldn't expose all my lies, so I had to go fight this girl for my boyfriend. A crowd gathered outside the hospital to watch our catfight. Ugh, I was really in it now. You want a piece of me, Shorty? What you got in that nest on your head? Wow, your trash talk is pathetic. My mama can do better than that, Godzilla. Then she attacked me, and she was crazy. She knew frickin' kung fu. She kicked me in the stomach, punched me in the eye, pulled my hair, and bit my leg. She might have killed me if Cody hadn't intervened. And then she stormed off back to Matthew.
Sophia, are you okay? Let's have a doctor take a look.
No, I'm fine. I'll maybe get an ice pack for my throbbing eye. We sat on the bench outside as Cody held the ice pack to my face.
I feel like I don't even know who my brother is anymore. Stealing exams? Having 2 girlfriends?
Tell me about it.
I'm really sorry, Sophia. Matthew doesn't deserve 2 beautiful girls fighting over him.
You think I'm beautiful?
Well, yeah, if it helps. More than Penny.
It helps. Cody was just sitting so close to me, and he looked irresistible, and I found myself leaning forward and kissing him. He kissed me back, then suddenly jumped. This was getting so complicated. I knew by now that Aaron and his group were stealing papers and getting perfect grades to get into the best universities, and maybe this was enough for my article, but my editor said we needed more solid proof, because it was just my word against theirs. Feeling defeated, I went to visit Matthew at the hospital one day. He was alone, and then the nurse told me that Matthew had been wearing a USB on a string around his neck, which had snapped today. I thanked her as she gave it to me, and then quickly took out my laptop and inserted inserted the USB, and I was shocked to see security footage on it, clearly showing Aaron, his friends, and Matthew stealing exams from the teacher's room. This was all the proof I needed. Just then, Penny walked in with Cody.
Good, you're here, Sophia. Or should I say, Sally? I was just telling Cody what I found out about you, you lying tall news reporter.
With that, Penny shoved her phone in my face, showing my profile on the newspaper's website.
So, let me get this straight. You've been here undercover as a high school student to write some article, and for that, you lied to me and my family about being my brother's girlfriend while he was in a coma, and you made us believe he's a two-timer?
Listen, I know it looks bad, but
my parents are on their way here, and I think you should leave.
Cody, please.
Just go.
Suddenly, Penny let out a scream as Matthew's eyelids fluttered open. I quickly left the room, and moments later, I saw his parents walk in, and I could hear everyone's excited voices. I was so happy for them that Matthew was awake. The next day at school, Aaron approached me.
Hey babe, you want more of those tests? The first one was free, but it's $200 per test now.
Wow, that's steep.
Look around you, doll. Everyone here can pay. Well, except for that loser Matthew. He was struggling under the pressure and came to us for help, but he couldn't pay up, so we decided to make him our slave in return. We kept telling him that if we got caught, our rich parents would get us out of this mess, but he'd lose his scholarship and get expelled in a second.
Right. It all makes sense now. Thanks, but I won't be needing any more of the tests.
How come?
I'm dropping out of school. I'd recorded my last conversation with Aaron on my phone, and I got to working on my article on the weekend. By Monday, it was out. By Tuesday, it was all over the news. By Friday, every student involved had been expelled, except for Matthew. I'd made it clear in my article that Matthew had wanted to do the right thing, and the principal decided to be lenient and only suspend him. It was a relief to be Sally again, but I felt bad about how things had ended with Cody. I wanted to apologize to him and his parents, but he wouldn't take my calls. A few weeks went by, and I was surprised to find a card on my desk from Matthew, inviting me to Cody's baseball game. That night, I found Matthew in the stands.
Look who it is, my girlfriend.
Ha ha, where's your other girlfriend?
She's on her way here. You better watch out. I liked your article, by the way.
Thanks. How did you get a hold of that security footage?
I think the principal was beginning to suspect that someone was stealing papers, because the last time Aaron and his friends made me go with them, I noticed a new camera in the teacher's room. I hacked into the school's security system, retrieved the footage, and put in some fake one. I told Aaron I'd destroyed it, but I hadn't.
Right. Also, you're the one who sent the anonymous tip to the newspaper, didn't you?
Yeah, I was tired of living a lie. By the way, I'm dropping out of that school and going back to my old one with Penny.
What? Why?
I was miserable there, Sally. I can't take that pressure. I wish I'd just been able to own up to that earlier and tell my family. I was so afraid of disappointing them that I ended up cheating instead. But thank you for exposing those jerks and making my life better, really. Now, you should go talk to my brother before his game starts. I promise. He's ready to listen.
I skipped off to find Cody and burst into the boys' locker room, and I stood transfixed. So many shirtless athletes. Just then, Cody appeared and dragged me out.
That was subtle, Sally.
Come on, it's just some eye candy. Okay, listen, Cody, I owe you an apology. I'm sorry for lying to you and your parents, but I was just trying to do my job and even helping Matthew. It's not a great excuse for all my lies, but it's not a bad one either, right?
I guess not, especially since you helped make things better for Matthew, and you make everyone in my family happy. I think my mom wishes you were still Matthew's girlfriend.
And you?
Oh, I'm super happy Penny exists, because now I can do this without feeling guilty.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. I whispered to myself as I scaled the wall. Just a few more feet. My dad would kill me if he knew what I was up to tonight. I know you're thinking I'm some kind of cat burglar, but it's not that bad. Oh, hi there, Daddy.
We need to talk about your behavior, Jessica.
I was just out studying with some friends and didn't want to wake you up.
I've had it with your made-up stories. I know you've been sneaking off and meeting Armand. Ever since you started dating him, you've been out of control. You need some supervision.
I started to laugh at him. It didn't work when I was a kid, and it's not going to work now. My father just looked at me and slammed the door so hard that a picture fell off the wall and broke. The next day, I slept in super late. Oh, it's already 1 p.m. I need to get ready. What the? The shocked boy looked at me with surprise in his eyes. Are you supposed to be Jessica? How old are you? I pushed him down with all my might and ran down the stairs to my dad's office, screaming for help the entire way. The boy chased me all the way. Daddy! Daddy, help! This guy is trying to kidnap me. He looked over his glasses and chuckled. So, I see you've already met your new babysitter, Liam? Babysitter? I'm a teenager. If it makes you feel better, we can call him your bodyguard. Ugh, I don't have time for this. I have to go meet Lisa at the mall. Great. I hope you 3 have a good time. I thought it was all some kind of sick joke until Liam hopped in the limo with me. And what do you think you're doing? Liam let out a long sigh. I'm following your father's orders and supervising your little trip. Aren't you a little young to be a bodyguard? Who even takes creepy jobs like following teenage girls around? In my defense, the ad made it seem like it was an actual child who needed babysitting. I rolled my eyes at him. Well, then, why don't you just leave? Well, I made a promise. This is a great job and I intend to stick with it. I sank back in my seat. Good luck with that. No babysitter has lasted more than a week with me. Lisa leaned in and whispered to me as she stared up and down at Liam with a judging glare. So, this is your new babysitter? He's my bodyguard, Lisa. Right. Well, I'm not into the whole stalker vibe, so maybe I should just leave. Oh, trust me, Lisa. He won't be around for long if I have anything to say about it. We went into any and every store that guys would find embarrassing. Lisa even held up a pretty pink miniskirt and asked, "Is this your size, Liam?" He was so red in the face, but he never complained. No matter how hard we made fun of him or tried to shake him off by dragging him into girly stores, he stayed. Lisa pulled me in tight and whispered, "I have an idea." "Oh, Liam, we need to make a detour." We rushed to the bathroom, but stopped Liam right outside the entrance. No boys allowed, Liam. He said he would wait for us outside. Well, he's gonna be waiting a long time. As soon as we made it to the bathroom, we crawled through one of the windows and ran across the street to our favorite cafe. We were there for maybe 10 minutes sipping on smoothies when an announcement made Lisa spit it all over me. "We'd like to report a missing child. Jessica went missing from the mall across the street. If found, please bring her to the help desk so we can reunite her with her guardian." The announcement went on to describe my appearance and outfit. People started to stare and point at me. Isn't she a little old to have a babysitter? Wow, something must be wrong with her. I'd be so embarrassed if I were her. Maybe we should go walk her to her babysitter? I ran out of there so fast to avoid any more humiliation. I went right up to the help desk where Liam was standing with a huge smile of relief on his face. "That's the girl I'm watching. You can cancel the announcement." The attendant even handed me a balloon, like I was a child, and told me what a smart girl I was to come there. I was about to flip out when Liam rushed over and hugged me. "Your father said I needed to stay with you. I was worried sick. I'm so glad you're okay." It was actually pretty pathetic how worked up he got over a stranger. Maybe losing him was going to be harder than I thought. Needless to say, Lisa said she was done hanging out with me until the Liam fiasco was taken care of. No matter what crazy things I did or how horrible I was, he stayed. One time, I stole a penguin from the local aquarium and let it loose in the gift shop. I mean, I tried everything. I made him come with me to this super sappy rom-com movie night at the local theater. I thought any boy would run straight out. Liam, he just cried. I was about to go crazy from how nice this guy was, until my prayers were answered by a little text from Armand at 2 a.m. I figured everyone was sleeping, so I scaled down the house again when I heard something rustling in the bushes. "Where do you think you're going?" "Don't you sleep?" "It's my job to watch you." An idea crept over me. Your job is to watch me, not stop me from going places. Why don't you just come with me? I don't know what your father would say about that. Please. I begged, and he agreed. What a sucker. I told Armand that Liam had to go. I just meant I wanted him scared off or something. Even I had to admit that what we ended up doing was pretty cruel. We went to a 24-hour diner and ordered a bunch of food. Liam insisted that he just wanted the free water and wasn't hungry. When the time came to pay the bill, Armand and I ran away as fast as we could. We were laughing so hard. Our little outing cost Liam over $100. Armand and I were hanging out in the woods when the diner owners spotted us. They yelled at us to come back and pay for our food or join your friend with the dishes. Armand pushed me toward the owners. It was her idea. I stood there shocked as he scurried away like a bug. Armand just yelled that it was my idea, pushed me over, and ran. Unfortunately, when he pushed me over, he pushed my wallet into the lake too. That meant Liam and I had to do the dishes all night to pay for our meal. Ugh, this is taking forever. Why don't you just pay the tab? You've seen my Lamborghini collection. I promise to pay you back with interest. Liam shifted uncomfortably for a bit before muttering, I can't. What do you mean you can't? I don't have enough money in my bank account right now. I nearly fell over. You're kidding, right? That was like 1/10 of my allowance when I was 5. You have a job? Are you that stupid and irresponsible you blow your whole paycheck? He got really quiet and said nothing at all the rest of the night. We got home around 4 a.m. and were greeted by my very angry father. I braced for the lecture of a lifetime, but when he started shouting, he was looking at Liam. What do I even pay you for? You're fired. Mission accomplished, right? It was weird though. I'd tried all that time to get rid of him, but once he was gone, I was super sad to see him go. The house felt so empty without him, especially since I was grounded from seeing Lisa and Armand ghosted me yet again. I decided the least I could do was bring him an apology gift. After all, the guy didn't even have $100 in his bank account. I looked through my dad's pictures and found his address. I nearly fainted when I made it to the house he had listed. It was a dump. I nervously knocked on the door and was greeted by a frail woman with breathing tubes. Phew, I made a mistake. Can I help you? Sorry, ma'am. I was looking for a guy named Liam, but it seems like I had the wrong address. Oh, honey, you have the right house. Liam is my son. He's out picking up my medicine. She invited me in for a cup of tea, and I felt too bad to say no. She told me all about her kind son who got a job babysitting to help her pay her medical bills. The woman coughed. I wouldn't get better if it wasn't for him. I'd never felt more horrible. Liam suddenly walked into the room and looked shocked to see me. Okay, upset to see me might be a better description. He pulled me into the kitchen with him and whispered, Haven't you done enough? Oh, I'm actually here to give you your job back. Are you now? Your father seemed pretty upset. No, Daddy insisted you come back. I'm here because he wanted me to. I don't know. I don't want your pity. Don't say that. It's not pity. You need this job and I need you. Please come back. Liam heard his mom coughing in the other room and did something unexpected. He pulled me in for a hug and my face turned scarlet red. Thank you, Jessica. Truly. I felt so awkward and said, I don't know what you mean. My dad made me come. Of course it was a lie, but I didn't want to give him any wrong ideas. I just felt bad for him, right? Now, on to the next part of my mission. Convincing my dad to rehire him. That was actually easier than expected. Daddy, please, just give Liam one more chance. It was all my fault. I'm sorry.
An apology? Who are you and what have you done with Jessica?
Just please, Daddy?
Fine. You get one more chance, but only because I think this boy is a good influence on you.
I rolled my eyes and left. Liam owes me big time. Now that I knew about Liam's personal life, I couldn't help but like him a little more, in a sad puppy kind of way. My heart started to flutter every time I saw him sipping his coffee in the morning. Every time I caught him staring, I couldn't help but blush. I wasn't being very good at hiding my girlish stares though. This one time, I was watching Liam carry in some packages and Lisa snapped at me. Earth to Jessica, you can't seriously be pining over that guy. Don't you have your super hot dream boyfriend already? I don't know. Do I? I'm not even sure who's my dream guy anymore. Lisa said Armand and I were just having a rough patch because of the whole dinner thing. I shrugged. When it struck 12 that night, I kept waiting for that loser to message me or call me to wish me a happy birthday. For half an hour, nothing. I went downstairs to get water from the kitchen and saw a nicely wrapped package on the table. I gasped when I opened it. It was a rare, signed edition of Harry Potter. Of course, Liam knew what a huge fan I was. While I was dreaming of Liam and me, my phone beeped.
Hey babe, sorry for being missing in action. Meet me at our spot at 2 a.m.
I messaged Armand to say I was done with him. Armand reacted pretty horribly, but it was his last text that really hit me hard.
Oh, don't tell me you've gone and fallen in love with the help.
It was that moment I realized I'd really fallen for Liam. In fact, I loved him. I walked toward his room in the middle of the night to confess when I heard him talking to another woman. I pushed the door open a bit and saw he was sitting on the bed hugging a very attractive young woman. I was filled with so many emotions. I ran away. I never wanted to see him again. I I ran back to my room and called Armand and said I took everything back and wanted to meet him tonight. This time, Liam was too preoccupied to notice me leaving. We hung out at a park and spray painted a wall. Of course, Armand left when the police came, but they caught me. They had to drop me off at my house at 4 a.m. My dad was so mad I thought he was going to explode. He ran over to Liam's room to yell at him and I followed. When he pushed open the door, he saw Liam sleepily getting up off the floor and the surprised woman sleeping in his bed.
And you brought a girl here? You are fired. Don't count on getting your last paycheck.
I stood there as the young girl screamed, "What are we gonna do about Mom?" before crying and running out. "Oh, does your girlfriend have a sick mom too?"
Girlfriend? That's my sister. Our mom is in the hospital right now and she didn't want to stay at home alone.
My heart sank. I had jumped to conclusions and possibly ruined everything. Before I could say anything, he ran after his sister. I hesitated a moment and then followed him out the door. He was out of breath, standing on my lawn looking around. I'm really sorry.
It's not your fault. It was my job to watch you and I shouldn't have snuck a guest in.
If you tell my father it was your sister and not a girlfriend, he'll understand.
Why do you all assume I'd have a girlfriend? After how close we got, you really think I would want to be with anyone else?
What do you mean?
I think I love you.
Liam, I think... We locked eyes for a moment when an irritating voice ruined the moment.
Hey babe, sorry about ditching you again with the police, but this time I came to apologize in person.
Armand looked at Liam and me skeptically.
Sorry, am I interrupting something? No, you're not. I was just leaving, forever.
Wait, Liam.
Stop. You don't have to feel bad for me. It was stupid of me to think someone like you could ever like a loser like me.
He ran off crying before I could stop him.
Wow. What a pathetic guy.
Armand leaned in for a kiss when I slapped him. The only pathetic person here is me for sticking around with someone like you for this long.
Babe, is this about the cops? I said I was sorry.
He continued to apologize as I went into my house and slammed the door behind me. I ran up to my room and texted Liam to say we had to talk. I hoped Liam would show up the next day to work something out, but he didn't. I stood by my phone anxiously waiting for a response. When my phone started buzzing, I excitedly picked up.
I knew you'd answer, babe.
Great. I don't want to talk to you.
Just hear me out, babe. When you love someone, you need to swallow your pride and go to them. Do you get what I'm saying?
Actually, Armand, I think I do.
Great. So that means you'll come and meet me tonight?
Not in a million years. I hung up, hopped in my limo, and told the driver to take me to Liam. When I knocked on the door, he answered this time in total shock.
I told you, I don't need your pity. My family is fine.
Before he could say another word, I interrupted him. Liam, would you be my boyfriend?
What? I don't understand.
I don't understand either, Liam, but I love you. I love the way you help your family and work hard no matter how horrible I'm being. I love the way you cry at movies and always have my best interests at heart. Now, I'll only ask one more time. Will you be my boyfriend?
Nothing would make me happier.
We smiled at each other and he got closer when his sister suddenly said, "So, your babysitter is now your boyfriend? We should send this story to My Story Animated. I'm pretty sure people would love it." Hey, I'm Celine, but my dad calls me Cece. My parents were always super rich. They had it all. Huge mansions, fancy cars, even their own helicopter. Mom really believed in keeping away bad luck, so she did all the crazy, superstitious stuff, like avoiding the number 13 and hating black cats. The day I was born, though, Mom almost dropped me when the nurse handed me to her.
What is that? Look at her eyes. She's Satan. Get this devil away from me.
Well, yeah, my eyes were a little different than others. One was blue and the other was green. But for some reason, my stupid mom thought it was the devil and meant bad luck. Growing up, Mom never really cared about me. Once, when I was 4, I gave my mom an invitation to the party that our teacher was having to celebrate Mother's Day. And Mom said,
"To celebrate what? Giving birth to the devil? My life was way better before you. Your teacher is stupid and doesn't know what it's like to raise an enemy. Yes, you're my enemy. Just get lost."
I went crying and Dad hugged me and said he would attend the party himself. And we had a great time. When I was in the 3rd grade, Dad got me a puppy and I was super happy. But the moment Mom saw her, she took her immediately.
"This puppy is mine. I need someone to make me feel like a mom since I don't see you as a daughter."
She kept the puppy for herself, but a week later, the puppy died. Mom went ballistic and said it was my fault. I got mad and threw my ball at her, but it hit the TV and broke it. Oh, God, I told you, this girl is trouble for me. She's cursed. When I was in the 7th grade, she started taking me to shamans to have my curse lifted. I was sick of her nonsense, so I decided to get back at Mom. Before the shaman could start her chants, I climbed on her table and went all Tarzan, screaming something in Latin. Mom got super scared and the shaman ran out of her own freaking house. It was hilarious. But Mom was more convinced than ever that I was evil. She even told my teachers at a parent-teacher meeting, and my classmates' parents told them not to sit with me. I was alone there. When I was in the 10th grade, my parents had set up a new office in LA, so they decided to move there for a couple of years. I was super excited because I wanted a fresh start at school where no one would call me a freak. So the first thing I did was get myself some cool blue contact lenses. LA was so big and lively. I loved it there. On my first day of school, I received a warm welcome and even compliments on my eyes. A couple of days later, I saw the poster for cheerleading auditions and I decided to try my luck. And to my amazement, I got in. The captain of the cheerleading team, Tiffany, was super friendly to me. "I want you on the squad, girl." And just like that, I joined the group of the most popular girls in the school. I couldn't believe it. My life was getting better and better over the weeks. That is, until Tiffany offered to drive me home one day, and I happily said yes. But when we got home, we saw Mom outside, and she looked scary. She started calling out to me nonstop. I turned to Tiffany. "That's our maid, but Mom fired her because she's a thief. She keeps coming here like a crazy person. Ew." "It's okay, Tiffany. You can go now. I'll deal with her." Mwah, mwah. When Tiffany drove off, I walked to Mom. "What now, Mom? Did you say to your dad that you liked my new car? You did? That's why it got burned today. You useless, bad luck girl." "Mom, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Just leave me alone." I left her screaming and walked away. Just then, I bumped straight into a boy who was also running like crazy. He held my hand and said, "Run." So I ran as fast as I could. After a few minutes, I stopped him and I said, "Why are we running?" "Oh, from my crazy dad. He thinks I brought him bad luck, and he's furious now, and I just ran away. Oh, by the way, I'm your neighbor." "Oh, that's a lot of things we have in common. A crazy parent and the same neighborhood." "Oh, yeah, I know your mom. She is... Oh, wow, your eyes. They're so beautiful. I've never met someone with odd eyes before." And then it hit me. My lens must have fallen out. "Oh, geez, you don't have to be nice. I know I look like a freak." "What? No, you look unique." He then came close to me and gently kissed me on the cheek. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's our secret." I felt butterflies in my stomach hearing his words. And from that day on, Sean and I started to hang out in school too. I found out later that Sean was Tiffany's cousin. "Oh, you're hanging with the sexiest cousin I have. Lucky you." I'm also dating this hot college guy, and he's rich. It's not like I'm a gold digger, but I made sure he was rich. Tiffany was such a cool friend, and being with her and the cheerleading squad, I felt on top of the world. We were the queen bees, and I felt invincible. One day, we were in the bathroom fixing our makeup when a girl came in and walked towards a stall. But Tiffany stopped her. "Hey, weirdo, leave the bathroom. We're having a private talk here." But I really need to pee." Didn't you hear what I said? Go away." "Hey, Cece, was I clear enough?" Yes. She said leave. Why are you still here?" Because I need to go to the bathroom." "No, she said leave." I tried to drag her away, but I forgot that I was still holding the eyeliner in my hand, and I accidentally poked her shoulder with it. She pushed me away, and I pushed her back hard, and she fell on the ground. She held her arm and screamed in pain. Tiffany and I freaked out and ran away. The girl later complained about us, and Tiffany and I were called into the principal's office. To make matters worse, Dad was there. He was so disappointed.
"You weren't letting that poor girl go to the bathroom? This isn't how I raised you, Cece. A bully? Who are you?"
His words made me realize what I'd done. I had tears in my eyes, and the way Dad looked at me broke my heart. I didn't mean to. I shouldn't have. Oh, cut it out, Cece. I tried to stop her, but she wouldn't listen. What? Oh my God, you started it, you lying jerk! All of a sudden, Tiffany pounced on me and pulled hard at my hair. She was suspended for a week and then removed from the cheerleading squad. I felt guilty and went to the girl to apologize. Luckily, she forgave me. A few days later, we were invited to the school quarterback Ashton's birthday party, and Sean and I danced like crazy. Feeling sweaty, I went to the bathroom to wash my face, and just as I looked up in the mirror, Tiffany came and shoved my face in the sink. You two-faced witch. I screamed and pushed her away, making her fall on her butt. Are you crazy or what? But when I turned, I noticed she was looking at me like I had a pair of horns on my head. OMG, so this is what they were talking about. You hid it well. While I was suspended, I dug up information on your previous school and talked to some people. Turns out you were quite popular for being bad luck. OMG, my lens, they must have fallen out in the sink. Okay, so here's the deal. Leave Sean and I'll keep your secret. He already knows which, and you have a boyfriend. Why can't a girl have two? He's your cousin. So what? And he knows about the weird eyes, but the rest don't. I talked to your old classmates and they all think you're a freak. It won't be much different here, trust me. I had no choice but to agree. I didn't want things to be like they were at my old school. After that, I quietly left the party. Sean kept calling me on my cell phone, but I didn't pick up. The next couple of weeks were awkward. Sean tried everything to talk to me. He was constantly following me and asking if he'd done anything wrong. I told him to just leave me alone. To convince him that I wasn't into him, I kissed Ashton one day when I knew Sean was watching us. Sean looked defeated. I knew his heart was broken, but so was I. Tiffany was by his side and held his hand with a wicked smirk on her face. I hated her. The very next day, I was sitting in the cafeteria when Tiffany suddenly came and knocked my sandwich out of my hand and then squished it with her foot. I just heard. You were made head of the cheerleading team. I think you should turn down the position. Don't you agree? 'Cause otherwise, you know what happens. OMG! Now she was blackmailing me to leave the squad? That was it. I was done with that bully. I stood up and shoved her away. What will you do if I don't? Tell everyone my secret? Wait, let me help you. And then I climbed onto the cafeteria table. May I have your attention, please? I want to tell something about myself that I've been hiding from all of you. And then I removed my blue lens and threw them at Tiffany. Yup, I've got odd eyes. I'm freaky. Want to come and take a closer look? Go ahead. But the reaction from my schoolmates was not what I expected at all. OMG, I always wanted to see someone with odd eyes. Cece, that's so awesome. It just makes you look 10 times cooler. Everyone complimented my eyes. I was the center of attention, and Tiffany was screaming with anger as she left the cafeteria. But all I could think about was Sean. I searched for him everywhere, and when I found him, I immediately hugged him and started crying. I'm so sorry I hurt you, Sean. I was so stupid and foolish that I let Tiffany blackmail me into driving you away. But it's only because all my life, my mom and other people have made me feel like a freak. Hey, don't cry. It's all right. I told you before, you're not a freak. Cece, you're the most amazing girl I've ever met. And then it happened. I looked up at him and he kissed me. I was back to going around with Sean now, and Tiffany looked crazier than ever. A few days later, we had a soccer match in school. Right at the end of our cheerleading routine, we were in the pyramid position and I was on top when I felt something hit my head. I lost my balance and was about to hit the ground, but the other cheerleaders caught me just in time, and they started screaming. OMG, it was Tiffany! Yeah, I saw her throwing a stone. She's a psycho! I knew Tiffany hated me, but this was next level psycho. Like a raging bull, I charged towards Tiffany and we both fell on the ground. You witch, why can't you just leave me alone? Leave you alone? Oh, I will destroy you, Cece. You became the cheerleading captain and you got Sean? No. Not on my watch. Sweetie, it's already done. The cheerleading squad had called the principal and Tiffany was expelled. When I got home from the game that day, Mom noticed I wasn't wearing my lens, and she flipped out.
You've been going around like this? God knows what bad luck is going to come my way now. Go wear your lens. It makes me sick looking at you like this.
You know what, Mom? Don't look at me. In fact, don't talk to me either. Just pretend I don't even exist. I'm just so sick of your stupid nonsense. All my life, you made me think I'm some kind of freak, but the only abnormal person I know is you.
How dare you?
Mom lifted her hand to slap me, but before she could, Dad caught her hand and pushed her away.
Pack your bags and get out.
What?
Get out before I call the cops. You've hurt my daughter long enough. I'm not putting up with you anymore. Goodbye and good luck.
Mom kicked and screamed, but Dad just threw her bags out. Then Dad hugged me.
I love you, Cece, and I'm so proud of you.
I love you too, Dad. And since then, our lives have been so much better. Hi, my name is Ray, and I'm from Virginia. Please like and subscribe. My parents were pretty famous singers back in their time, so when I grew up, I became one too. But Mom and Dad had an accident when I was only 6, and ever since then, my uncle and aunt took care of me. Both of them spoiled me to bits and always supported me in everything, especially in my singing career. By the time I was 14, I was already doing huge shows and concerts, and it kept me so busy that I always wondered what normal stuff like making friends and going to school would be like. But suddenly, my life took a wild turn on my 15th birthday. Just as I entered my room, I saw my auntie going through Mom's stuff. What are you doing in here? Hey, honey, happy birthday. I was just missing your mom so much today. Came to see these pictures and stuff that belong to her. I hope you don't mind. Aw, thanks, Auntie. And of course not. This belongs to you as much as it belongs to me. After that, she got me to sign some papers for my upcoming show and hugged me tight. We have the greatest surprise party for you, sweetie. You're gonna love it. And it was actually awesome. It was my biggest concert ever, and I was gonna sing in front of my biggest live audience. I was jumping with excitement backstage, and that's when I heard the most shocking thing of my life. Now that we have my cunning sister's real will, and we got that orphan brat to sign the property papers, everything will be ours, honey.
Yeah, and all that money she's gonna make, we'll bite on that too. We're gonna be so rich.
OMG, who were these people? I pushed the curtain aside and confronted them. You blood-sucking mosquitoes! I can't believe you'd be so greedy and evil. You're gonna what? There's nothing you can do now. We are the freaking owners of everything. Your money, your life, and your soul.
Yes, sir, and now you're gonna make more money for us, so get your butt on that stage and do what you trained for.
No, there's no way. I'm not gonna do anything you guys say. That's enough. I'm not asking. I'm giving you an order. Security, watch over this room and don't let her out until the show starts. Oh, God, no. I tried to kick her with all my might, but that witch got away. And now I was gonna be trapped in this room with 2 Hulks standing outside keeping an eye on me. I had to do something. I looked at the window in the room, and without a thought, I climbed out of it. I had to run away from these evil people at all costs. But just as I was climbing down, my hand slipped and I fell on something.
My back.
I'm so sorry. The guy looked at me super stunned, but he finally spoke.
Oh my God. I'm sorry. I'm Noah, super crazy fan. I've heard all of your songs 1,000 times.
Suddenly, the guards heard me and they were running down to catch me. I didn't have any time for the introduction, but he had a bike. Get me out of here, now!
What?
He looked shocked and I didn't have time to explain, so I just kissed him and told him to get me out of here. He went into shock for a few seconds, but then he held me and got me on his bike and we rode off. In no time, we were far away from my evil aunt and her potato head husband. After some time, he stopped and he turned around to me.
Is everything okay? Why did you run? Should I call someone?
His name was Noah, and he was actually a year younger than me. I told him everything that had happened, and then he offered me his place to stay. What? Are you sure?
Yeah, I live with my mom, and you can stay with me. I mean us, as long as you want. Honestly, I had no other place to go, and I ran from a freaking concert. I didn't want the media or my aunt to find me, so I said yes, and Noah took me to his house. We climbed into his room through the window so his mom wouldn't see us. Once inside, he got me all the food in the house and kept looking at me like I was some kind of alien. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? I just can't believe you're here, in my room. This is like... I pinched him hard and he squealed loudly. Now do you believe me? Ouch! Okay, okay, I do. And we both burst out laughing. Later, when it was time to sleep, Noah offered me his bed and went to sleep on the floor. Oh God, he was so cute. But the next morning when I woke up, I was startled to see Noah staring at me. What the heck, dude? Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I was just leaving for school and Mom will go to work. She's a lawyer. So you have the home to yourself. Make yourself comfy, okay? He then got me breakfast and a pair of clothes which were obviously his and left. But the next morning, as Noah was getting ready for school, I had a crazy idea. I want to go to school and see what a normal school life looks like. Will you take me? And he straight away denied. No, what if someone sees you? It's too dangerous for you to step out like this. What? So I was again a prisoner? No way! After he went downstairs, I sneaked into his mom's room and borrowed some wigs and some makeup, and then I followed him to school. And public school was nothing like I had imagined. The kids were coming in on buses or bicycles, and everyone minded their own business. That was so freaking awesome. But then I saw a bunch of guys surrounding Noah, and one of them was holding him by his collar.
I thought you'd stay at home after the butt kicking I gave you yesterday, nerd. Next time when I ask you to do my homework, don't you dare refuse. Leave me alone. I don't want to talk to you. Sure, I'll do that. But before that, you'll have to lick my shoes.
Seriously? I couldn't hold it back anymore. I marched up to him and punched him hard in the face.
Oh my God, what are you doing here? Oh, and who is this you got with you, Noah? Your sister? 'Cause I didn't think a scaredy cat like you can get a girl. Ha!
He sure can, and here I am. 'Cause you see, he ain't a giant crybaby who has to pick on others to satisfy his tiny ego, and that's why I love him. And then I kissed him again. The guy looked raging mad after this, and he turned to hit me when Noah came in and took the hit. Noah, are you okay? Just then, seeing some of the teachers coming our way, the bullies ran away. And I didn't want to be caught either, so I took Noah's hand and ran too.
Wait, what are you doing here? This was crazy.
You're crazy. Why didn't you tell anyone you were being bullied? And why did you come in between?
Because he was gonna hurt you.
You didn't have to save me, you dummy. Look at that. It's gonna hurt. But don't you worry. I'm gonna make those jerks pay for what they did.
What do you mean?
I showed him the phone camera I had on all this time and recorded whatever those jerks did. Later, Noah showed it to the principal and those jerks were suspended for 2 weeks. Later that night, I went downstairs to get some ice for Noah's bruises, but just as I picked up the ice tray, I freaked out to see Noah's mom right behind me.
Goodness gracious, where did you come from?
Suddenly, Noah came running downstairs screaming,
Mom, listen to me. I can explain.
You better. I didn't want to complicate things, so I told her everything and begged her to let me stay. Just a few more days, and then I'll go back, I promise. She melted and agreed, but Noah had to sleep in the living room, which he was totally fine with. This guy was winning my heart like anything. The next day, Noah's friends were throwing him a huge party for getting into the basketball team, and he asked me to tag along. This was gonna be awesome. When we reached there, Noah and I danced to my favorite song and partied so hard. This is the best day ever. I'm so happy you got onto the team.
Yeah, I think I made it because I got my good luck charm. Oh, your good luck charm?
The bully guys from school. What were they doing here?
How about you share this babe with us too, Noah? What are you even doing this evening, sweetheart? Want to go out with a real player?
I was gonna poke my fingers right into his eyes this time. But before I could do that, Noah kicked him hard and he fell to the ground. Both of them broke into a fight and I had to pull Noah apart from him. But Noah looked raging mad.
Stay away from my girl or I'm gonna kill you.
Whoa, his girl? I was blushing so hard. Noah took my hand and we were about to leave when the bully got up and pulled me by my hair, my wig. It came off and everyone gasped as they saw me. Ray! It's Ray, the music superstar! Within seconds, everyone had their phones up and were taking pictures of me. Oh, shoot. Noah put his hoodie over me and rushed me out of there, but I was terrified now. My aunt was gonna know about me. As soon as we reached home, I hugged him tight. I don't want to go. I can't, Noah.
Don't worry, Ray. I won't let them take you, I promise.
But minutes later, someone barged into the front door, and it was none other than my aunt and uncle with loads of paparazzi and a huge crowd gathered behind them. My darling niece, thank God I found you. I've been worried sick. Come, let's go home. Get away from me. I'm not going anywhere with you. And you already have everything. You made me sign those papers and all my money. You have it. What do you want now? You little witch, shut up and get in the car. Do you know all the record and concert deals worth billions that we'll lose?
What's happening here? What papers?
Noah's mom came in and pulled me to her side, and then I told her everything.
Oh my God. Why would you do that to your own blood?
'Cause it was easy to trick a trusting moron like her into signing whatever we wanted. Ugh, I don't have time for this chit-chat. We're still her legal guardians, and I'm taking her with me.
Not anymore. Say cheese.
Apparently, Noah had been live streaming the whole thing since the moment my wicked uncle and aunt had stepped inside, and the media outside was going crazy to bash them now. No, this can't be happening. I'm gonna kill you. My aunt tried to get a hold of my arm, but I pushed her away. She turned into a witch, but thankfully, Noah's mom had already called the cops, and they got there just in time. After everyone went away, I turned to Noah and I hugged him tight. Thank you so much for everything. His cheeks went all red.
I want to say...
Oh, get in here. I pulled him in for a kiss and he swung me into the air.
I love you.
I love you too, dummy. Hello, I'm Lily from Canada. Please like and subscribe to MSA. Growing up, I was a healthy and strong kid who wasn't afraid to jump from high walls or do anything extreme, but I could only imagine all that because my parents were so overprotective. Once when I was 4 and Mom took me to the park, I started doing handstands and cartwheels with another child, and all the moms were cheering us on. But my mom started to panic.
Lily, where did you learn to do those dangerous stunts?
From TV. There's this cool dance program and...
Enough. We need to go home.
From that day onwards, Mom and Dad stopped watching anything with dance, gymnastics, or any physical activities. When I was in 3rd grade and wanted to be part of an extracurricular dance for school, they never allowed me. You guys are so unfair. You know how good I am with my feet. Why can't I just dance?
Because, hun, we live a very peaceful life right now. What if you become a famous dancer and then there are reporters and the next thing you know you're being published? Do you really want all that attention?
Yes? Who doesn't? My parents still refused and their excuse was ridiculous. And then when I went into high school, I started to rebel against them and become friends with the most rebellious girl in school, Zoe. Everyone in school was scared of her because she did the craziest things. Like this one time when we were in the 8th grade, she set the school's rose garden on fire. Oh my gosh, Zoe, we're gonna get in so much trouble. There's no cameras here, so no one will know. This is my payback to the principal for giving us detention for an entire month. I know, that was so unfair. We weren't the only ones who threw food around in the cafeteria. Even though Zoe was crazy wild, she was the most genuine person I'd ever met. And one day when we were in the 11th grade, she finally invited me over to her house for a sleepover. I can't believe this. This is the first time you invited me to your house. Well, you haven't really invited me to your house either. But anyway, my mom only recently got a decent job to take care of us. We struggled for a really long time after my dad left. Oh, I'm sorry. You mentioned us. I assumed that you were an only child. I wish I were an only child. I have a brother. And just because he goes to a special school, my parents give him all the attention. And just then when we entered her house, the most gorgeous looking guy gazed at me from the living room. Lily, meet my goofball brother, Grant. Hi, Grant. As we walked past him, Grant winked at me and I blushed so red. I was definitely gonna enjoy my sleepover. Zoe's room was exactly what I expected it to be. Creepy and a little scary since she had bats hanging from every corner. And then her mom came into her room limping. I made you girls some cookies. So glad to finally meet you, Lily. Zoe's mom was so sweet, but Lily told me she was sad most of the time. And when I asked why, Lily said she didn't want to talk about it. I was really moved by the story. And then Zoe broke the ice by slamming my face with a pillow. Pillow fight! We had loads of fun pillow fighting, dancing, and just being free. Until my mom called. Honey, I think you need to come home. But Mom, we spoke about this. I'm sleeping at a friend's house because we're working on a school project. Your father and I are very worried. I'm hanging up now and I'm not coming home tonight. Zoe saw how frustrated I was and I ended up telling her all about my crazy parents. Maybe they're hiding something from you. Because why would any parent not want their kid to participate in any hobbies or activities? Yeah, they're definitely hiding something because my life is not normal. That night, I couldn't sleep, thinking about what secrets my parents had that made them so scared about everything I did. I checked if Zoe was asleep and she was snoring like a bear. I got up to go get some water, and while I was at the kitchen sink, a hand suddenly touched my shoulder and I jumped, feeling freaked out. And before I could scream, Grant held my mouth. Oh my gosh, you gave me such a fright.
I'm sorry. I usually wake up to get a glass of milk around this time. I have night eating syndrome. I got it from my dad. You want to join me?
Well, I'm struggling to sleep too, so why not? Grant and I sat outside on their swinging chairs on the porch. We spoke for hours and I couldn't believe we had so much in common.
I sometimes teach Latin dance to some of the younger kids at the community hall after school. You should come by.
Wow, that's so cool. I'll definitely stop by. We continued talking until we lost track of time and fell asleep on the chair. But I woke up to a camera flashing in my face and Zoe looking angrily at me. So, I guess having a sleepover with my brother was much more fun than with me. Zoe, it's not like that. Zoe didn't let me finish and rudely asked me to leave her house. But Grant stood up for me.
Why are you being so difficult? I like Lily, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Grant took my hand and walked me out. I just felt more and more sparks between us. Zoe started acting weird after that, but at least I had Grant. As time went by, I started going to the community hall after school to watch Grant teach. I was mesmerized by his moves, and one day after his class was over, he called me to dance with him. Grant, I don't know anything about dancing. I'll just watch. He took my hand and held me around my waist, and we almost kissed, until we were interrupted by Zoe. She had her music kit and danced in the hall glaring at me. Oh, don't mind me. I'm just here to practice for the up-and-coming competition.
You need a dance partner for the competition.
Don't worry about me, brother. You should be concerned with your dance partner, who has 2 left feet. I wasn't planning on taking part in any dance competition, but because of Zoe's new attitude towards me, I took her mockery as a challenge. What if we practice until we shine so bright that Zoe won't be able to open her big mouth anymore?
I think I like that plan.
After a while, I stood up to Zoe. She tried to make my life a nightmare at school. Once I was reading a book under the school tree during recess, and then suddenly I felt eggs cracking on my head one after the other. And when I looked up, I saw Zoe looking like a koala. Zoe, I'm gonna get you for this, you crazy witch. She definitely laughed like a crazy witch after that, and that wasn't all for the day. When I got back home after school, she was at my house, and thank goodness my parents weren't around. Have you completely lost your mind? I didn't come here to fight. I'm just here to warn you about my brother. He has a girlfriend, so let's just stop being enemies and let's go back to being pals. Your brother and I are not dating, and besides, he would have mentioned his girl. Before I could complete my sentence, my parents came back from shopping and Zoe's expression changed. You know what? I think we should just forget the friendship thing. I felt so confused with her, and my parents acted even more strange when they rushed me into the house and locked the door.
Who was that? And why was she at our house?
Relax, that's Zoe. I was at her house for a sleepover. And why are you two always on edge? Did y'all commit a crime or something?
Lily, we will not have you talk to us like that. To your room, now.
My parents frustrated me with whatever secret they were keeping. I was done listening to them and never told them about my dance lessons or the local competition. But I did invite them to the contest and told them it was a school function. I thought after they saw me dance, they would understand my passion. But I was wrong.
Lily, what did you do?
I just won a local competition. You should be proud of me. And then Mom suddenly took my hand in a panic.
Come on, we have to get out of here before anyone sees us.
But before I could walk out the door, Zoe called out to me. She was with her mom and Grant. "Lily, wait! My mom wants to meet your parents." I pulled my hand away from Mom and ran to them. And when Zoe's mom saw my parents, she immediately stopped smiling, and my parents had this look of guilt in their eyes. "Lily, are these your parents?" "Yeah? Why?" "Our parents used to be best friends and famous dancers. But one time, they were doing a competition. Your mom tripped my mom and broke her foot. Your mom ended up winning the competition, and my mom's foot was permanently injured. She was never able to dance again." I looked at my parents, and all of a sudden, Mom started crying, and I looked at her angrily. "So all this time, when you were stopping me from doing what I loved, it was to avoid how you felt about your guilt?" "We did everything for you. When I found out I was having a baby, it came as a shock, and your father and I didn't have any money for a baby." "So you cheated and left her to suffer?"
We are so sorry, Lily. This has haunted us for so long, and we are still ridden with shame every day because of it. Somehow, we thought if we shielded you from pursuing any hobby you loved, we'd prevent you from ever making the kind of heartless mistake we made.
Zoe walked away with her mom, and Grant stood watching me with sad eyes.
I guess we'll meet in another life.
That was the last time I saw Grant, because when I went home, Mom and Dad quickly made plans to leave town. "So, I guess you guys are just gonna run away from your problems again?"
Honey, we have built a good reputation for ourselves and we can't have anyone ruin it.
Yeah, whatever. I was so disappointed in my parents, and after we moved, I was homeschooled, which I hated, but stuck through it, and whenever I felt like dancing, I did it in my bedroom. And then one day, when I was in the 12th grade, I was tired of being indoors all the time, so while my parents were out, I decided to take the bus to visit Zoe and Grant. The bus rode for hours before we could reach the town, and when I finally got there, it was so dark. As I walked to Zoe's house, I could feel someone following me. And then suddenly, the person who was following touched my shoulder, and I screamed, "Ah!"
Calm down, it's me.
"Grant!" I immediately hugged him tightly, crying. I had all these emotions bottled up inside, and seeing him, I couldn't hold back anymore. "I am so sorry about what my parents did to your mom. Please, don't hate me."
I don't hate you, Lily, but I don't think I can ever forgive your parents for what they did to my mom.
But
it's about to rain. Your parents are waiting at my house.
I was shocked that my parents would even show their faces in this town. And when I got there, Mom ran to me crying. "Oh, Lily, we were worried sick. How are you guys here?"
When we didn't find you home, we asked everyone we could in the complex. And then finally, a little girl said she saw you get on the Kibler bus. And that bus only goes to one town.
I was shocked that Zoe and her mom allowed them into her house. And then Zoe looked at me sternly. "Why would you run away from your house to come here? Don't you get it? We don't like your family." Wow, I thought maybe over the years you would have grown a heart. Zoe and her family still couldn't find it in their heart to forgive my parents, and I had to accept that. My parents took me back home, and I eventually moved on. And one day, Mom and Dad gave me an envelope. When I opened it, I was so surprised. They applied for me to study dance in one of the best universities abroad. Wow, Mom, Dad, are you sure you want this for me?
Dance is what you love, and we deprived you of it for too long. Yes, we will support you every step of the way.
My parents finally started being supportive, and I sent the university my audition clips, and I immediately got accepted. I lived in New York for 5 years training as a professional dancer, and one day I was chosen to perform in the biggest theater production called The Nutcracker. We traveled everywhere, and one day we were set to perform in my previous town. I went to my favorite cake shop and was shocked to find Zoe dressed up like a hobo. "Zoe, is that you?" "Lily, my friend, can you spare me $1? I'm starving." She smelled awful, and instead of giving her $1, I bought her a meal, and after she ate the food, she changed towards me. "Don't think this small gesture means I forgive you. You need help, Zoe." I was shocked and hurt that she still had so much bitterness inside her. From there, I decided to go to her house and find out more of what went wrong. And when I got there, I was surprised to find a new family staying at the house. It seemed as though Zoe was left abandoned. I went back to the streets where I found Zoe, took her back to my parents' house, and started her off with a bath. She moaned and grumbled the whole way through, but I wasn't gonna leave someone I knew on the streets. "Why are you helping me? Is this because you feel guilty about your parents?" "No, and that happened a long time ago. I think it's about time you get over it. Now tell me, what's your story? Why are you out on the streets?" I messed up. When I found out that you were gonna study dance, I wanted that too, but my mom couldn't afford it, so I gambled hard. So hard that we lost the house. I'll never forgive myself. Zoe started crying and I comforted her. I invited her to the Nutcracker production, and she loved it so much that I even put in a word for her with my manager to be an assistant props girl. And when we went back to my parents' house, Zoe and Grant were there with their mom. They looked so relieved to see her.
Zoe, what happened to you? We've been looking for you for nearly a year now.
I know. Every time I saw you, I hid away. I let you guys down, and I'm sorry. Zoe's mom thanked me and my parents for helping Zoe come to her senses. I don't think you'll ever know how sorry I am. Do you think you can forgive me one day? I don't know about that, but we can still make peace with each other. Just then, Grant and Zoe hugged each other and then walked over to me.
So, what about our friendship, Lily? Can we have a new start?
I would love that, you guys. Hi, my name is Ava, also known as the Vampire Girl. And it's all because I had the meanest parents. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was born in a small town in Romania, and growing up, I realized that my parents were weirdos. For starters, they were always talking in whispers to each other, which was so annoying. And they never left the house. They wouldn't go out for work or even groceries. A box of supplies just mysteriously arrived every week. Every day, Dad would spend hours reading the newspaper and circling stuff on it with a red marker. Once when I was 4, I kept asking him to pour me cereal, but he kept ignoring me. So I leapt onto the table and put my foot in his bowl, spilling it all over his newspaper. And Dad went bonkers.
Oh my God. Do you realize what you've done? You're such a nuisance. Here, take the whole box. Just leave me alone, you idiot.
Gosh, I wished I could just leave them forever. They didn't even love me. We never had any visitors, but when I was 5, Grandma came to see us once, and she brought me an adorable cat. I was so happy. But of course, my parents were not. A pet? We already have Ava. It's hard enough to take care of her. No, just take it back, please.
No frickin' way!
I ran up to my room with the cat and slammed the door shut. But when I woke up in the morning, it wasn't anywhere in my room. I looked all over the house. Nothing. I just knew my parents had gotten rid of it. I screamed and cried, but they said they didn't know anything. Liars. Before they could stop me, I just ran out the front door. I was never going back. It was a really sunny day, and as I kept running, my skin suddenly started turning really red and itchy. I looked up at the scorching sun, and my whole body began to burn. Ah! I let out one huge scream and fainted. When I woke up, I was in my bed. Mom told me the doctor had been to see me, and he'd said I was perfectly fine.
No, that's not true. I'm not fine. The doctor is dumb. The sun almost killed me.
My parents said I was crazy, but I knew they were evil, and I wasn't gonna let them hurt me. So after that, I refused to let a single ray of sunlight touch my body, not even indoors. I covered myself from tip to toe, socks, Trek pants, hoodie, and a face mask. Only my eyes were visible. My parents almost fainted when they first saw me roaming around the house like a little ninja. The only time I removed my costume was when the sun was gone. I'd never go out during the day. I even insisted on being homeschooled. But by the time I was 13, my parents refused to homeschool me anymore. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go to school. It's been years since you last walked under the sun. It's because I'm allergic to the sun. You just want me to die?
If you keep behaving this way, I swear I'll send you to your aunt's place in Norway. There's only sunlight there for 6 months.
Gosh, they were unbelievable, and they thought I didn't know about their plan. Fine, but don't think I won't wear this costume to school. I will, and when people say you're weirdos for dressing me up like this, just know that you asked for it. I joined school in the 8th grade, and the minute I entered the classroom, everybody started laughing and whispering things like weirdo and freak. I ignored all of them and sat down quietly on the first empty seat. During lunch break, I stayed back in the classroom while everybody left, except for this one girl, Jessie.
Ava, right? I'm just curious. Why are you dressed like a garbage bag? I'm allergic to the sun. It burns my skin. She started laughing and just left. Soon enough, I discovered she was the meanest girl around, and she'd pick on me every chance she got. Once she put a fart bag on my seat just as I was sitting down, and the farting sound had everyone howling with laughter. Another day, I solved a math problem on the board, and as I was returning to my seat, I slipped on some water and fell on the floor. That's where your place is anyway, weirdo. I ignored Jessie's stupid pranks, but one day, she went too far. I was standing under some shade and enjoying a baseball match when suddenly, Jessie came out of nowhere and dragged me into the sun. She started to pull my hoodie off, and I bit her hand really hard and ran away as she screamed. You crazy freak! Are you a vampire?
And that's how I got my name, Vampire Girl. I could hear people calling me a monster, but I didn't care. At least the bullies were a little scared of me now. A few days later, the teacher introduced a new kid, Nick, to our class. His clothes were old and ragged, and I could see Jessie and her minions already laughing at him. They'd found their new target. I joined him in the cafeteria at lunch that day, and we started talking. I found out that he was the new janitor's son. He was really sweet and never even said I was crazy when I told him about my condition. I was so happy to have made a friend. But one day, as I was walking down the hallway, I found Jessie and her friend surrounding Nick. She spilled juice on the floor and said, "Oops, you can clean this up, Nick. I mean, you'll grow up to be a janitor like your dad, right? Come on, just sit down and wipe it with your butt. Hey, jerk, have you forgotten the last time I bit you? Stay away from Nick, or this time I'll do some serious damage." Jessie rolled her eyes at me, but when I leapt forward, she actually screamed and went running. Nick thanked me, and I always made sure to stick close to him after that. But then one day, Nick and I had just entered the classroom after recess when Jessie started screaming like crazy. OMG! My brand new iPhone! It's gone! Someone stole it! And then she pounced at Nick and grabbed him by his shirt. You must have done it, you beggar! You thief! Where is it? Hey, knock it off, you witch! You have no proof! Oh, I'll get the proof, girl. She snatched his bag and started throwing out all his things. I grabbed her hair and she turned around and attacked me. We got into a huge fight, and just then, the principal walked in. Jessie kept screaming that Nick had stolen her phone and it must be in his locker. Of course, the principal found nothing there, but Nick was left humiliated in front of everyone. He was silent the whole day, and I caught up with him after school. Hey, Nick, are you okay? Jessie is just terrible. I hate rich people. They always look down at us as if we aren't human. She called me a thief just because I'm poor? God, I just hate everyone. And he just walked away. He didn't come to school the next day, and his dad was nowhere to be seen either. A week passed, and there was still no sign of them. I felt worried, but I didn't know where he lived. But then I remembered Nick talking about how his dad also worked at a restaurant in the evening. So I decided to go talk to him. As I was walking down the street one night without my mask or hoodie, I saw a masked guy running towards me, and suddenly he started snatching my bag. As I tried to get away, I lunged at his face and pulled his mask off, and I nearly fell back in shock. It was Nick! But before I could say anything, he ran away. I just stood there in disbelief. Jessie was right all this time? He was a thief? I felt betrayed. Nick showed up at school 2 days later, but I just ignored him. But when he kept following me and asking me what was wrong, I suddenly lost it. You want to know what's wrong? I'll tell you. The girl you robbed the other night on the street? That was me. He looked horrified. You? That was you? I didn't know. I've never seen your face. What does it matter who it was? What matters is that you're a liar and thief, and to think that I fought for you. Suddenly, he started weeping like a baby. I didn't want to steal, Ava, but I just had no choice. My dad's in the hospital. We needed the money. I'm so sorry. I swear, I didn't steal Jessie's phone. I've never stolen anything until that night. He kept crying and my heart went out to him. I'm sorry about your dad, but stealing isn't the answer, Nick. You should have told me. I could have helped. Let me help you now, but promise me you'll never steal anything ever again. He promised, and I went to talk to the school principal. Together, we planned a fundraiser for Nick's dad, and within a day, we were able to raise all the money Nick needed for his dad's treatments and more. And the biggest donors were Jesse's parents. They kept praising me at the fundraiser for arranging the event, and this made Jesse even angrier.
Don't let it get to your head, Ava. You're still a freak, and you could never be me.
As if I want to be. What's so special about you anyway? Other than being super dumb.
Excuse you? I've been prom queen for the last 2 years. You could never.
Oh, is that so? We'll see this year.
Seriously? It's the prom, not some freak show. You'll never win against me, loser.
Nick whispered into my ear, says the girl who's never seen your face. I bought a beautiful red dress for prom. Since it was at night, it was the first time anyone in school would be seeing me without my mask and hoodie. As soon as I entered the hall, I saw people turning around and asking each other who I was. Just then, Nick came to me and took my arm. Ava, you look beautiful.
That's Ava? The vampire girl? I can't believe it was that face behind that mask all this time.
She's gorgeous. Jessie looked furious when she saw everyone's attention was on me. And to my shock, I was actually voted as that year's prom queen. As I was being crowned, suddenly Jessie came charging at me on the stage, trying to rip the crown off my head. But then something strange happened. The bullies who used to pick on me saved me. They all stopped Jessie and took her away. Don't lay a finger on our prom queen. That was amazing. Things at school started getting better. Everyone was super nice to me now. Nick was tutoring kids after school, and his dad came back to work soon. Nobody paid any attention to Jessie and her gang anymore, and all they could do was give me death glares. But one day after gym class, I was quickly changing in the dark locker room when suddenly Jessie and her minions barged in. One of them quickly grabbed my hoodie, while the others grabbed me by my hands and legs and started carrying me outside. Oh my God, no! They dragged me out into the sun and pinned me to the ground.
This is for stealing my limelight, you witch. Now, let's see what happens to you in the sun. I hope you melt and disappear.
Suddenly, someone pushed the girls away. It was a teacher, and Nick. While the teacher dragged the bullies off to the principal, Nick quickly took me inside as I cried like crazy. Hey, you're okay now. And your skin? It looks totally fine. It's not even red, Ava. Does it hurt or burn? I looked all over my arms and realized he was right. There were no rashes, and it didn't itch or burn at all. Was my condition gone for good? Or had it just been all in my head? When I went back home that day, my parents were shocked to see me. Ava, where's your hoodie and your mask? Mom, Dad, I was out in the sun, and nothing happened to me. Was I just crazy all this time? They hugged me tight and actually started to cry. Sweetheart, we tried to tell you it wasn't real. You just got a bad sunburn as a kid, and you let that fear get so big in your head. I just never believed you guys because, well, I always thought you hated me, and you wanted to be rid of me. You got rid of my cat. No, we didn't, honey. It just ran away, and we never hated you. When you were growing up, your mother and I were working as undercover government agents. It was a really stressful time for us, and I'm sorry we made you feel ignored. What? My parents were secret agents? That was the last thing I'd ever expected. But suddenly, their weird behavior made sense. I wish you'd told me sooner. All this time, I've been believing things that just weren't true. We're sorry, Ava. We should have been better parents to you. We love you so much. I love you too, guys. Hi, my name is Raven, and I'm from Texas. Please like and subscribe. When I was born, my parents were delighted with my lovely black hair. She's our little raven-haired beauty. That's what we should call her, Raven. My twin sister Megan was born minutes later with blonde hair just like Dad's. No one ever believed we were twins because we did not look alike. In fact, we were complete opposites in every way. We had a farm and I loved our simple life and I never complained a day. But Megan constantly threw tantrums when she didn't get what she wanted, which was often. Once when I was 7, Mom got me a new pair of sneakers when she saw how worn out my old ones were. But when Megan saw them, she went bananas.
I want a pair of sneakers right now. The ones I'm wearing are ugly and useless. I told you I needed new shoes every 3 weeks. Do you understand that? You're such a brat, Megan. You have so many pairs already. You're such a brat. Me. I'm not talking to you. Mom, I need an answer.
We just bought you a new pair last month.
I knew it. You love her more than me.
She threw such a fit that Mom got her an expensive pair of shoes just to shut her up. Life at the farm was amazing, but we were always short of money. To help, Mom picked up a job as a seamstress in the city, and she was really good. Watching her work was magic to my eyes, and she agreed to train me too. I would finally be able to pitch in and help them get some extra money. By the time I was 16, I was so good at stitching that my parents got me my own sewing machine. Megan was so jealous.
You won't get me the Gucci dress I wanted while you spoil her with expensive gifts? This is so unfair.
Unlike you, I help Mom and Dad pay the bills, so either work or stop complaining.
I hate my life. I deserve pretty things. One day, when I'm rich and famous, I will never come back.
Seeing Mom's sad face, I felt awful. I had to do something that would make them both happy. I stayed up for 2 nights and made Megan an exact replica of the dress she wanted. It was perfect. When Megan saw it, she had no clue it was a fake.
Oh, Mom, I love you.
A week later, Dad announced that we were shifting to Houston. We had to sell the farm because of money issues and join his brother's business instead. I loved my life here and I hated the idea of moving, but Megan couldn't get out of there fast enough. Dad's brother was a rich businessman who lived in a huge house with his daughter Sasha. We met her on the first day at school, and she seemed to be insanely popular. But to my surprise, everyone kept looking at me on my first day. I didn't know why, until several people came up to me and told me how pretty I was and how much they loved my black hair. Sasha was not happy. She came and slammed her locker shut next to mine, glaring at me. A word of advice? Don't let this attention get to your head. I'm the queen bee here. Good to know. I have to get to class now. I turned around and left, but a few steps later, Megan stopped me.
What do you think you're doing? I know you think you're special, but don't get on Sasha's bad side. She's my ticket to popularity.
Whatever, Meg. You do you, and I'll do me. That first month of school, Megan became a bigger pain in the butt because of Sasha. Megan copied everything Sasha did and blew up at our parents when they told her they couldn't afford her long list of demands. But things took a wild turn when a new boy, Dan, joined our class. All the girls were obsessed with him, including Megan. Apparently, he was a childhood friend of Sasha's, so Megan begged her to hook them up. Sasha obviously took advantage of the situation. She had Megan acting like her minion and doing stupid errands for her. One day, I saw Megan running around the cafeteria getting lunch for Sasha, and I just had to stop it.
Megan, slow down! Wait! Ah!
I suddenly tripped, and the entire tray flew and landed on Megan's head. She was covered in spaghetti.
What is wrong with you, Raven? You did this on purpose!
No need to scream like a farm girl, Megan. We have sensitive ears. Forget about it. And get yourself cleaned up. Dan will never take a chicken-smelling idiot on a date. Megan stomped off in embarrassment, and I turned to Sasha. What is your deal? Stop treating her like she's your servant. She might not see through you, but I do. Really? Well, too bad I don't care about either of you. Tell Megan she can kiss Dan goodbye.
What a witch!
Later that day, I told Megan what Sasha had said, but she didn't believe me.
Interesting.
Because Sasha just texted me that Dan wants to ask me out at lunch tomorrow. Go away, liar, and let me get my beauty sleep. The next morning, Megan took an hour to get ready, and she even bragged to everyone at lunch about it. But when the time came, Dan walked right past Megan and came straight to me. Hey, Raven. I'm sure you already know why I'm here. No, I don't. Oh, I thought Sasha would have